last, you're dead. Like, you can either eat leg bone or you're dead.
Yeah, see, I think that there's a disconnect there because it's not even an option for me. I would rather starve to death than eat any part of a human, basically.
I hear you. It is pretty fucking gross, but we're gonna look for chipmunks and squirrels and stuff first, but
yeah,
like grasshoppers, worms, whatever we can get. But I mean, if there's nothing, dude, if the food ever stopped coming into the cities, you wouldn't see a pigeon or a fucking rat or a squirrel for fucking miles.
That's right. You're like right by or right in a big city, aren't you?
I'm by a very heavily populated area. I'm also 3 hours north of New York City, which means I couldn't even stay where I am. There's a thing called the Golden Horde, and they would just spread out and basically like devour everything in their path.
Yeah, see, we're in Wisconsin, and we're kind of in near the middle-ish of Wisconsin. We got fields all over the place. We got woods all over the place. We got lakes all over, like basically, and it's not like comfortable up here. So if it happens during the winter, people probably most likely are not going to come here, I would think. So it's like we wouldn't have to necessarily make huge changes other than like, going out and getting our food rather than having it just taken to the shops or whatever. But I mean, like, we wouldn't necessarily have to panic like you would about a whole like roving gang of society moving north.
My plan is my grandfather lives in the Adirondack Mountains. So my plan is it's 3 hours north of me. So that makes it 6 hours north of New York City. And there's tons of deer and fish and everything up there. So, good. Yeah, but chances are I'm not going to be eating bodies. Like, there's a high percentage chance that I'm never going to have to eat a body. Like a human body.
Yeah. Like small victories, I guess. Gio,
is this even the real Bob Dole? He doesn't have the Bob Dole tag, so I don't know. I don't know if it's him.
It's an imposter.
I mean, it could be. It sounds like him. He could have one of those voice modulator thingies. I don't know, dude.
Yeah, I think that we should get the real Bob Dole, the Bob Dole roll post haste ASAP.
And it rhymes too. I mean, the Bob Dole roll. I'm about to put that in a freestyle right now.
Just makes common sense.
If anything rhymes, it ups the level of sense it makes to do that thing. If it rhymes. Like, is it like 10 points? Or I don't know what the point system is, but you definitely get points for rhyming. All right, I'm going to have dinner with my wife. I got some nice Italian. I got a veal parm, and I got her a chicken parm. We do cows so dirty. Dude, we kill their babies and eat them. We take the milk for their babies, and we drink that. And then just totally abuse cows. We kill their baby. We take their babies and kill them. Then we take the milk that was for their babies, and we drink that. And then we just raise them and kill them,
Yeah.
No one's got it tougher than cows, man. I'm telling you.
They do kind of get the short end of the stick, don't they? I mean, that's on top of I don't know how much they do it anymore, but also for whatever reason, we heat up metal and just sear their skin so that everyone knows they belong to us. That kind of.
You got to know whose baby cow you're going to steal in the future, and baby's milk you're going to steal. Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Yo, is anyone there?
I was busting Pete's balls so bad earlier in gyms. So I'm like, Pete, does anyone die ever? He's like, yeah, my friend Billy, my neighbor Billy died. I'm like, where's the body? I don't believe you. What's up, Ruhef?
Hello.
Whatever you're gonna say, we don't believe you, bro.
Okay.
I don't, anyways. These guys might.
Bridge is up, letting boats through. So I got there.
I don't believe you.
Okay. Irritating. It opens at 10:15. I didn't fucking look at the time as I was going past. Anyway.
So I don't believe you.
Okay.
Why should I believe you?
Good question.
Why should I believe you, Ruhef?
Apparently, if I took a photo, it wouldn't convince you, would it?
Do you know what spherical geometry is?
Yes.
Can you have a Euclidean straight line in spherical geometry?
You can convert between coordinate systems. Right? It is a Euclidean straight line from the center of a sphere to the surface. And you can express coordinates on the surface of a sphere in Euclidean three-dimensional coordinates. You can also express them with latitude and longitude, which is what spherical trigonometry usually does.
I don't know. I asked you a real simple fuck question, Ruhef, and you gave me a real convoluted answer.
Yeah, because you can't have a straight line on the surface of a sphere, no.
That's right.
Yeah.
So if you were doing spherical geometry, you definitely want to be having that straight line, right?
I literally just explained to you that it's a straight line from the center of the sphere to the surface.
Which that's not spherical geometry.
You criticize me for explaining stuff.
That's
and
not
then you say
spherical
something stupid
geometry,
like that.
though, Ruhef.
Yes,
Ruhef,
it is. Is the Haversine formula spherical trigonometry?
You think you can draw a straight line?
Hang
from the
on.
center?
You pushed me for an answer. I'm pushing you for an answer. Is the Haversine spherical trigonometry?
I don't know about spherical trigonometry. I'm talking about spherical geometry. Is spherical trigonometry happen on the surface of a sphere only?
No. Is the Haversine spherical trigonometry?
No, I don't know.
Okay, well, answer that question, and then we can talk.
I don't know. Back to my shit about you claiming you were doing spherical geometry when you were using a straight line.
Go and find out if the Haversine is spherical trigonometry, and then we'll talk.
Bro, I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in the claim you made about when you said you were doing spherical geometry, and you made a straight line from the radius to the center from the center of Earth to the surface. That's what's got me confused, because I don't know if you were trying to trick me or you're trying to use big words so people think you sound smart, or what your game is. What is your game, Rohif? First of all, happy Valentine's Day. Okay, happy Valentine's Day.
Thanks, champ. I didn't get my dick sucked.
Now, what's your game?
My wife got a booster yesterday morning, and then by the afternoon, when we had some free time, she was already fucking wasted from the booster. So, anyway.
That sucks.
I remain undrained.
There's always next year. Rohit.
That's a good call.
Honestly, why would you even engage with us? Like, we're these idiots. We don't know anything. We don't know how science works. We don't understand this and that. Like, are you trying to teach us? Like, what's the game here, Rufus?
It keeps me amused while I'm driving.
Is this pure
It's my hobby.
amusement for you?
Yeah.
Just a little
This is my
fun
hobby.
thing to do. Yeah, no
Yeah.
doubt. This is fun sometimes. I'll give it to you.
Yeah. It would be nice if you guys learned something. That'd be nice.
No, we're trying to teach you. See, that's the thing. That's the thing, Rufus. We're trying to teach you what's up. Like, you're trying to teach. You're trying to teach the teacher.
Actually, I made a challenge to Nathan last night. He had a quote from a video the other day, and it said, "We definitely do use trig with right-angled triangles to establish our position." And I offered him £100 to do a demonstration, like a worked example on the show. And he has deflected. So that also amuses me greatly.
Dude, 100 pounds, bro. You should have made it 1,000.
No, there's psychology in this, right? If I make it too much, right, he will assume that it is impossible, right? If you make it something, if you make it as such that I'm just getting you to do some trigonometry on the show, right? Then it's kind of, he thinks it's achievable, and you might think about doing it, but it is impossible.
This is when you got like 4 of a kind, and you just make a little bet, hoping that the other person goes all in.
Yeah,
like what?
Yeah. I haven't played poker in fucking years. Holy shit. We've been shut down for so long.
You know, if you know you got the nuts, and you're like, I'll just make a little bet here, in hopes that he'll come over the top. Yeah.
Yeah, but that can look obvious as well. Yeah, bet sizing is an art form. Yeah, it's a polarizing thing to do. If you bet fucking whatever 10% of the pot on the river, that's pretty polarizing, I reckon.
So, Ruh, if it's not that your overlords have sent you to stop the truth coming out?
Yeah, I'm getting paid a shitload to talk to you guys.
Oh, God, if they sent you, then you guys are in trouble.
Oh, go on, champ.
That deserves a champ.
Yeah.
You got Ranty, and they're like, okay, you got Ranty. That's one down.
Oh, even Ranty's fucking given up on Flat Earth. He wants to do this.
Yeah, it's because he tried to do his little globe flip to get popularity, and it failed, so he's got to move on to something else.
Yeah. Oh, he's got 8,000 subs or something. But yeah, I don't think it's. I don't think it is possible to have a living wage from YouTube.
Yeah, if you're in it for the money, you're gonna have to go. The Globers get all the super chats and all the views and all the subscribers. Yeah.
Yeah. When I posed that challenge to Nathan, I almost said, I will offer you the sum total of all your super chats from the last 5 shows to do this challenge. But then I thought, oh fuck, then I've got to go and watch the last 5 shows and count them up. But I guarantee it would have been close to £100
You might
in the
have
last
Rocky
5 shows.
throwing him but you might have Rocky throwing him $1,000 or something.
Just to fuck with you. The previous 5 shows. Yeah.
Right.
So you can't just, you know what I mean. All right. Those beeps mean that I'm home in my garage. And you guys have provided my entertainment. Thank you.
Yo, stop doing drive-bys with us, bro. Come hang out for 5 minutes.
That's what I do. That's what I do. Anyway, I'll be back soon. See ya.
Guys, just those off-buys. Did you see how I asked him a real simple question? It was just a yes or no. Like, you either can or you can't. There's no, like, in between, like, oh, sometimes you can, sometimes. It's a straight yes or no question. He couldn't just say yes or no.
Yeah, it's because he's conflating 2 coordinate systems.
Oh.
They got to keep the planar model in there to make any of it work.
I'm telling you, the deceit is evident. It's evident to me. I mean, maybe some people, if you're new, you might not see it right away. It took me a while to see it, honestly, like months and months and months. Because at first I was like, these guys are just brainwashed by the globe stuff. I'm like, they just don't know yet. But I'm past that now. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's clear that they're being very slick and I don't know the words for it. Like, I don't know, just deceitful, I would say.
Yeah. Well, when you align yourself with something that's false and it comes from liars, it'd be pretty difficult not to lie. If you're repeating that thing, like sort of like if you're hanging out with drug dealers all day, you're probably gonna be in that game to one degree. You're gonna take that on. So if these guys are defending this deceptive model, then it's like it's kind of part of the whole game. It's like it's the game they're in. Like they're defending liars, so then they end up being a liar in one way or another. Whether they're conscious of it or non-conscious of it, but I think they kind of bleed off each other and they hear things that the other guy says, so then they kind of side with that. How much of it they're conscious of? I mean, that's an interesting question. Like, are they just kind of unconscious of a lot of it, or are they aware of it?
Yeah.
Of what they're doing?
Yeah. I hear that. Oh.
I identified Ruhif as a dishonest person a while back, and I don't really have much, if any, interest in talking to him.
What's up, guys? Fucking lively tonight.
The sky is up and the earth is.
Well, sometimes the sky is down, no crit. All right, if you're on the globe, the sky's down too.
Yeah, they've got all the downs. You saw what I did there?
I think maybe I saw what you did there, Conspiracy Santa. It's fun.
Because like in flat Earth, there's down, and on the globe, there's downs.
Definitely an infinite amount of downs.
Yeah, it's endless downs. But which is even funny.
It's like it's a syndrome for them.
I mean, you could say point down, and you could just point any way, and you're good.
Yeah, all of it.
Like
It's
you could
all
point
downs.
to the left, to the up. You could point to the right.
And they start to get the rotation when they drink a lot of alcohol. And
That's how you know you're spinning.
I had a pretty cool breakthrough on another server, this astronomy server. I was kind of like a token flat earther, and this dude has just been like triggered, like this mod. Like every day he mutes me, no matter what I said. Boom, you're like timed out. So finally, I was like, dude, what's your problem? Like, just what's going on here? He says, we went back and forth, and I was like, here, let me get the actual text here. He said, I've been cowardly. I go, how is it cowardly? Like, how, if I get muted and you tell me I run away, how is that cowardly? He said, he didn't know. He just didn't know that someone kept muting me anytime I posted something. He had thought that I post and run, which he determined as cowardly.
Freezing in here. My bad.
Oh, that was that was the end of it. So I think once they're able to realize that something, if they add context to someone else and then make a claim about that person inside that context, it's a self-triggering, because they're only reacting to themselves at that point, but they're trying to blame someone else. That in objectively false paradigm. His other hang-up was I DM'd him. That I was DMing. I was like, dude, okay, how about this? Reverse the situation. You and me are on a different server. We're talking about a topic, and boom, you just stopped talking. And I levy a claim that you ran away. You're a coward. But you know you got muted and you can't respond. Do you A, DM me, or just something else? What do you do? And he's like, oh yeah, I would DM you. But then he said, I wouldn't DM the way you did. Like somehow I go, here you go. I go, now you've added context again. You've set aside a subjective response and tried to objectively apply it to other people. See, here's a better response now. I quit responding and took a break, and he just said, hey, are you still alive? I'm like, yeah, yeah, I'm alive. I just figured that was a good point to end the conversation. I didn't want to beat a dead horse. Kind of the exit stage left there, exit on a good note. I applied for a master's program.
Why?
I don't know. I just kind of thought about doing it for a long time, and I've got enough continued education credits, like over the last 20 years, that I would basically just have to do like just residency requirement, and I would get a master's. And the credits are all over the place, so it's going to be like a liberal arts, kind of a creative writing thing.
Oh,
But they only let so many people in, and like there's only enough seats in the program. So I won't know for sure. It's still about a year out. This would start next fall. Or not quite a year, I guess 6 months. Start August.
It actually made me think of The Wire when he was interviewing 2 new cops, and he's like, point north. And the one guy like pointed to the left of him, and the other guy pointed up.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Because his thing was too about that there had been some problems with officers calling the wrong sides of buildings. Like they would say the east entrance, when they really were in the south entrance. So it created possible friendly fire situations. And then he's like, hey, it's real important that you guys know your directions. Because people are going to have to visualize access points. And if you're
you just always need to know which way is north, like have a constant awareness of which way is north and south or and east and west, your cardinal directions.
Yeah, it's just sort of that situational awareness type thing, that when they to work it into, where they won't be able to just like, oh, I got to whip out my GPS and just, no more information is needed sometimes.
I always know which way is north, south, east, and west because the city I live in, the main street runs east-west. So I just visualize myself to that location, like where am I in relation to that? Which way am I facing according to that street? And I can get pretty close. I mean, it's not dead on, but it also doesn't help if I'm not in my city. So there's that. Like if you put me in like fucking Wisconsin, I'm not gonna be like, oh, hold on, where am I in a relation to the street, the main street that runs through my city?
That's what happened when I went to high school in the city, and one of the teachers were doing like sort of geography, and I kind of was like at first confused, by the city. It was a little bit just always, there's always buildings, there's so much noise. But I started getting used to the bus routes and north-facing bus routes and south-facing bus routes. So then in the geography class, our teacher's like, hey, everyone point north. And a lot of the kids jokingly pointed up. But I could see from where I was at out the window, one of the streets where they have a north-facing bus stop. So I pointed the direction of the road. And the teacher was like, hey, well, what's going on? Why did you point that direction? I said, because the road travels this way, and that's a north-facing bus stop. She's like, well, that's good. I mean, you didn't really get this whole concept of north, south, east, and west, but you use something else, to work on that.
I mean, all that matters is which way is which. Like, if you can figure it out. What were they trying to teach you in a class?
When we were hand drawing political maps, and then using the political maps to like Dead Reckoning, like how you could use a political map to orientate your heading, your direction. So the teacher was saying, now take your maps and lay them on your desk as if it's a bird's eye view. And then everyone's like scratching their head, like, what are you talking about? Because it should have standardized the maps across the whole classroom at that point.
Like, if I'm in my house, I relate it to which way the sun goes by during the day. But normally, if I'm anywhere else in the city, I'll just use the main road, yeah. Or there's other roads that I know that go north-south. Because any road that intersects with that main road is going north-south, so I can put myself in relation to that road or another road that goes off of that road. You know what I mean? That'd be dope though if Ray Kurzweil ends up putting that chip in your brain. Not the shock part that can incapacitate you, but the part where you can connect instantly to the internet. Because think about it, then you'd have all like the apps. You'd have the Compass app. You'd have like every app at your fingertips, like right inside your head. I'm all for transhumanism. They want to take it too far, but if you were to do it in a good way, I think it'd be good.
They did. The Musk tried to insert those chips into some monkeys, and they all died.
Yeah, they're trying to get crazy with it. I'm talking about like, yo, if you lose a leg, they give you a robotic leg that's even better than a human leg. You know what I mean? Like that kind of transhumanism shit.
Oh yeah, I
That's
got
dope as fuck. You lose an eyeball, they put a robotic eyeball in that can see better and record stuff. You know, I don't know, like whatever. Like it just could make you bet so much better if it was done like ethically and correctly. They're trying to put microchips in you so they could track whatever the fuck. Who knows what they're doing. You know who Ray Kurzweil is?
No.
He's predicted like 80% of the shit that's come true in like the science and like the technology science world. He's big on intelligence and shit. And he says the next thing is they want to put a chip in your head so you can access the internet instantly, and also they can use that chip to send an electrical shock to incapacitate you in case they have to. That's almost as dangerous as those little fucking bumblebee drones with the plastic explosive in them, with the 3 grams of explosive charge in them. Those are fucking crazy dangerous.
Holy crap! I just looked at some of these. There's an article on Yahoo about droughts. It like shows like the water level is so low that like it's like the dots aren't even close to the water. They're called a mega drought. They're predicted this drought has been um the greatest in over 1,200 years. It's like the opposite of a flooding. It's like
What's new, guys? What's new? I'll tell you what, the mood is they're all riled up over there over at Gems. Pete Shea's wearing them down thin.
Pete'll wear anyone thin given enough time.
Yeah, man, you couldn't handle Pete Shea on strong acid, bro.
No, not at all.
Yeah, he would
If
like.
it was me and Pete Shea and I was on acid, I'd be like, yo, I gotta go do something else, Pete. I'll catch you later.
Like he'd hack your brain.
Oh, man. He's got some wild notions, absolutely wild. But you know, some of them, some of his notions, you just go, there you go. Yeah, he's found a place where he can talk for hours on end.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he just is like the fucking Energizer Bunny out this bitch.
Man, I
Thank
looked
God,
at
yo. If you're trying to attract new people, you cannot have him in your shit, just rambling on forever. People are like, this is just fucking.
no.
You know, people might find it amusing a little bit or something, but I don't know.
At first, it's a novelty, so you go, oh, okay, I'll have a bit of a listen to this. But yeah, it does wear thin a little bit. I checked out his channel once, and he's got hundreds and hundreds of videos where he's basically just talking to himself, right, for 6-8 hours. So just rambling to himself. I was gobsmacked when I checked it out.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't know, man. You never know if someone's an agent or if someone's just fucking crazy. Like, he could just be crazy, or maybe he could be an agent put here to fucking put people off this shit, you know? Who knows? He does everything an agent would do, right? The first thing I would do if I was an agent is come in and call everyone else agents.
Yeah,
The
that's what
first
he
thing I
does.
did.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Then I would talk about all kinds of lunatic shit for hours on end. Like, he does exactly what an agent would do, but he does what a crazy person would do too. So you don't know.
The double bluff. The double bluff. I think he's triple bluffing everyone, actually, not the double bluff.
Genius, and has the yeah. He's secretly a genius, and this is all a big act.
He actually used to come on Brandon's a bit back in the day.
Yeah, I had it out with him a couple times on Brandon's.
He's
He's fucking off the hook. Where the fuck is Brandon at, man? He's talking shit about Brandon. Listen, I was in there earlier. I was fucking with him. Right? I'm like, Pete, you know, who's died in your reality? Who has anyone ever died? Right?
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, my neighbor Billy. Oh no, or I don't know. First he said Brandon. I'm like, dude, why would you even say that, bro? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Back on track, and he's like, Billy, my neighbor. I'm like, bullshit. Where's the body, Pete?
And under his porch. That's where
Where's
it is.
that certificate? Where's the body?
Yeah.
It was all a plant. It was a plant. That Billy guy, his name wasn't even Billy. It was Mike.
Have you heard the thing going around? The Brandon is X11.
Is that a fucking Gatorade flavor? What is that?
No, it's a user that's here on Gems occasionally.
No,
is
that
it?
was Gambino. That's just Gambino.
Oh, is that?
Yeah.
I thought X11 was a Gatorade flavor or something.
Yeah, it's just another Gambino sock.
Okay.
That's
People were
one.
So if anyone's heard Gambino, if anyone's heard the Oakley thing when Gambino went on Oakley's, it was hilarious.
That's the one thing that's funny about him is like he'll do stuff like that. He'll sock somebody even like pretend to be Brandon, and then at the same time said, "Oh, but trust me, I'm a NASA employee." No, you're not, dude. Like you just tried to pretend to be Brandon for some odd reason you won't even explain, and then lie about it.
We roasted them last night on NASA going to space. They lost that one. That's just a layup for us. Like it don't look like they're going to space at all. It looks like they're coming right back down. Google search a long exposure rocket takeoff or something.
It has that very nice arc-like shape where it's plunging into the middle of the Bermuda Triangle.
Bro, I posted one. Yeah, I posted one last night that had a heavy arc to it. I'm like, yo, there's no way. Like a heavy arc.
Yeah.
Hard. It was arcing down hard. I'm like, that ain't the way to space. All right? No matter what it is.
No, that's just the angle that they have to get to, Jeremy, to punch through.
No.
The carbon line.
No, listen, but you're on a bicycle.
Yes.
Bandsaw, you're on a bicycle. You're going to the grocery store.
Exactly.
We're going to get them with that light shit one of these days. I'm telling you. One of these days. Might take a fucking light year.
I was asking him, what's the exit speed that you need to get to punch through Earth's atmosphere, and I think it's about 17,500 kilometers or miles, one of the two. And I go, well, show me some gas that's moving at 17,500 kilometers, and then they get down to the molecular level of little molecules bouncing off molecules, and that's how fast they're going.
Yeah, their molecule story for the gas leaving the atmosphere don't even make sense in the slightest because, first of all, there's so many problems with it. So many problems. If the gas is getting hot, then all the gas on the side of where the sun is be getting that hot.
Mm-hmm.
Why isn't all the gas ripped right off?
So now is space just full of molecules, or do the molecules punch through the atmosphere and then reform into gases?
I'll tell you what the big problem is. The big problem is everything in the universe has to be like Earth's atmosphere is just the gas that surrounds Earth, right? And all the gas that surrounds Earth has to be rotating with Earth because of conservation of momentum or whatever they claim. Mm-hmm. So you have all this atmosphere in the universe spinning with Earth, but these other things have atmospheres too, like the moon. So all the gas around the moon spinning with the moon, and all the gas around the sun spinning with the sun. So I'd like to see the point at where these gases meet. It must be like a whirlwind or like an eddy pool or something of violent gases just,
I believe, vortex
or something. I feel like there has to be a point where the gas for the Earth stops spinning with the Earth and it starts spinning with the sun. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you would go up off Earth and it would be like a breakneck wind shear thing going on. So all of a sudden you'd be spinning, you'd be in the Earth's atmosphere spinning, that has this constant motion from conservation momentum. But then you would enter the gas that's spinning with the sun, which has to be going at an insanely different speed. So, I don't know, Vance.
It's crazy. It's a crazy world.
Yo, 25 million. I think it was 25 million meteor meteoroids and micrometeoroids and just debris hit Earth. I think it was like millions of tons or something. 25 million micrometeoroids a day hit
A
Earth,
day.
which isn't a problem. Yeah, most of them
Burn up.
burn up in the atmosphere though.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a problem if you're on Earth. However, if you're in like a tin can floating around above the Earth, you're basically in a shooting gallery of these 25 million objects that are fucking flying at God knows what
Exactly.
speed. You know what I'm saying?
But,
if you get a little teeny tiny pebble and it's going fast enough, that shit'll rip right through anything.
It doesn't even need a pebble, a bit of dust. Remember, apparently the hole that punched its way through the ISS, and the astronaut got his thumb and put it over the hole. They got a bit of gaffer tape and patched it up.
Yeah. Seriously. But yeah, so anything like all the satellites, the ISS, all the stuff that's just floating around up there, that's in high danger of getting hit by this 25 million objects a day.
Mm.
Like even a little tiny particle going fast enough to fuck you up. And these things out there are going at ridiculous speeds, they say.
Mm-hmm. And what have we got floating around us? About 15,000 satellites or some incredible number?
Tons of them,
Yeah,
thousands.
exactly. So, or what do they precisely place these satellites in the proper place where they can predict where these little meteorites are going to?
No, you can't even. Dude, we're getting hit with 25 million a day. How can you even predict that? It's got to be everywhere. Like
You got
everywhere.
better chance. Yeah, you got better chances of winning lotto.
I don't think there's anywhere you can't. Yeah, you'd have a better chance of winning the lotto than not getting hit by something out there after like a week.
Hey, Travis.
Hey. So what do you think about that video?
Man, that is crazy, that video. That is absolutely
What video?
crazy. The one he posted.
Posted it earlier. It's from Heath Carmody. Caught another really good inferior mirage, Fata Morgana.
Oh.
That's wild. That's wild.
I'll have to watch it on a saw it on my phone. So, but there was a part when the event started happening, I guffawed. I made a comment on the video that said if I was drinking something, I probably would have spit it out because I was just so impressed by what was happening. But Heath Carmody, if you remember, so I have a designation for those bands on the water. I call them aqua bands, right? Well, Heath Carmody thinks that they could somehow be like electric currents above the surface of the water somehow, because they're going one way and they're going another. They're different depths and whatnot. So he's got this idea that they could possibly be some effect that's and if you watch that video, I think that you can pretty much watch those bands on the water into the distance, and then I think you can kind of see shit happen in the mirage that almost looks like it is some kind of field that's across the surface. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, you can definitely see those bands, skimming across just the top of the water, way out in the distance, constantly. At one stage, very thin bands just racing across. Obviously, it's time lapsed and all that sort of stuff, but you can definitely see that effect. But yeah, when I saw that ship chugging along, and all of a sudden, what is this ship sinking in front of my eyes?
Yeah, it totally looked like I was taking a dive.
Yeah. And over such a short amount of distance too. Like, even though it was time lapsed, it wasn't over a great length of time that happened.
Yeah, he's got some good footage to contrast with. At the very beginning, if you look, I think pretty much off center to the right, there's a formation on the distant shoreline. It looks kind of like either a large black rock or a cave, the mouth of a cave.
Mm.
And so I want to go back at some of his other videos to see if he's got clearer shots to the shoreline to see if I can identify that, because that I think is going to go a long way with trying to support my claim that all mirages are inferior. There's no such thing.
Mm.
But there's stuff that, it makes it look like it is. Like I question. There's a channel, Mila Zinkova. I think it's a girl, and she posts amazing captures off the coast of San Francisco. And she caught a Fata Morgana a couple of days ago, and it totally looked like it was a superior mirage, like the image was the source image was below, and then the image was on top. But I don't know. I mean, there's so many other observations that I've made where I could argue that it's an inferior mirage. So I still think that it is. If there is a superior mirage that is above the actual target, I don't know that it's a very frequent event. I think the majority of them are.
Mm.
I'm still holding out for ultimately that there are no superior mirages. But every once in a while, it's kind of like our discussion earlier today about what the moon looks like. The moon does look like it's got terrain on it. It does look like. The sun does look like all this stuff. So it's still an apparent interpretation.
Like I would put to you that where you see those bands that look like they're, skimming across the water, but there's some distance between what appears to be the water surface and the band itself. I would say that where that band is, that's at least where the surface of the water is, up that high.
Are you talking about being in the event in the distance?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'll have to watch it again and kind of try to see.
Well, if you go to 2:30, where the ship is to the left of the screen, you can see some banding there that appears to go up the hull. To me, that's exactly where the surface of the water is, if not even slightly higher than that.
Well, what would be interesting? Yeah, what would be interesting too, because he tracks it right to left when it gets out of the event. So when you see the ferry in the event, there's a massive red hull, and then once it keeps going to the left and moves out of the event, that hull is compressed to shit.
Mm-hmm.
So then that would be like I would take a still shot. I would take a still shot of that image, still shot of the other image, and then you'll get an idea as to where the position of the boat is and the water beneath the boat, as it would be in the mirage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because those are the conditions for looming, and looming is almost the precursor for a Fata Morgana, and because that's when I first caught my Fata Morgana on the Chesapeake Bay, I had 21 days of looming. It was just nothing but the same thing every single day. Now I went out every day at the same time, and I can't remember how long I stayed out for each time, but I would go back and I would process go back and watch the stuff over again. So I couldn't keep going back throughout the whole day. So I don't know if I missed an event on any of the other days, but the last day when I took the Fata Morgana footage, it was all looming, it was all looming, it was all looming, and then the event came. So it's an interesting dynamic where when you get that switch that flips, and then the new event starts. But if you watch Pablo's dog, I don't know if you're familiar with his channel yet, but he's right up there with BLMLSB in Santa Barbara, and he's been posting a lot the past month or so, almost on a weekly basis, where he'll go out on his lunch break and shoot Santa Barbara, and he's had pretty consistent weather with looming and Fury and the
Pablo's dog. What was his big video? He did a big video a while back that made some waves. You remember what it was?
I don't know that it was a big. I mean, I know that Ruhif was on his page, on his community post, making comments, but I can't necessarily remember the video itself.
Bro, nothing Ruhif says matters.
No, I completely agree.
No
Absolutely.
doubt.
Yeah.
I'm in the same boat. I said before, almost everything he says, I question. Like, is he even in Australia? I would question that.
He's in Australia.
I probably want to avoid the pubs, though.
Yeah, I got you. There's probably a good chance, but I would say there is a chance even that is fake.
He is pretty committed to his cause, though.
Yeah, I know. I asked him about. That's the part that really got me. I said, "So, what is your end goal? Like, what are you working towards here? Like, at the end of the day, what event or what effect are you hoping for?" He said something along the lines just so people realize they're wrong. I'm like, what? Like, I can't be wrong. I actually can't be, because my answer in the worst case scenario still fits inside your globe. You just made your globe so large it appears as flat and stationary.
He quite openly says he's here for shits and giggles, for his own entertainment.
Yeah, well, that's another reason not to take him seriously.
Oh yeah, which calls into question. So if he's here just for shits and giggles, he's like what QE says, right? Like a Mr. Magoo.
Yeah, I've heard him say that many a time.
So how do you know anything he says is even remotely possible? You know,
I told you it's worthless. Anything he says is worthless. You know it was true what I just said because you heard being soft like the Zippo.
Yeah, it's airborne, right?
That's the tell. Is it true? I don't know. Did we hear the Zippo?
We did.
Had some nice veal parm tonight. Fucking delicious.
You cook it yourself?
No.
They got it from Bob Evans.
I know the best Italian restaurant in the whole fucking area.
Say veal or chicken?
I got the veal. My wife got the chicken parm. I got the veal parm.
Tasted like chicken, though.
Was that your Valentine's Day date?
Yeah, a little Valentine's Day dinner.
So I picked up on 2 more clues in the movie. I watched it again, Bandsaw.
Yeah, I noticed that little comment that you sent me. You listen to his voice and the keyboard, and I was listening to the voices, and I can't really see any similarities.
Well, I don't know what you mean. Okay, so what do you mean by similarity? So there's 2. You're talking about my comment that I made today. I made 2 comments, right?
Let me have a look.
Yeah, the first comment had to do with when he was interacting with the other prisoner in the other cell.
Mm-hmm.
And for the first time, I heard the black guy, what's his name? Fletcher May. He said 3 words, and they were, what's the word? They were electronic. So he was talking normal, and then he says 3 words, and they're electronic, and then he goes back to normal, like there was a glitch.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So I had never picked up on that before. And then the other one was I had picked up on when Howard turns on for the first time and is getting set up, there's a little bit of a power surge, a loss, and it breaks to the control room. You don't see anybody, but you can hear the keyboard tapping, right? But I had never heard that before.
Mm-hmm.
But the voice that's in the control room is a human voice. And then it switches back to the prison cell, and it's the filtered AI voice. So it was really interesting, like why they phased, why it's almost like there was someone there setting everything up, and then walked away to let the program run.
I'll have to watch it again and take more notice, or closer notice.
I think it's really well done. I think it's very, very well done.
Yeah, no, I think I've recommended it to a few people, and they have all loved it.
I certainly got that vibe, like there was a little mistake, like intentional, where you actually heard the operator, the real human behind it all. Definitely.
What do you mean by your comment, White? It's not transitioning front salt, so freshwater at all, is it? Not a very well constructed sentence, just putting it out there.
Maybe my thumb's got the better of me, mate. I didn't reread it. I'll have a look. It's not transitioning front. Okay, from salt to fresh water at all, is it? Okay, it's all good except the front. Come on. Logical deduction from. I wasn't sure because it could have been coming from the ocean up a freshwater river, in which case it would sink. But I'm sure it's all optical. I was just asking.
I think it's a freshwater lake.
All fresh, yeah, no worries. Cool.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I've never seen submarines ride so high in the water before.
Yeah, normally when you have an inferior mirage, the image stays solid. It doesn't usually break down. So when you get that image in the middle that is really wavy and dynamic, there's a something going on there that's, I don't think, scienced out. Even Andrew Thomas Young, when I showed him a different video of my red roof house, the red roof house is a solid inferior mirage, and then at the fold line, it breaks up, and there becomes a. It's almost like if you saw the house in full, you could see the first floor windows, like bay windows that you would walk out of onto the deck. So the inferior mirage has a solid white image, and then it's like the bay windows open up through the mirage, so that you get this dark band shows up. And I said, like, what's causing that? Like, what's the science that explains how this mirage is breaking up? Obviously, seriously, you ought to know, right? If you have all of this information, that you have temperature inversion, deep gradients, blah, 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 surely you know what exactly is causing that transition. He had no clue. He's like, I don't know. Maybe there's a boat out there on the water that's passing by, creating turbulence.
I don't know. I think it'd almost be impossible to science it out completely.
Oh yeah, I agree. I absolutely.
But it does raise more questions than it does answers. That is for sure.
Well, that's because I think that they've been looking in the wrong place. I think that they've been interpreting these things from a globe model, and that totally skews their interpretation. Which is the whole reason why I use the police murder solved case as an analogy. They think that all of the evidence points to this guy, so they arrest him and put him away, and they don't pay any attention to the rest of the clues. And some young rookie comes by and says, "Hey, I want to study this famous case." It's like, wait a minute. This clue right here totally leads me in a different direction. It doesn't look like they've even considered this option. So how did they eliminate this? Right? How did they eliminate this other suspect? It doesn't look like they eliminated. They just didn't even pay attention to him. They were like, "We got our guy."
And when I was talking to Sean G about a week ago in regards to the mirage and stuff, and that it is forming blockage. You can't see through it whatsoever. And he was adamant that the mirage doesn't cause any blockage whatsoever. I said, I don't know how you can. I said, it's clear. It's as clear as day that it causes blockage. You can't see through it whatsoever.
That's how it's so easy to discount anything he says. Then it's like everything you say now is completely bullshit, because if you don't know that, how can I believe that you know anything else?
And then there was a picture of I think it was Mailman put up a picture of some cars on a road. I think he put up a couple of different ones of cars on the road with miraging on the road itself. And he said, so you can see. I said, you can't see through the mirage. All you're seeing is shimmering. You can't see the road through the mirage whatsoever. The road is there because you can see the road continuing on in the distance. But unless the road was continuing on in the distance, right, you wouldn't know that road was there because it's been completely obscured by the mirage.
Yep.
It's so in your face. It's not even funny.
Well, the interesting thing that I have a video out where I didn't science it extensively, but I did make commentary where I had my friend Adam drive his truck into an inferior mirage, and he was a quarter mile away from me, and his tires hit where the mirage started, and then he drives into it and pretty much gets fully inverted, where you can't see the undercarriage any longer. And what was I trying to say about that? What was I trying to say?
The blockage?
Oh, no. Well, yeah, but so Yeah. So then if you look at where we had the Mirage start, so he went a quarter mile in. So he was a half a mile away from me. So he's in the event a quarter mile. So now if you take the, I don't know how you would measure it, whatever, if you put a grid up on some program like Paint, you can overlay the image with a grid, and then you would just count the grids instead of counting pixels. But my point is like, however you would measure that distance on the image, the beginning of the Mirage to where the truck is, whatever values they use to label that space on those photos, then that represents a half mile distance, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then if I then lowered my camera, that distance would still be there, and the degree of the angle would lessen. It would become foreshortened. It would become more compressed, so that the angle is smaller, but it still contains the half mile distance. Right?
Yeah.
So now when you go out to the ocean, very often your distance to the inferior Mirage is almost like lowering your camera. So you're compressing the image of the inferior Mirage, but it's still covering 10 miles. So the Mirage, instead of, that's the whole point of what my video was about. My whole video was, what you understand about the Mirage on the road, you need to carry over to the ocean, because the exact same thing is happening.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it's demonstratable. Very demonstratable, that.
Yeah.
What is this compression again?
If Bandsaw wants to interact with you,
Yeah, there's. I've looked and I've never seen any mention of image compression having to do with mirages and refraction. I've never seen it.
Okay.
So I went on the Green Flashes website, and there's no mention of compression anywhere.
What is a green flash?
The Green Flashes website, Andrew Thomas Young.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's Quantum Eraser considers him the an expert in the field.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't mention compression anywhere. It's just something that Travis made up. It's a made up word. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That sounds like a claim.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying I can't find it. I'm saying
so if you can't
I am
find
supporting it.
If you can't find something, then that means someone made it up.
I'm asking. I was asking.
Yeah, I'm saying, what's the easy? You ever heard of Occam's razor? What's the simple answer? Is you just didn't find it.
Well, Travis may actually accept responsibility for the term. Maybe. I mean, with the ether band and everything, he accepts.
Yeah, your audio.
You're really low.
Really.
Yeah. You're low.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Hey, left lane.
So,
You're not.
I'm saying that maybe there is such a phenomenon, but I've never found it, and the experts that I consulted don't mention it, so I don't know what it's in reference to.
All right. Well, maybe listen, and it'll become apparent.
Listen to what? How would it even work?
Bandy and Travis were talking and kind of interrupted.
Oh, I simply asked, what is this compression? I asked a question.
And what was the answer?
I didn't get one.
Yeah, he said he's talking to Bandit right now about something else.
Travis doesn't like me. He's very upset with me. So I guess I can't do anything about that. I can't
you
help.
Try to change it, right?
Nah.
Would you think take responsibility?
I don't think I can. I don't think there's anything I can do.
Okay.
Not now. There's not. No.
Yeah.
But it's got nothing to do with whether or not I like you.
I know. You're a bigot. You hate me because I'm transgender.
No.
Yeah.
That came out
you
of
think
left field.
you think it's
Came out of left
immoral?
field.
You think I'm immoral? I'm some sort of a sexual deviant,
That's two claims now.
Okay. Let's not go here. Let's not go here, please.
Well, okay.
Now that it's out, I mean,
If we can get a
Travis?
moderator in here, that'd be
Well,
great.
if you don't want me to
Yeah,
talk
no.
it, I'm dropping it.
If you guys don't want to talk
Drop
about it,
I'm
we can move
dropping
on to
it.
something else. But
Bandsaw
I guess I wanted to see if y'all could have a conversation about.
Bandsaw said he wanted to drop it, so I'm
Drop
obeying.
it.
Bandsaw said to drop it, so I'm dropping it.
Thank you.
So I don't even know how compression would work because light doesn't compress.
But the angles that you see do appear to compress when you look down a hallway, Brenda. And so things do appear to compress and
They get smaller. They get
smaller then. But that smallness could be labeled compression from all sides on the object as it appears to be crushed top, bottom, left, and right into a vanishing point. So we could label that compression.
I know what this is. Yeah, I understand. You think everything is 2D.
Well, the eye interprets it as a 2D image.
No.
The 2D chessboard with a bunch of 2D squares on a flat surface are interpreted no differently by your eye than a 3D object that stands up and has 3D architecture off of a surface and in different directions. Your eye sees no difference in the interpretation, as you can see with a realistic 3D drawing on a 2D surface that looks so real it feels like you could reach out, grab it, and touch it. Your eye just interprets it the same way.
Everybody else sees 3D.
Well, I understand, Brenda, that we're in a world with height, breadth, width, and depth. Obviously, 3D, well, I'd name 4 dimensions, well, one repetitively in a way, but 3D, yes. But your eye sees nothing else other than a 2D image, as we see, with realistic 3D drawing that is so realistic, it fools your eye into believing it's a 3D object when it's not. So based off of that, the eye appears to see no difference.
No, that's not how other people see things. That's not how other people see things.
So name the difference then.
Other people see 3D. They don't have to think about it.
All right. You're saying other people see in 3D. What's the difference between seeing in 3D versus 2D?
It doesn't look to us like things are compressed in the vertical direction.
But that's what we see when we look down a hallway.
It's not what we see.
The ceiling appears to compress downward.
It's not. That's not what we see.
Compress upward. So how would you describe that phenomenon if compression is some sort of hot word or some sort of trigger word for you that you refuse to use?
No, they don't look.
That phenomenon?
They don't look compressed to me.
What does it look like to you? How would you describe it?
It looks like the hallway extends outward into 3-dimensional space. It doesn't
look like the ceiling is coming downward?
No, it doesn't look like the ceiling is coming down.
Really? Okay,
yes.
Well, at that point, if you can't describe it as coming downward, how would you accurately draw the hallway in perspective? Would your pencil go downward toward the eye level of the observer or toward the midline of the image? Or
on the
how
paper.
would you realistically represent it?
Yeah, on the paper.
Okay, so on the paper it goes down. So based off of that being a realistic portrayal of what our eye sees, wouldn't it be accurate to say that the ceiling appears to ramp down to our eye?
No, it doesn't appear to me to ramp down at all.
So you would draw it as if it is ramping down, but you're saying that it wouldn't ramp down.
It doesn't
verbally?
appear to me because
Isn't that a bit of a contradiction.
It appears to me that the ceiling is at the same height over my head as it is at the end of the hall.
Brenda, obviously it doesn't physically ramp down, but if you're going to represent it realistically, represent visually what the eye sees with accurate perspective drawing, you would have to draw it with your pencil going downward and represent a ceiling that is effectively ramping downward.
Yeah, that's how
Lemon, you're getting trolled right now.
No, I'm not trolling. I'm drawing a distinction between what we think and what we perceive.
Obviously, Brenda, we know that the hallway
what you
does
assume.
physically ramp, but to the eye, it appears to do so. Would you disagree with that, Brenda? That the hallway isn't actually ramping physically downward toward the observer, but it appears to the eye to do so due to perspective?
It doesn't appear to me to do so at all. It doesn't appear that way to me.
So, Brenda, I asked you how you would realistically represent this by drawing.
That's
and you
how I
appeared
would.
to
Yes,
say
you're
that
right.
your pencil
You're right.
would go downward to
That's right.
represent a ramping ceiling that is ramping downward.
That's
If
how.
that is how you
Yes,
would realistically represent it in drawing, Brenda,
I'm
there is
agreeing
no
with
other
you.
conclusion to draw than that is what appears to happen to the eye. If that is how you
No, that's
realistically
not
represent
how I.
perspective.
That's not how
Can I
I'm saying.
jump
There's
in
a
real quick?
difference between how I would draw it in perspective with how it appears to me. That's what I'm saying.
Can I jump in just real quick? So, Lemon, I understand everything that you're saying right now. The way that you're explaining this concept is very lucid. So I have no problem conceding with everything that you're saying in terms of how we see reality and then how we would draw it on a piece of paper. So it is incredible to me that someone else listening to this can say, I don't see this. I don't understand. That's not the way. So to me, all you're getting right now is trolled. You're just getting trolled and trolled and trolled because you're explaining everything perfectly. And this person is just trolling you to keep on telling the same thing over and over again.
Keep on trolling.
Well, maybe we should just drop it then. Because I don't see what difference it makes.
Yeah, you've said that already.
How I don't see what difference it makes. What
Now you just said it
appears
again.
to us, what appears to us, versus how we would draw it on a piece of paper. The important part, right, is that images don't compress vertically as they recede. They just get smaller. They're not compressed, they get smaller.
So
Right,
we're
the
talking
stop
about
sign.
how this stuff would occur for
Right.
flat Earth purposes, how the
Right,
horizon.
the stop sign.
You're
Lemon,
willing to say that it's getting smaller, but you don't want to use that other trigger word. That's
Right.
fine.
Well, I don't
How
think
would
it's
you describe
compression.
something that appears to get smaller up and down, but not left and right? Like, say, a hallway with no walls. Like we see
Hallways.
appear to see outside. We appear to see a hallway with no walls to the left and the right, but we appear to see
It gets
something that appears
smaller.
to be getting smaller in one direction, up and
It
down.
gets-
How would you describe
gets-
something that appears to get smaller in one direction but not left and right? How would you describe that?
It gets smaller both up and down and left and right.
That's
So-
not what we.
Yes, it
see.
is. Yes, it
We
is.
don't
A
see
stop
any
sign.
walls
Let me
that
give
are
you an
converging.
example. Let me give you an example. A stop sign sitting next to me while I'm sitting there stopped is one size, and then 2 and 3 blocks and 4 blocks down, it gets smaller and smaller. It gets smaller up and down and left and right.
But Brenda, that is an object with definite dimensions. It has a limit to how far to the left and right and up and down it goes. Outside, we don't appear to see that. We see no walls.
Yes, we do.
We
I'm
see no limit
outside.
to how we see outside to the left and the right. Everything appears to be up and down.
No, that's not true. I'm outside. That's where I'm seeing the stop sign.
But we're talking about, in particular, how the horizon appears to form based off of this principle.
The
Outside,
horizon.
there are no walls, Brenda. There are no walls outside, so you
But
appealing to a stop
the
sign that
trees
has
get
a definite
smaller.
dimension, left and right, past which it doesn't go, and trying to translate that to outside is a little off.
The trees get smaller up and down and left and right. The mountains get smaller up and down, left and right. The cars and the houses get smaller up and down, left and right. The airplane flying over my head gets smaller up and down, left and right. What are you talking about, Lemon? That what you're saying doesn't
let's
ever
talk
happen.
about this in another way.
Just let me finish. What you're saying doesn't ever happen.
Let's talk about this in another way, Brenda. The unit of air around these trees, around these objects, the unit of visual space, in effect. Would you say that if you were looking out through visual space, through the air, if you tried to go as far as you could to the left and go as far as you could to the right, do you think that you would reach a wall if you tried to look to the left and the right, or do you think that the visual space would extend more or less infinitely out in the left and right direction?
I go around in a circle. Right? I would turn around into a circle, right?
circle, fine, whatever. But
Yeah.
is there a wall outside to the left?
No,
of
there's no walls outside.
no wall. Obviously, no wall. Obviously.
What
So,
are you trying to say?
You're looking out
You
through a
damn well
visual
know.
space, Brenda, that appears to be going infinitely to the left and infinitely to the right.
It's not infinite. It's a circle.
Circle, whatever. There's no wall, Brenda.
That's a big difference. It's a big
Just
difference.
shoot it.
Fine,
Fucking
Brenda.
hell.
Fine. There's no wall. There's no
But
wall.
there's no
a circle
wall.
division all around you, and
Right.
there's no wall outside. We agree on that.
All right, and the horizon is a circle around me. The horizon is a circle around me, isn't it?
Perfect. Now let's. We've covered left and right being more or less a circle with no wall. How about up and down? Up and down, we appear to have things like clouds, buildings of a certain height, things that appear to go up to a certain elevation, but no higher. And when you put objects
That's
that are
not
the same
true.
height, what's not true about it?
What do you mean? Things go up. Things can go up. They can go up to any arbitrary distance.
How about clouds or trees? Things that appear to have a
So if
certain
I-
height past which they don't go. How
So if
about
I
those?
let no, there's no limit to how high something can go.
I didn't say that there was a limit. I said that
thought
there
that's
are
what you
objects
said.
that have a certain height when they stick out of the surface. Do you agree that there are objects that
Huh?
have a certain height as they stick up out of the surface?
Trees have a certain height. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Clouds also.
Well, they're at different heights. Some clouds are higher
Yes.
than others.
Yes, but they have this height that they appear to be permanently at without growing up and down. They go away from you in series
Well,
like
they
the street
can-
lamps, and
a
they appear to keep more or
thundercloud-
less the same height.
Thunderclouds can grow in height.
Oh my god.
They
People.
can.
Fuck.
And balloons can go straight up and disappear.
I didn't mention an object that's moving away from you and changing elevation. I tried
That's
to
what
mention
clouds
specifically
do. Clouds
objects
change.
that appear to have a certain elevation without moving that is constant and set. So
Clouds-
work out this principle.
Clouds are at different elevations above me.
Whatever cloud you're talking about appears to stay more or less at the same elevation. Unless
they're
you're
at
saying
different
it's higher
heights.
and lower. All right, then let's
come
go away
on.
from the clouds. How about something like buildings, trees?
What about them? They
You're
have
stop
a set
sign.
height. The buildings don't
They have a
grow.
set height.
Okay.
Excellent, excellent.
Lemon,
They have a set
Lemon,
height.
you're not going to get anywhere, man. You're not going to get anywhere. You're getting.
I think we're almost there. They have a set
I
height.
have
We
no
agree
idea.
that those objects have a set height.
Almost there.
We agree, Brenda, that those objects have a set height, right? Buildings,
Yes.
mountains, and trees. Excellent. If you take a bunch of objects that are the same height as those buildings, those trees, those set height objects, and take them away from you in series, you'd see similar behavior to a hallway, wouldn't you? Where anything that's above the level of the eyes at that set height would appear to ramp down toward the level of the eyes, and anything below the level of the eyes that's at a set height would appear to ramp upward, wouldn't you?
They all get smaller, right? Left and right, and up and down. The building will get shorter and thinner.
Where would they disappear toward? You say they're getting smaller. They would
Towards
get
your
smaller
horizon.
towards your horizon, towards your eye level, right?
horizon. Your,
Towards
yes.
the level of the eyes. Yes. So that's what's happening, Brenda.
I
To the left
I
and
don't
right,
understand
you have
what
a
point you're
circle.
making there. I don't
To
dispute
the left
that.
and right, you have a circle with no walls.
I understand his point.
Most of the shrinking or
don't get
the
it.
reduction in size, Brenda, is
I
towards
get
the
his
horizon at the
I
level of
get
the
it.
eyes.
I
There you go.
understand exactly what he's saying.
What? That there's such a thing as perspective and a horizon? I don't dispute that. What are you talking about?
Okay, so we agree.
Okay, listen. The what are
They're
you
a bear
talking
trap.
about? Listen, the what are you talking about is a tell. Whenever you hear Brenda say, "What are you talking about?" That is a quintessential Brenda troll comment.
Well, I want this to be a fruitful conversation, and I hate to make it
You're
personal.
here with a
you know.
professional troll. It's not going to. This troll is here to make you waste time saying things that make sense to every single one of us. Every single one of us listening to this knows exactly what you're saying, Lemon. We understand it. It makes sense.
Yes.
Well,
but
we have
there's
too
no
much negative air here. I just want us to,
But
come to the
Lemon,
right place here. And
Lemon,
so
Lemon,
Yes.
just 1 second, 1 second. There's nothing that we've said so far that any glober would disagree with you about.
But Brenda, the only place where we showed things getting smaller and compressing or whatever, or just getting smaller since compression is a trigger word, is up and down with objects that are at a set height poking up out of the ground. We have not shown left and right getting smaller, looking infinitely to the left and infinitely to the right. Most of the getting smaller that we've shown has been up and down, as we appear to be saying, like with everything going toward the horizon, the eye level of the observer.
And that is where we disagree, Lemon. When I look at the balloon that's going up, it gets smaller and smaller.
But we already established that we were dealing with objects with a set height, not objects that are moving away from the observer at a weird angle. Objects at a set height.
Perspective doesn't apply just to the horizon. It applies to things above you and below you also. To your left and to your right, and straight ahead and above you and below you. It's all perspective.
Obviously, Brenda, perspective works in different ways in different situations.
No, it doesn't.
But we have to deal with the situation that is germane to the problem. Why does the horizon and perspective appear to overlap as to why a horizon line forms around the level of the eye?
It doesn't, Lemon. Perspective is the same in every direction.
Brenda,
it's a function of distance.
Let's try to visualize this together. Say you have a block of air that's about 6 feet high from the level of the eyes down to the ground.
Wait. Can I jump in? Okay. Can we take a vote, like if all of the panel, after Lemon explains this, if everyone on the panel understands what Lemon says except for the troll, can we kick the troll?
Who is the troll?
It's not Lemon. Although I do wonder if they're tying it up
about somebody. But Brenda,
does anybody disagree? Does anybody disagree that perspective applies in every direction all around you? It's simply a function of the distance, Lemon. It's just a function of how far something is away from you. That's
yes,
it.
I agree. I agree that the perspective is it work on every it work everywhere you. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Wait, what did you say? Wait, no. What did you say?
All in every degree, every angle around you.
No, I didn't say every angle. I said it works on all around you.
Brenda,
up and down, left and
I'm
right.
saying perspective works everywhere you look. That's what I said.
Yes,
Brenda,
all around you. Yes,
we agree on that, but we need to figure out how to work out
agree
this
with that,
principle
Lemon.
in a way that's actually going to help us solve the problem as to why the horizon is forming. Brenda,
you
have
don't
a
agree with
block
that,
of
Lemon. You
visual
think
space.
Lemon, you think there's something special about the horizon, and that's not true. That's not true. It's the same in every direction.
Brenda, we have a block of visual space that's 6 feet off of the ground. Has a height of 6 feet.
Hey, Ellen.
That goes infinitely to the left, infinitely to the right, and infinitely forward. Can you visualize this block?
It's not a block if it's infinite.
It's
okay. How about something damn close to infinite? 6 feet by 3 million miles to the left, 3 million miles to the right, and 3 million miles forward.
Is it extended behind me too?
The horizon.
So, do you have this block in your mind?
Sure.
Okay. You take this block away from you while maintaining a constant elevation. It's topping out at the level of your eyes. Would you expect that block to eventually go toward the level of the eyes and disappear?
No, it will go away and move smaller. It will appear smaller when it moves away.
Where will it get smaller toward?
Toward the horizon.
It will.
Will that be toward the level of the eyes?
Yes, because the horizon is horizon. The horizon is short for horizontal vanishing line.
6 foot by 3 million by 3 million block of vision, as it's taken away from you along with all the objects therein, will appear to get smaller toward the level of the eyes and
But it
vanish.
will. But it
That
will
will give
always
you a
be.
vanishing point.
It
When
will
you take
always.
that vanishing point and extend it to the left and the right, you get a line. That line is called the horizon.
It will
There you
always
go.
be. It will always
We're
be
almost
at eye
there.
level. It will always be at eye level, though, Lemon.
Ellen, are you looking at live stream text?
No, I don't
No.
look at the live stream.
Well,
for this.
anyways, I want to tell you that the observer's eye level horizon, the more it goes away from you, the light on this as it moves away from you, and let's use the example of what he fetuses said, the block. Let's replace the block with the ceiling light, okay? The light on the ceiling is 11. Let's say it is 11 degrees high, okay? But
What?
as it moves away from you, it visually lowers. That is perspective. And the angle,
Yes, I know
the
what
degree
perspective
angle,
is. We went through this though about 15 minutes ago.
Listen, man.
I don't disagree with
Man.
perspective. I don't disagree with. Hey, asshole,
bro.
I don't disagree
yeah.
with it.
Hey. Listen, this guy's new to the block, okay?
Oh,
He's just coming in.
Yes,
and
bro.
he's
Why are you attacking me, Ellen, bro?
because
Stop calling me. Stop
She's
that.
got issues,
Stop that.
mate.
no, hold on. Listen, Brenda, he doesn't understand.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
No.
Yes,
Okay,
he does.
Wait,
hold on.
What are you
Brenda.
talking about?
Brenda, please
She's
understand.
confused.
Do you know who this person is, Brenda?
No.
Have you ever interacted with this person before?
No.
Then this person does not understand what just flipped your switch. So if you would like to share with this person why you called him an asshole, please do that right now.
My pronouns are she and her. +1.
Jesus Christ.
But you are
It's his asshole, is it?
But
I
you
don't
sound
care.
like
I don't care. My pronouns are she and her.
Oh,
ew.
you fucking hypocrite.
Ew.
I don't care.
Well, anyways, I'm going to still make my point. What are you trying to say about perspective, though? So you understand it, but what are you going to put with it? Like
I don't disagree with perspective. What point do you think it
So
makes?
what point are you saying that you're not disagreeing with perspective? Then what are you?
I'm not
trying to make?
disagreeing with it.
Okay,
It
so how
sounds like
does
she
that
is disagreeing with how it's being used to answer the question as to why the horizon forms. She's not willing to use perspective to answer why a horizon would form over a flat plane. She's not willing to apply this answer to the question. She's saying it has to be something else.
Lemon, the horizon isn't at eye level. Why is that?
It approaches the level of the eye.
No, it doesn't. Well, the horizon that we see on Earth is not at eye level.
It's the level of the eyes, because what
It's
you have
not.
to do to look from down to the horizon, you have to look down and then you have to raise your head up.
You're just
that
wrong.
shows that it approaches the level of the eyes right there practically.
No,
Otherwise,
you're just-
you have to raise your head up.
You're just wrong. This is something you can test. Horizon isn't at eye level. It's below eye level.
Not
No,
according to
the horizon, aka the horizontal line, it always rises to the eye level of the observer.
That's
It
wrong.
always does.
That's wrong. That's not
How
true.
is it wrong?
Because we live on a
I
globe,
think it should
not
be
on a flat
Shim
plane.
and Herm.
No, that is assuming
Gonna
that you're
fucking
living on the
boil
globe.
No,
Let's put it
Just straight
into
out.
our,
It should be
No,
Shim
it
and
wasn't
put
a-
it
Herm.
into the
That's it.
real world. Okay,
That wasn't
we are
an
living on the
assumption.
flat
She
plane,
and
so
her.
That wasn't an
Shim
assumption.
and Herm.
Whites, I gotta
Fucking
step
only
in.
fair.
Whites,
Yeah,
step
well,
in.
I refuse to call that thing her. Okay,
Fuck
that
off, you
thing.
piece of
What?
fucking shit.
Wait,
Why don't you go
dude,
fuck
what
your
are you
mother?
talking about?
Why don't you go fuck your sister?
Hey,
Come
come
What
on.
is wrong with you?
Come on. Enough.
Yeah,
White.
Yeah, +1. You're going to have to exercise some respect here, buddy.
Yeah, no, she was being aggressive towards me in the beginning because I don't know what he is or something.
In the States, misgendering a person, which is what that is called, not using their preferred pronouns, can be seen by some as grounds for insult and offense.
Yeah, so just real quick, +1. The "ooh" comment is not necessary, okay? Because as much as anyone might disagree with a person's position on their preference, that's not the appropriate response, okay?
No, I have a question, Kaepernick, and don't take this seriously. It's just like I just want to know, okay? If I were to name myself Baby Killer and say it's my pronoun, would you guys all refer to me as baby
Yes,
killer?
we understand it's all crazy as fuck, bro, but we gotta go with it.
No,
because
we
social
would not.
pressure.
But if
Okay.
it has to do with gender, we would respect it. If it's like Miss Baby Killer, maybe.
It has to be a protected social class or identity.
Fuck that. I'm just playing. Okay, I understand
no,
because
look,
you guys
I
have to.
agree.
I
I
don't know.
respect
I
everyone
understand. I was just
that
kidding.
shouldn't be
Okay, I was
forced
just
to find
kidding. I was
attacking
kidding.
anyone
Okay,
else.
I understand because this is live stream on
Simple.
YouTube and there is rules, right? I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay, that's it. Then just move on. Everything's gonna be okay.
Okay, but why did she have to leave though? I was going to debunk her stupid ass.
I kicked her because of her losing her shit.
Well, Travis, I'd hate to get into the personal realm, but is it because she's homosexual or something like that that you dislike her?
absolutely
Well,
not.
I want you to clear the air. Why?
I
What's
already
up?
did. I said it the entire time talking to you, Lemon. You are dealing with 100% troll. That person has no desire to learn anything from you and will continue to obfuscate and ask you questions to lead you down into frustration. And for whatever reason, Lemon, you just gobble it up.
No, Lemon. I 100% agree with this man. I actually just remember the name Ellen of Siren. I remember that name. I remember it was in another server. What's his name? Don Geo server. She was in there. She was trolling with a group of transgenders.
Well, I mean, I can deal with the trolling, logically, and just point out the flaws in the argument.
No, you can never deal with a troll. Hey, Copper Naked, let me explain to her. You can never deal with a troll because they will never listen to you. That's the point of a troll. The thing is, they just want.
But I'm not trying to convert them. I'm doing it for the listeners to point out the flaws in this logic, that you can deal with the troll calmly and just point out the flaws in logic up to a point before you have to ban them or something like that. But you can turn trolling to ultimate good by just pointing out the flaws in the logic.
Is there logic and reason to be found in trolling though?
Yeah, I
it
agree
will be
with
a one-sided debate, but people see this and they're like, what the F? Obviously the horizon rises up toward the level of the eyes, and we're saying that's why the horizon is forming even over a flat surface.
Well, she was denying that, and she keep denying.
Yeah, well, I mean, I agree with Lemon's perspective on the discussion. But when it deteriorates the discussion when you go to personal insults and you do it with intent, then this is what we get.
Yes, she was personally insulting me. She was like, "Go fuck your sister," and that was very, very insulting to me because I don't have a sister
hold
anymore.
on. No.
My sister is dead.
Howard.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
No, listen. His comment to Brenda was in response to the tone of Brenda's voice. He interpreted Brenda's voice as masculine, and he called Brenda a him. That triggered Brenda.
Yeah.
Hold on.
No, I didn't say him. I said bro. I said bro.
Whatever. It was a male. Right. It was a male reference. Okay. My point to Howard is, Brenda didn't stop and say, "Listen, I need you to understand something about me. This is who I am. I would prefer da da da." Brenda jumped right in and called him an asshole. So in my interpretation as a mod, Brenda crossed the line first. And I stepped in. If you notice, I stepped in and tried to help Brenda understand that +1 was
you did
right.
You did the right thing. But that should have solved the problem, but it didn't.
It didn't, because we had a troll that loses trolls shit sometimes.
I got triggered a bit too. I'll apologize for that.
Yeah.
One thing that's important about this is that these things that, like, in the Western cultures, that we're starting to become more open to other identities. Why can't the globalists also accept flat Earth as an identity? They've got to constantly call people. Yeah, call people flurmen, dehumanize. They're flurfers. I mean, like, what's up with that?
But they are
hypocrites
promoting
through and through, mate. That's it.
So the thing is, they are making us a joke, but they're making the role players a real reality.
That's what I was getting to, and it's interesting.
No
too,
offense,
because,
no offense to anybody or anything. No.
Like, they'll tell you that these 7 countries are great for exploring space. They're such advanced cultures. And just look at where LGBTQ is treated in China or how they're treated in Russia. It's still a crime to be gay in Russia. But somehow they act like Russia is boldly going to space and doing a bunch of science up there. No, they're not. They've got gangs that wander the streets looking to beat people up that if they assume they're gay.
Mind if I try to steer this back toward
People aren't good.
somewhat non-troll? Howard, did
I'm with you, Travis.
Did you hear the beginning of the conversation that Lemon was having with Brenda, where Brenda was having a problem with compression? What's your position on that?
Yeah, Lemon, I did not like the way Brenda was interrupting you. I didn't like that. That made my blood boil. I'm sorry.
Thanks.
When you say compression, I think of an object like a marshmallow, say, and you can compress that marshmallow to change its dimension, from say a 1 inch to a half an inch, and you've compressed that marshmallow. So,
well, I wanted to deal with how she appeared to be hung up on saying compression wasn't going to work.
I don't think Howard was finished talking. I mean, Howard, did you have more to say?
No, yeah, and as as far as perspective goes, and things moving off in the distance, they get smaller uniformly as they move away from you, and I don't correlate that to the word compression,
except for the bottom. Okay, so the object has height. So the higher part of the object is going to remain visible longer. So the closer the bottom of that object is to your line of sight, you are going to get, if you don't like the word compression, I'll say distortion. Okay? It's going to get distorted at that acute angle where your eye line apparently is directly in front of you. That happens with objects all the time.
Yeah, I agree with that with relation to refraction and refractive effects distorting the image.
No. That's besides refraction. That's just what happens normally with our eyes.
I see we disagree there.
Okay, so you disagree. Hold on. So you disagree. Like if you had a car moving away from you and you could see the bottom of the tires. Now the car is a quarter mile away. Can you imagine that at a quarter mile away, the resolution of the bottom of the tires will be gone for you?
Not necessarily, not just due to its distance, but the heat off the road and shimmering effects due to the temperature inversion, things like.
Okay, but do it in a hallway then. Okay, we're going to try to eliminate as many variables that we can. So we're in a hallway, and we have now a cart that has wheels, and you can see those wheels, and that cart goes all the way down. Do you think at some point those wheels will begin to become distorted in your vision? Did I drop out?
No, I think he's thinking about it. This will be really telling.
Are you still there, Howard? You're still in the show.
He's processing, man. Let him process.
Or he could be in a tunnel.
I know that I didn't say what I said as technically as Lemon would have, but I think I said it well enough. Would anybody disagree with that?
It's probably an error 404, huh, Howard?
Oh, it's just semantics, really, at the end of the day.
Well, the key part of what Brenda appeared to be trying to say was that perspective shrinks everything on all sides of the object equally. I was trying to point out to her that what she was saying was off and inaccurate because there's no wall outside for the visual space for the block of visual space that we're looking through. Most of the compression is from the height component only, up and down, not left and right, where there are no walls for the visual space that we're looking through. So her
she was
assumption
just
that
hung
everything
up on
looks
compression, the
equally is
word
off.
compression, though.
Yeah.
You didn't even get to really get into that because she was just all hung up on the word compression. That's all.
So, these terms may not be absolutely perfect, but we are getting at a general concept, which is pretty easy to understand, even though we are, going a little semantic. We may not be using perfect terms for this or that, but there aren't any perfect terms for anything. These terms are just general descriptors of what's going on to get at the general premise, the general idea.
Yeah, and I typically
definitely.
I typically use compression in place of what is called stooping. I much prefer compression over stooping.
Look, there's no doubt the angular size changes just due to perspective. So the angular size changes, and because of atmosphere, things get distorted. So if it's distorted and it's shrinking, it would appear to be compressing. Like, it obviously physically it isn't, but it's just all optics at the end of the day. So words are words. Got to agree on the meanings, don't you? Otherwise, you're going to have problems.
Good luck.
Yeah. And on the whole other topic, I shouldn't have said what I said, but I personally, and I'm allowed to have an opinion, I don't think the pronouns that already have a biological meaning should able to be hijacked by something else and then be demanded that you use those. I personally think that's fucking wrong. There should be different pronouns for people that want to be different.
Is that the argument though? Is it the gender? Is it being confused with the sex, or they're one and the same?
Sorry, what are you asking?
Well, there's such thing as sex, which is the male or the female. Is that what's being conflated with the whole gender role?
Well, it's claiming you're not what your biology is. Basically, that's my understanding. People have a biological, determination, and sometimes, that's conflicted. Some people have both, and whatever they don't, But generally, there's just a conflict, and they want to be called what they want to be called. But it's personally, it's like calling the same. So I'm very passionate with marriage to stay with what marriage is in the religious context, and if I'm not against other people doing what they want to do at all for 1 minute. Don't get me wrong. People can do what they want, but please just call it something else, because there's a lot of religions that are dead against that, and they should be allowed to be if they want to. But just use a different word.
I don't think there's anything wrong with people wanting to be called anything. I think the wrong thing is demanding that somebody else call them that thing if they don't feel comfortable with it.
What's the
but it's even like fake meat. Like meat that's not meat. Don't fucking call it meat. Call it a veggie patty, or call it. Sorry, man. You know what I mean? Shit.
What's the trigger word?
Well, there are some people that are not comfortable calling a man a woman if he isn't a man, or a woman a man if he isn't a woman, for whatever the reason is. There are people that are not comfortable making that conversion in their mind. So what's wrong? Not that the man wants to be called a woman, or that the woman wants to be called a man. That's perfectly fine. But to force somebody else to call you that which you appear not to be, then that's the problem, because you're forcing somebody's will.
That's what I said. Demanding of it. Yeah, exactly.
Then should you go out of your way if someone is like that? Should you go out of your way to rub something in their face? Your view in their face. I don't
look.
No, of course
Andy,
not.
normally I wouldn't, but because she got on our high horse and said what she said, I just felt like I was fair to have an opinion.
The name of the game is to stand your ground, not to offend, right? Or not to impose your morality. Just simply stand your ground for whatever.
I didn't offend anyone.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm just saying in general.
Right. Someone might have taken offense, but what I said wasn't offensive. I just said there should have been different words.
To be fair,
simple.
To be fair, nowadays anything is offensive. So don't blame yourself.
I know that, mate. But still, you can say something that's offensive or not, and that can still be a fact, and people can respond however they fucking want, and that can be basically, uncalled for. So yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of us have had the same experiences with this person, and she or he, whatever she wants to be called, she does the same kind of thing. She antagonizes and just looks for somebody to say the slightest thing wrong to just destroy the show, man. And then after she does that, she usually finds a reason to report the show. So
Yeah, fair enough.
she does this a long time. She's been doing this. Most of us know.
Bigotry. Yeah.
Well, I guess it's hard to know whether a person is sincere or just trying to stir up, shit.
Well, so
or just
here's
purposely
the
trying not to get it. It's kind of hard to tell.
yeah. Well, here's the difference in my opinion. It's easier to tell that Howard isn't as much of a troll as Brenda is. Brenda, obviously, Lemon, come on. Brenda has no interest in learning anything and will continue to just ask you questions or say that you're wrong over and over again. Now, Howard might disagree with you and me and this, that, and the other, but I have never sensed the level of trolliness with Howard as I have. So I would say there's a very definite difference between one person and the next.
But
I don't
Lemonbird
think
should know this already because Lemonbird's been in this. For
I
a while.
know. Lemon's
I think
got
he's
this
exercising girl code in this one.
Well, whatever. Yeah.
Well, it is what it is. I mean, plan B with people who troll like that is to just show how ridiculous their premise is for the others. And that's it. Like I said, turning trolling toward ultimate good if possible, but whatever.
Very optimistic. Flippin' trolls. Imagine that if we could turn Brenda into a flat earther and then had that force of Brenda for the flat earth side against the boulders. That'd be fantastic.
That's almost like talking about some mass murderer becoming a Christian. If that person became a Christian, then I would definitely believe in God.
It can happen. I think they said that after the drama.
Aren't the most infamous murderers Christians?
Yeah, ironically, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And so they should be.
Aren't most people in most armies Christians? At least on this side.
In what?
Hello.
In armies and stuff, fighting, shooting people.
I don't know.
What
I don't
the wars are pointless. They're pointless. I know some people that went to war in Iraq and they just die for stupidness.
They're not necessarily pointless. They're just not for the reasons we are told.
Yeah, I know. It's because the soldiers that go into war and are like, we protect our country. No.
Yeah,
They are
brainwashed.
Yeah,
That's
they
what happens
don't
when
do,
people get brainwashed.
they don't do their own research. So they deserve to die.
No.
Well, that's
Unfortunately,
basically
it's
it.
not the
You're
case.
running into death. You're running into death. That's what you're doing. So they deserve to die.
No,
There's
there's a
out-
thing called fear, and unfortunately the human brain and psyche is very susceptible, and the powers that be know how to manipulate it. So you can't blame the individual unless
they
you've
joined
led
it.
them to
They
the
joined the
water
army.
and you've clearly laid everything out and they still refuse to drink. You know
They
what I mean?
joined
Like
the
shit.
army. That
But
is
who
their
do you
choice.
think is it blamed? If you can't blame the civilian, who do you think is it blamed? Because he's the
It's the
civilian is
master
also
manipulators,
susceptible.
mate.
But all right. I understand that, right? The manipulators, they have their own karma to deal with, right? But you don't
Right.
have
Yeah.
to be manipulated, right? What has happened to you?
No.
That your mind have been so
Yeah.
destroyed that you are susceptible to being manipulated.
Well, unfortunately, you probably would have been raised in a family that were brainwashed as well and encouraged it by design. That's what I mean. They know our psyche. We'll actually teach our kids to be brainwashed. We'll then reinforce the brainwashing. Unless we've had the opportunity to break out of it. It's just how it is, man. Unfortunately. That's why history always repeats, mate. Always fucking repeats.
I have a question about
that's
Brenda.
true.
Is Brenda really a guy, or is she
Not
like
here.
a girl with like a heavy smoker?
Okay. I don't know.
The story is that Brenda is transgender from male to female.
Oh, okay, cool. That's so I know. Okay, I wasn't sure. Thanks for that. And on that note, happy Valentine's Day. If you're married, you still have time to do something. Open your pocketbook. You have technically till midnight.
Married?
Go to it.
You don't do Valentine if you're married. Fuck.
You better do something. You better do something. You have time left. Come on.
Dude, I service her every night. She's fucking happy.
And,
she doesn't need something on a certain date.
do you rub her feet?
Jesus.
Do you make her food?
Rub her feet.
You rub her back?
Rub other important parts. If she needs it, mate, if she asks for it, yeah, definitely.
You say service makes it sound like you're giving her a tune up or something.
Fucking oath, mate. Yep. She loves a good fluid change.
A good radiator flush.
Whatever your terminology is, it works.
Just be careful.
Don't want to be too crude.
When you're flushing the coolant, it might just get a little wet down there.
All right.
Yes. There's a difference between cryptic and crude. All right. Smells really good in my greenhouse. Fucking smells amazing.
So if I'm not mistaken, Brenda is like Caitlyn Jenner. Is that right? I don't want to get it wrong.
Yeah, I just answered that question a minute ago.
As far as we know, yeah, that's the story.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, good luck verifying that one.
White, that's an interesting criticism. I think that it should be the same thing for the terms of science. So if you want, like back in the day, once that last scientist died and they wanted to start using level in reference to the core of the earth, we would have been like, no, you got to think of a different word because level means one thing and you're trying to make it mean something else.
Yeah, that one's taken, pal. I've said this a few times, but even the word paranoid now, by definition, should not have any mental state whatsoever linked to that word. But all definitions now have it basically associating with a state of mind, a crazy person thinking, things.
Just like the word conspiracy theory.
Exactly.
Well, no,
a lot of these things.
But doesn't noia have to do with the mind? If you look up in the Greek, because para.
No, yeah, but hang on, it does. But think about it. Thinking has nothing to do with a poor state of mind. It's the connotation they put with it. Someone's in a poor state of mind if they have paranoid delusions. Because at the end of the day, just because the people are claiming it to be delusional doesn't mean it's not an actual fact. They are just saying that person is paranoid and delusional. Right?
Okay, so are you saying that word had usage before it was used negatively, I guess, or in a more negative sense?
Well, the true definition was the ability to see two seemingly unconnected events or incidents or, things like
really?
that. So an ability to connect two seemingly unconnected things. That's all paranoia or paranoid is. and then it's always been, you know, in most
Yeah.
recent times, been used to negatively, you know, take someone out.
Okay. Yeah. Well, see, that's the whole thing. Like, when would we have put the brakes on? You know, let's like, I think some people don't call their children kids, you know, because they think it has a connotation that they're associated with goats, and goats are satanic, blah blah blah. Or, you know, so like, when would we, like? But it's really interesting. I tend to think that the fads and the phrases that come along and all of a sudden seem to be in the culture are controlled insertions.
All created, bro. You're absolutely right. All of it.
Yeah.
Not just that. Not just the words, bro. All of your heroes, all the people that you think that did something great in the wars. These people just all seem to be somebody's creation.
Yeah, the person may have existed, but yeah.
No, what
the story that goes with the person.
What I think existed was some sort of event that might resemble the situation, like the whole Rosa Parks thing. I don't doubt that many black women or black men fought or got pissed off one day and said, "Man, fuck you, I ain't going nowhere." I don't doubt that happened millions of times before Rosa Parks came, right?
Yeah.
So that event, I don't doubt. What I doubt is the person that her name was Rosa Parks, that she, you know, that. It seems like they were all plants, like created, like even like in the black movement, the people that was talking all that shit to liberate, bro, all of them people, Marcus Garvey, all of them have been all plants.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah, look, and back to, you know, the whole words and I suppose when do we draw the line? And I suppose it comes back to, you know, when someone tries to force other people to use it, or tries to make a law, you know, that says this now means this, or like in virology, where now isolate means to not isolate, or just like him or her. I think they should just be drawn a line. We've already got that word. Let's just use a different word. No one's saying you can't do what you want to do or be what you want to be or anything of the sort. Don't even try and go there. We're just saying, think of a different word, please. Right? And like, how the hell, like even with Celsius and Fahrenheit, you know, I've got recipe books here, you know, from years ago, and they're all fucking in Fahrenheit. So, you know, I've either got to know the conversion or fucking quickly Google it to remind myself. And like, so little things like that, where they're different words. So at least I knew they were different words. But imagine if Celsius was different in America and Celsius than here, and I got an American cookbook and tried to fucking cook thinking it was the same thing, when there's actually a different definition in a different fucking place. It would fuck so much shit up.
Like the British gallon and the American gallon.
There you go. Aren't they spelt different? I'm not sure.
They are.
Is it possible that the aftermath of fucking with the biology it causes a disruption in society? Is it possible that that's one of its purposes?
Well, that gives confusion. Hormonal, definitely. That rises confusion within oneself, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Endocrine disruptors are prolific.
So were you talking about the difference in Celsius and such, as in the definition of the word level? Is that what you referred to?
Well, I'm just referring how one word shouldn't have two definitions, meaning starkly different things.
Well, if you put context with it, I mean, that's important, right?
The only context that level could be curved would only be if the Earth was a globe, which is the thing in question.
No, of course not. It's the same way that spherical geometry is brought up, regardless of Earth shape, is that we have spheres. You can still find levels among curved surfaces, even on a flat Earth.
True.
Can you provide any references that, when dealing with spherical geometry, like say on a piece of paper or whatever, just basic elementary principles? Can you provide anything where they actually hold on real quick? Can you provide anything that shows that they actually refer to a place on that sphere as level?
I don't know. I'd have to look into it.
Locally, yes.
It should be.
If it's 1 mile. they'll be able
Level is
to
compared to
return.
something else. To level
Like-
something, you have to compare it to something else. There can't be something by itself level. Sorry.
Yeah.
Local.
No, you're
level,
right. But
yes.
this is a prime example of what I was saying. They should be using the words equal altitude. They shouldn't use the words level on a sphere because it does have a different connotation already. So they should just go equal altitude. When you're talking spherical geometry, we should just refer to level in quotes as equal altitude. Simple.
Well, I mean, you probably could, but given the context, you can use particular words. Almost every word in the English language has multiple meanings, and the context of when you use that word will indicate what that meaning is.
True, but that gives rise to confusion. If they were all just different words, it would rule out all of that, wouldn't it?
Just because a word has multiple meanings doesn't mean it's gonna say it's black as a meaning, and then another meaning saying that it's white, right? With multiple meaning, referencing to certain things, not that they're gonna oppose each other. That's not what we're talking about.
No, I'm not either. There are words that have meanings that have nothing to do with each other. There are words that have definitions that are similar to each other but have key differences. I couldn't give you a word that has two meanings that are literally the opposite of each other. I don't have an example.
Well, this is why we're questioning.
It's crazier than that.
I know one.
There are different words that mean the same
I
thing.
think this is specifically why we're talking about the word level.
I know a word that has two opposite meanings.
Level curve, it's opposite. This is exactly the case.
Great job, Bacon. What's the word?
It's salut in French. It means you can say hello or goodbye, and they're opposites, right?
Oh, I guess
Aloha.
Hawaii. Yeah, exactly.
Aloha.
Ça va? Ça va?
No, ça va means like it's fine or. Yeah.
No, that's okay. So but the same thing is it's in Italy. You say ciao, but the word itself has a meaning. So what is the meaning of the French word? What was the French word you mentioned, Bacon?
Salut.
Salut. Okay. What does that word mean in French?
It can mean hello or goodbye.
No, that's a connotation. No. What does it mean?
Yeah, I don't understand the question.
He's telling you what it means the same way in Hawaii. When you say
No,
aloha,
that's not.
It means both hello and goodbye. Given
No,
the
that
context.
is connotation. That is not denotation. Okay.
Oh, that's meaning.
So, salud is like the Spanish word salud, which is health. I don't know if that's what it means.
There you go. There you go.
No, it doesn't come from the Spanish word. They share this common root.
Okay, but my point is, when someone sneezes and there's an Hispanic nearby, he'll say "salud," right?
Hello.
Because he's wishing
blessings. He's blessings.
He's wishing you good health. So if let's just say, for instance, right? Okay, so if let's say, for instance, that the salute in French means health. Let's just say that's what it means. So in both a greeting, hello, salute, and in saying goodbye, salute, you're wishing good health. That's it. It just happens
That's not
to
how
be.
they use it in French.
It just happens to be. Okay, listen. I'm not talking. Okay, it's obvious to me that you don't know what it means in French. That's fine.
This is the first time you've heard this word. So who are you telling?
I know, right?
He's describing the usage in a greeting. That is a connotation. If you guys don't understand the difference between a connotation and a denotation, then I can't help you.
I mean, if you want to be stuck, that's fine, but that's your decision. There are two meanings, and given the context, you know what it's being said with the same exact word.
Are you being level-headed? Does that mean you're actually being flat-headed?
You took my question, damn you.
We'll never know.
Yeah. It's context, man. Just context. Everybody understanding what the other's talking about.
But how can we get over the fact that in the globe, speaking of in the globe, it will always be in context if the Earth was a sphere, proven without a reasonable doubt. It seems like you guys are using it as a proof in itself.
You know,
like
I
what?
wonder.
There.
Like who says it's a globe? So here it's a globe. Who does that legitimately?
I mean, most of you guys, you always come
No,
with so-called proofs.
Tons
No,
of
but when,
proof.
but Jay, like be honest. When have I said, Jay, my argument for the globe is that it's a globe? When have I ever done that? Be honest.
Bio, dude, let's not make this about a you thing, right? This is a
You
room
just
full
said
of
that
people.
I said it.
Yeah, people like you. People, you're not more than one people, are you?
I know, but you specifically said you do that to me.
Yeah, people like
Okay,
people
now
like
he's
you.
specifying. Now he's specifying. So back off.
No, I know. Jay did specify. I said, who does that? And then he said, you and people like you. And then I cut him off. And I said, when have I done that? I don't
All right,
know
so let's get back
anybody
to
who
let's
does
try to
that.
get back to a productive conversation. So I think that had level not referred to a planar geometric reference, if the globe model had come up with using the word level in reference to the ocean first, then they would own that usage. However, it appears to me that they've hijacked the word that was always meant to imply something that was straight and didn't deviate from its reference point.
Right, either side of this thing. You have a data point in which, if given that data point on either side of this horizontal object or plane, it's equal, it's level. It has nothing to do with the shape of the object that you're using. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. By definition,
I
you
didn't
use an
say it
object
had.
that is a horizontal, and on either side, if it's equal to a data point, it is by definition level.
Yeah, I didn't use those two words that you mentioned just a moment ago. I didn't put it in the
I know I'm
context
using
of.
them.
I understand that. That's
Called getting to the
hijacking.
finish line quicker.
That's hijacking, because the way that we would use level, and anybody else can correct me if I'm wrong, is in reference to a surface, not a data point in the middle of the Earth.
You can redefine it any way you'd like.
No, that's not.
fine.
No. You guys are the ones that
going to be the same
redefined it.
thing. The surface can be a data point.
So let me ask you this question, Biodual.
That's fair, man. Yeah.
You're on the ocean, okay? You're on the ocean, okay? And you
Just
step
walking
off.
on the ocean.
Okay, you step off the boat, and now you're on land. What's the reference point for level on the land?
My reference point for level would be the forces that are acting upon my device that I'm finding level. That's my reference point. I'm not using the water of the ocean. I'm not using the land itself. I'm using the forces that are involved because they have a common data point.
What other forces?
One Bob.
I mean, this may get off topic, but I'm answering the question honestly, in which I don't give a shit about the surface of the Earth. I don't give a shit about the water. I'm not using those as my data point.
Okay, so walk us through how you would establish a level on the ground, on the land, on terrestrial surface.
I would set up a plumb bob, and I would go perpendicular from that vertical, and I would give you the level in that moment. Yeah. If you want to
but
change
somewhere
the
that's
data
equal
point,
altitude, that's somewhere else that is considered level, wouldn't be level to that point, though, would it?
perhaps not. No.
No. So although there's 2 points on a sphere that are considered level, they're not actually level
To each other.
They're just at equal altitude.
But you're changing your data point when you
Yeah,
do
they're
that.
not
When you
level
compare
to
these, you're changing the data point.
No, so you couldn't compare the 2 points. 2 points could never be level.
You could compare them. You could compare them to each other, just like the examples given with reciprocal zenith angles. You can compare them, but you're wanting a different result than the result provides. That's totally separate.
No, but it's what I'm saying. It's the confusion over using the same word. If we just use a different word, none of this would even be talked about.
I highly disagree with that. But it's your interpretation of that word and where you want it to apply. You're redefining it in specificity in which it can't apply somewhere else, but you're just redefining it.
No, you
Okay,
guys
but
are the ones that have
even though on
redefined
a
it.
sphere, you can have 2 level points, and those level points aren't level to each other, even though you're using the same
Yes.
word. So those points are level, but they're not level.
So I
It's just weird.
will specify what that means. What it means is that when you have 2 separate measurements and each measurement has a data point, you can find level on each of those measurements. And when you measure them against each other, you've just changed where the data point is, and it may not be level with each other.
Yeah, but it's a whole different level because they are level. They're both level.
But on a
Right,
curve, you use the word may. On a curve, it's definitely not going to be. You can't use the word may because may implies that there's a possibility that it might not.
I'm just speaking to the definitions, man. That's all I'm doing.
And you guys just try and convolute the definitions.
It's not. It's a very simple definition. The definition is very simple, and we can apply it to many surfaces that aren't flat. And the definition still stands unchanged, and it precisely describes what we're measuring.
No, you can't. You try to, but you can't.
You say that we
can,
can't.
but you shouldn't.
I could put a level on a basketball, and I can make it level. The data point in which the basketball is in the middle of that leveling tool is equal on either side to my data point. That is level, and I've done it on a curved surface.
The tool is level. The tool is level.
Sounds like equal elevation
That's
to me.
totally accurate to say. Yes, I would agree with you. The tool is level on a curved surface. What's the problem?
The curved surface ain't level. That's the difference. It's pretty straightforward, Bio. You're just trying to convolute everything. The tool itself is level. The surface ain't level.
It's all right. Basso, just enjoy the sophistry.
You've
It's beautiful.
just said that the tool is level on this curved surface. What's the problem?
So here's now a more
Alright.
refined. This is a more refined troll, but we're getting troll.
I mean, you could call it a troll all you want. It's by definition. It's evidential.
Yeah,
So,
you are by definition a troll.
that's fine in your opinion. Luckily, I don't give a fuck about your opinion.
Yeah, you
No
do.
one's arguing that it's
just
not by
triggered.
definition. Because at the end of the day, sure, you're reading out of a textbook and that's what it is for spherical geometry. I'm contesting that it just should have used a different word to save the confusion that clearly is abundant if someone doesn't actually think more than a little bit about the situation. Because any layman's going to think, how can 2 points on a sphere be level?
And clicking onto the definition, isn't that a little bit of like appeal to authority? Right, because if these are the same people that come up with these words, right, they can define the word however they want. So to just say, "Hey, man," is in the definition, you're just kind of appealing to whatever it is that they want to decide the word is at the moment.
There's no definition that says level is the tool on a spherical surface. There's no
definition that says that.
Let me
okay,
come on, man, I got to respond to that. Jay, when you said the pertaining to the definitions, we have agreed upon definitions for every single word in the English language. It's either your position is you want to change the definition in some type of way, or we continue to use the definition we've always used.
And you've got multiple definitions. But Bio, what attribute of the globe are we defending is level? Like the gravitational points? Because
there is no defending the globe right now. It's just speaking to the definition and how we apply it. That's all.
Well, nah, see, I don't know. I was going to interrupt to say something way more profound than this. But it's like, why? Well, okay, I got it. Like, what part of the definition are you defending then that they're saying is inconsistent?
No, I think what's trying to be done is redefining it in a way that it hyper specifies part of what it's applied to, and then erasing the rest of the ways that you can use the word. That's what I would assume.
Here's what I'm saying. Which way would you say is top on the eraser list right now? Like, which way are they trying to ignore?
Conforming
I don't know if I'd put it that way, but I guess
Hold on,
I guess what I'd say to answer that is that we can't, in some way we'd have to define it in which we can't find level on a curved surface. I think that's the assertion being made.
Okay, I got it. I got them. See, guys, I knew it. That's fair, right? And that's how I was saying, hey, they want to be a little more consistent. Like, wait, but there's these mismatch of straight across and then balance. But think about it. If you're like shooting a bullet or something applied to gravity, we're going to be like, okay, well, it's still level. But say you're dealing with like a laser beam now and light, right? It's not level anymore. So I can kind of feel where they're coming from on this. Why defend this situation where it's kind of messy anyway, and we're kind of out of bounds anyway?
Because I don't think it is messy. I think it's purposeful to make it seem messy.
Well, what about a laser beam?
Clear. I think it's clear the way it is.
Well, what about the laser beam? You know what I mean? Like, you got to specify gravity involvement. I mean, I get that it has an extra definitions, but it's like it has to.
Almost like them definitions were added just to kind of prove their case, right? Very suspicious.
It should just be gravitationally level. Like it should. I don't know.
What are we adding, Jay? What are we adding to the definition?
Gravitationally level. That's what you're adding because, yeah.
But that we're specifying, but we're also adding a word. We're not saying level, and I expect you to think it's 100% of the time gravity. I'm just using level, and then if I happen to use gravity as a data point, I may say gravitationally leveled. I may say that, but I've added a word. I've created the context. I haven't redefined the word level.
No, but in the book they don't add the word. I think that's the point that they're saying. Like in the book, it'll just be like the surface is level, and it's like it's not. It's gravitationally level.
I don't think on Earth it's a geoid. So I would never describe the surface is level. I would say any local point you can find a level, but the surface itself isn't level. We have changing altitudes and hills, and of course,
no.
It's
Okay,
not
well,
level to each other.
the basketball, you would say. See what I mean?
A perfect sphere with a consistent radius in all directions. Sure, that surface is level.
But it's not
in a way to each other.
Not, but if you talk about light, I mean, see what I mean? This is just funny, man. Like, I don't know. It's not funny.
That's fine, but
kind of funny. I know it's just semantics, but it is kind of interesting. Like, what are we actually like? What definition parse are we actually trying to stand up for here? Because
I'm just using the first definition, and almost any Google search of the definition of the word level, using the first one, man.
So I would really be interested, and obviously you don't have to do this, but if you could just find me some kind of primer for spherical geometry and show me where they actually refer to any point on that sphere as being level.
I wouldn't use spherical geometry. As I said, I would use forces, and then it doesn't matter what the shape is. It could be a cube. If there are forces involved inherent to that cube, we can find level at local points on the surface. I wouldn't describe the surface as being level. So I'm not entirely sure what your request is.
My interest is in finding out why and at what point levels started having reference to the gravitation reference.
Because when we use tools, gravity will be acting on that tool that you use.
Yeah, but right. So my point is that I do believe that there is a history behind science that before they started to refer to gravity, before the last scientist died, they didn't have to or even refer to the center of the Earth when talking about sea level. They were simply talking about the ocean in relationship to where it met the land.
Right, so that would be your responsibility to validate.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. Listen, I get that. There's no doubt that would be an insurmountable task. I'm saying that even though you can point to the usage now where you guys use because you believe that there's a gravitational force and forces acting, blah, 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 all that. I'm saying just like they built aqueducts and they built arches before without little g, you know, they didn't use g back, 3,000 years ago. They just built shit. So simply because you've got g in your formula now, so take it out, build the same stuff over, take that g out and
Yeah,
build it.
I
You're going to
don't
get the
have to
same result.
describe it that way. I don't have to describe it with gravity. I'll just use hanging materials and then find where each end of that material is equidistant. And that'd be it. I don't have to describe it that way. I can describe it using gravitational force and then the center of the Earth. We have our data point. I can do that way, but it's not required, especially if we're just going to do something simple as building an arch that's equidistant on both sides, and we need to make sure that it's level at the top. We don't need to describe anything with gravity.
So,
Not saying that we're not
Bandsaw,
using, it's not being affected by gravity, but we don't have to say the words.
An arch isn't going to be level at the top.
Bandsaw posted the definitions for level, and I have them on Google, and they're the same. Where are in those Bandsaw's definitions, which is Google's definition of level, are you describing a globe to?
I'm not describing a globe. I'm describing how you'd find level, perhaps on a globe, perhaps on a cube, perhaps on a flat plane. It's all the same.
Can you show us in the definition where is it exactly that it indicates towards that?
No, I can't because you're asking the wrong question. I would use the first one there listed, a horizontal plane or line with respect to the distance above or below a given point. If our data point is the center of Earth due to gravity, the force, then when we use a tool such as a level, that's our horizontal plane. That's our line. That's our tool. So when we set that up and essentially each end is equidistant to our data point, we've found level.
Bro, all you gotta say is all points on the circumference of a circle are level to the center. If geometrically they want to speak that way,
It isn't though.
So
It
where
isn't
is this
because
coordinate?
you have changes in altitude. It's not a
I'm
perfect
not saying,
sphere.
holy shit, Biodual. We're talking fucking like what the fuck? I said a circle.
Biodual, can I want to ask you a question of something that I don't understand. Where does the measuring from the center or the core of the Earth, when does that come in play? Is that like a law, a rule, or is that just to help sell the story? Where did that come from, and why is it necessary?
Because we understand gravity, man. And then anytime we do shit with gravity, we're always going from the center, from calculations to the effect to predictions, all of these things. That's our data point.
Because you said because we understand gravity, a concept that was invented by a person, right? To describe why things tend to fall down. And you're saying because we understand that, we know that there's a center to this so-called place, and we have to measure from that hypothetical center. Is that what you're saying?
No. So we know that the Earth is a globe, and by definition, it has a center. That would be the first part of it. We understand gravity, and we understand that gravity is the origination of gravity would be the center of an object. That's a direction that the force is pulling most towards. So combine those two things that we know, apply it to when we use a leveling tool. That would be part of the explanation of what occurs, why and when we use a level.
To be fair, you said we know the Earth is a globe, and that's cool if that's what you think, man. You're free to think whatever you want, but that's the very thing that's in question. And most of these servers is the protagonist is the reason people go to the servers, talking about the shape of the Earth. You just casually threw out there that we know is a globe when there's the thing you're debating.
Okay, and I'd be free to debate the existence of Bigfoot. I'd be free to debate that grass is purple. We have the ability to question and the ability to debate, but that doesn't add any validity to either side just because we can debate about it.
But when you're arguing a point and you say we know that it is already, there's what you're telling the other person is there's no point in you debating this topic because I already behold the truth in my hand.
To a certain extent, I would agree. Yeah, things that are known, I don't see as worth debating. Now, I wouldn't completely agree because through these debates, people can become interested and actually do something, go outside, experiment, engage, learn more. There are benefits to debating, but by and large, yeah, I think it is a waste, but not all the way.
With you about arguing the things that are known. Yeah, that is it is silly to argue things that are known. However, do you still think it's silly to argue? How is it that we've ascertained the things that we do know? I mean, how is it that people just come up with a realization or have some sort of epiphany and realize these things, or how is it that it works?
Kind of. I'd say, especially with gravity, you probably had 100 different explanations before we had Newton and experiments and evidence. Probably had 100 different theories, but it's when you provide evidence, it's when you experiment with it, it's when you can repeat the results, when you can predict the results, that's going to add to the validity of something.
So hypothetically, what do you think would have happened, and what state we would have been now? Man would have been in if Newton have not existed. How would we describe this thing you have labeled gravity, or the
Perhaps
forces that pulls things down?
Perhaps someone would have came up with a different word. Perhaps would have done a similar experiment to Cavendish. I don't know what would happen if Newton never existed. I don't know. I would imagine someone smart would have figured it out and perhaps using a different name for it. I don't know.
What are the elements of an experiment for you?
Sorry, man. I don't answer those questions.
Well, you just used the word experiment. You called Cavendish an experiment. I'm just asking you to help me understand what you understand an experiment to be made up of. Why is that such hard?
Because you've seen plenty of times my copy pasta for describing step by step the experiment of a torsion balance. You've seen my copy pasta many times. So the fact that you're asking that is not worth my time repeating the answer.
I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're
So okay. So let's start.
Wait, hold on. What do you say? What did you say? Coffee pasta? What are you talking about?
I've copy pasted the
Why did you say coffee pasta?
Copy pasta. It's just an internet term, copy pasta, for a commonly used copy paste thing.
Okay.
How do you experiment that he was doing?
Wait, hold on. How do you know I've seen your copy paste?
Because I've been posting it since Brandon's server, and we've been over this.
Does it mean that I've seen it?
Again, we've been over this, me and you.
Okay, so I don't remember. What's the first? Just give me the first step. What's the first variable in an experiment?
No, thanks. I'll find the copy paste and I'll just paste it again. Sorry, Geo. I'm posting it again.
But it's cool. It's cool to post the Cavendish experiment, right? What I wanted to do is start from the ground zero. What is it that you want to ascertain by doing this experiment exactly?
Just running an experiment myself.
Yeah, why do things fall down? That was probably the original question. Why are we stuck to the surface? And maybe
as opposed to what? As opposed to what?
Why is there a tendency to fall to the ground versus not falling to the ground or not going upwards? Why is there a tendency to go down?
That's extremely philosophical, and I understand that. But as opposed to what?
As I've just said, as opposed to not falling down, as opposed to rising up instead of down.
But where would you get that idea? Why would you assume that the case would be that we'll just float?
Right.
Well, because we don't. So why is it that we don't? Why is it that there is a downward bias? What?
I think that's kind of akin to asking, why is it that we just have two arms? Why is it that we have two eyes? Why is it that we have one nose?
Yeah, sure. You can ask those questions. And in magnetism, where we don't disagree, I would ask, why do these materials attract to each other? Why do these materials repel each other? You can ask these questions and then investigate. What's the problem?
Because you actually,
or you can not ask the questions and just remain ignorant.
Okay, yeah, but in those examples, you gave observations, right? So your question, why doesn't it go up, doesn't have an observation. So it doesn't follow. It's a non sequitur. It doesn't make any
No,
sense
it isn't.
to ask
It
that
does make
question.
sense. Why does this thing do this thing but not do that?
That's the
What-
thing. Hold on. The valid thing is the question, BioDual. Why? All right. But why doesn't it do something else? Would be the valid question. Why doesn't it go up? Sounds like something specific, which you have
Sure,
no room
that's
to
another
ask
question.
for.
That's another question that you can answer. Sure. But that doesn't invalidate the original one. I could investigate why things fall down. You can investigate why don't things quote unquote fall upwards. We can both ask those questions and we can both try to explain those questions and experiment with it. There's no problem with one is valid, one isn't. We can both do that.
But what would be the hypothesis? What would be the hypothesis that would lead you to assume that things would just float up?
And anything, man. Make up a hypothesis. Make up anything you want.
Yeah. So
And then,
right.
then
So
you can
at
then
this
you can
at this moment,
then you can test it, and then you can either validate it or you can invalidate your hypothesis. Then you come up with another hypothesis. Do it a million times.
at this moment, BioDuo is demonstrating what a pseudoscientist will ask. Those are the questions of a pseudoscientist when he doesn't have an observation and then he asks questions about something he's never seen.
No, I gave you the observation. The observation is objects tend to fall downwards. That's the observation. You want to invalidate that observation, then say I don't have one. Come on, man.
Does anyone else see a difference between the two questions? Why do we have two arms and why don't we have three arms? Because like I see a huge difference between those two questions.
Why 3? Why 4? Why 5?
Well, here's the thing. Y'all are complicating a very simple question. Why do things fall down?
Hold on.
That's the question. There's no other question. I don't have another question.
The difference is between what Bob is saying is that we already do have two arms. Therefore, it's naturally curious for anyone to ask why. But we don't have 3 arms. So why would we assume why not have 3 or 4 arms? Where would we get that idea from?
We have an observation of two arms, and so we say, why does two arms happen? To say why don't we have 3 arms, it's like it's a question of infinite knowledge. Like there's no way we could ever actually answer the question of why don't we have 3 arms, because we would have to have knowledge of everything in the universe to answer it.
But you've just answered it. You've just given an answer to that. Is that we can't know because it's infinite. That's incomplete. You can attempt to know. Wouldn't that be better than just asserting shit, man? Sounds like infinite knowledge, can't do shit about it. Would it be better to investigate that?
If we know that logically we could never determine it absolutely, then why would we waste our time with it?
Right.
How can you know that we can't know it?
Because the same reason we can't know any other negative either. Why isn't something? There's no way to actually know why something isn't because it isn't. There's no information to work with in that direction.
Of course there is. There are plenty of negations that can be explained, especially with biology, in which we can go to the chromosomal level into our DNA and show, okay, this DNA package is just giving out 2 or 4 appendages. 2 of them we happen to call arms, 2 of them legs. There's no information here that would say, oh, we must all develop 3 arms. There's no information there. You can do that.
That's explaining a how, not a why.
No, that is why.
That's how we have 2 arms and not 3 arms.
Why.
That's not explaining why. Otherwise, you'd have to be able to tell why is that chromosome that way so that we have only 2 arms. Why is it like that? You haven't answered the why yet.
That is why.
That's not answering why. That's only answering how.
that is.
How did we get this deep into the weeds?
Because
I can tell you. Wait, hold on. I can tell you, Howard, because you asked the question earlier. I don't remember how you asked it. He says, "But what's keeping you from being flung off the surface?" Okay, that was the question you asked. And then
no. The question is, why do things go down? That was the question. I didn't ask why don't they fly off. I I didn't. Yeah. But the thing is, you answer the question why things go down. You're answering the question why they don't float away.
No. Again, you said, you did say something. You might not have said it the way I said it, but you did say, why don't things float off up into the sky?
Here's what happened. Here's what happened. Jay asked me for the observed phenomena, and then I gave him the things fall down. Things have a tendency to fall down. Then Jay asked a continuation question of, well, opposed to what? That's how this started. And I said opposed to floating and not falling, opposed to quote unquote falling up. That's how this started.
I was trying to deal with what I remember Howard saying, but that's the reason why we got into the weeds, is because you guys think that pseudoscientific questions about observations you haven't made are legitimate questions.
Because you can ask any question you want. You can put any set of words together to form a question, and you have the ability to have a hypothesis that explains this phenomena or lack thereof, and you have the ability to test it and gather data and information. You have the ability to do all of that, man.
You have the ability. You have the ability to believe that if you want to, but I'm not describing exactly what you are describing. We are talking about two different things.
Totally possible that we are, and that's why we're in the weeds. That's totally possible. Yeah.
No, I'm trying to explain why we're in the weeds, and then when I do, you then say something that I didn't say.
I haven't described anything that you've said. I haven't described anything that you've said.
Yeah, you did.
I've reiterated how we got here, and it was a response to Jay's question, and then Jay asked a question. Oh yeah, I was correcting you, but I wasn't putting words in your mouth. I described how Jay asked a follow-up question about opposed to what, and then I answered at least, and I think Howard reiterated that you can ask the opposing question of, okay, if our observed phenomena is why do things fall down? Okay, the opposite would be, well, why don't we float upwards?
No, not in our
and the answer to the first question will answer the second question.
There is no second question.
I would assume that too, yeah.
Yeah, there is no second question.
Well, if you want to gatekeep, that's fine, but understand that you are gatekeeping.
Oh, okay, so what does gatekeeping mean?
That you're trying
inhibiting
to control,
progress.
Right, that's one way to put it, but you're inhibiting us from investigating these questions because of your personal opinion that they're not valid.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. That's exactly not what I'm doing.
All right, man. Again, you can call it what it is. I'm just, I'm calling the alligator green. That's all I'm doing. I think this is the fundamental difference, man. Is that, and I will generalize, and I know you'll call it inaccurate, but this is why flat earthers refuse to do experiments and refuse to attempt to explain things like this. And globe earthers always recommend doing experiments. We're always the biggest cheerleaders for more experiments, for new experiments, for all of these things. We're the biggest cheerleaders, and this is why.
I agree with you on that one. For example, what is the experiment that for the Cavendish? What is the hypothesis that Cavendish went through to conduct that experiment?
I don't know, man, because it's not laid out. Here's my hypothesis. Here's my independent variable. Here's my dependent variable. I can only speculate. My speculation would be that the mass of an object is proportional to its attraction. I can only speculate on that.
So the Cavendish experiment pretty much proves that some masses are attracted to other masses more than other masses.
That all masses are attracted to other masses, but the amount of mass is proportional to the attraction.
To the attraction, yes, of course. And don't you think this is like obvious? Like people that mess with magnets or people that even put on clothes and it has like a static thing and it gets like, isn't that inherently obvious though? So what is it that you need the Cavendish? What is it exactly that the Cavendish is proven?
It's measuring a constant variable. That's essentially what it is doing. There's predictive power in which if we know what the constant variable is, then we can make predictions as far as this 10 kilogram weight and this 5 kilogram weight, they should be, given the torque value of the wire, it should move this amount. Just predictive
What was
power
the original? What was the original intent of the Cavendish?
to measure the mass of the Earth.
To
But it
measure.
was,
Okay,
he
so
had incomplete
right.
incomplete variables of the equation.
Okay, so you're saying that this person who conducted what you call an experiment had no hypothesis?
I didn't say that, did I?
No, I'm asking what did you say? What did you say then?
What I said is that I would just speculate because he doesn't list off the scientific method as far as here's my hypothesis, here's my IV,
So
here's my DV. He
was
doesn't do that.
there
I can only speculate
was
in the
there
form
no
of what you
scientific?
call a hypothesis. In the form of what you call a
Yeah.
hypothesis, I can only speculate with my own words what it is.
So back in the day when Cavendish did his experiment, they didn't know about hypotheses or claims.
I don't know where you're going with this. I don't know where you're going with this. It's not required. If I give you an experiment and a layman explanation of an experiment, it should be inherent and inherently known what each part of it applies to. I shouldn't have to say, number one, hypothesis. This is the stated hypothesis. I don't have to do that stuff.
Then shouldn't you know what the hypothesis is without saying I can only speculate?
Right. Right, sure. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm just speculating as far as what his hypothesis was. I think it's a very accurate representation.
Have to guess. You're saying that we should just know by looking at it. So according to you, by just looking at it, what is it?
That I just gave it. I just gave it to you from my assessment. Did I not?
It didn't sound. It sounded like you said you can't know. You can only guess.
I didn't say can't know.
Or only provide your. But you're also saying that we should be able to tell just by looking, and we shouldn't have to guess. We just get it.
You should be able to. Yes. Do you disagree with my speculated hypothesis? Do you disagree with it? Given all the information of Cavendish and the way that I explain what his hypothesis is, in my words, do you disagree?
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear you give one.
Oh, well, there you go. I clearly gave one, but that's fine.
But was it a guess or was it the one that he had?
I gave you speculation based on the knowledge that I have of the experiment, as well as performing it myself. I gave you a speculated hypothesis.
But why? I'm asking, why are you speculating? Why don't you just tell us the one that was there? Why speculate at all?
Because he doesn't, for a third time, because in all of his papers and journals, he doesn't have it listed, one, hypothesis, dash, the hypothesis of the experiment. He doesn't have that. So if you're asking me, what is the hypothesis, especially in this context, I can only speculate, give you my own assessment.
But didn't you just say that by reading it, we should know exactly what it is?
You should be able to, yeah.
But that would indicate that there is one there, and that all we have to do is read it, and then we have the hypothesis. So I guess it seems like you're saying everything. It seems like you're saying you're guessing, but we don't have to guess, but you have to guess.
No, it's not guessing. You can read something and you can make an informed decision. It's not a guess.
So okay, so there seems to be two explanations for the Cavendish. I could accept metal is attracted to metal, right? Hypothesis, and the experiment will be to confirm that, and also to measure how much is one metal attracted to the next metal or to the next material, whatever. I could accept that as a hypothesis, but to assert that we have a core and everything's put into the center, that's where I'm like, whoa, where did you get that hypothesis from? Where did that idea come from?
Is
so
turkey
that'll be separate.
Chicken?
Sorry.
Is turkey attracted to chicken?
I mean, you never know. Turkey's made out of carbon, right?
Well, it's not that you know. I could answer, but I know Howard's not asking me.
I mean, technically, everything is made out of atoms, right? So, and atoms is mass, and a lot of mass are attracted or repelled by other masses.
Well, not repelled, not mass anyway.
I mean, we don't have to take everything that we're fed. You know, we can spit out whatever we want. But for me, the Cavendish experiment is like the antithesis of a true scientific experiment. Very detailed, very meticulous in isolating these variables that everyone talks about, and y'all just put it down like it's not anything, and that's kind of strange to me.
Hold on, Howard.
Yeah,
To be
I'll
fair,
call
that
it for
wasn't
what
what I
it's
said. That
When
wasn't
you
what I
guys
said. I said it. Hold on, Bob. I said
her-
it is valid at determining how much a certain material attracts another material. It's yes, there is a hypothesis there, right? But when it comes to the shape of the Earth and the center and the core, right, there is no hypothesis. Nothing explains that. It just seems like that's an attachment.
Well, there is things that explain it, but this is what I'll say, and I'll be very clear about it. The Cavendish experiment in mass attracting mass does fuck all for Earth shape directly. If it were a flat Earth and mass still attract mass, the Cavendish experiment would work and measure the exact same way. That's my basis.
And
It's
I
just
agree with that
when the
100%.
argument, sure, and I would add the Cavendish to other evidences and just show exactly like the level on a curved surface. If the Earth were a globe, that's not saying if gravity exists.
So to
If the Earth
reiterate,
were a globe, the gravity would be in the center, and I would explain level in those terms.
So to reiterate, we can say that mass does attract mass. Cavendish somewhat proves it, but we can determine that is determining the center of mass and that everything is pulling. We cannot determine that. Just to be fair, is that what we're saying?
If we ignore everything else and we just had the Cavendish, I think that's fair to say what you had just said. I think it's fair.
Thank you. That's very honest of you. I think I'm satisfied with that.
Right. We would obviously add other evidences. I don't think there's one outside of satellite images. I don't think there's one evidence that would be all encompassing. So we would have to use the Cavendish to establish gravity. Then we would have to use other experiments that perhaps expands on gravity. Then we'd have to use other experiments that show measurements and all these things. But it would be a conglomerate effort together rather than here's one piece of evidence. I've explained everything. We can't do that.
Definitely, and I do appreciate that you said that. And it seems that like the Cavendish, once you take away a few elements like the center of the Earth, right, you have nothing. Also with a few other things like the measuring the distances. There's also a flaw in that, right? And there seems to be a flaw in also like the things like the definitions, right? You guys seems to have enough wiggle room for the plausibility of something, just not actual tangible evidence for anything. It just seems to be
like what?
implications and kind of a bit of manipulation of the mind.
Let's speak to the Cavendish. Let's speak to the Cavendish specifically. What do you mean when we're measuring? What is inconsistent?
Well, the inconsistency will come in by asserting that we're measuring from the center of mass. That will be not that raw materials are attracted to other raw materials and by how much so they are attracted to each other. That's not what was being in debate. Is when you assert that somehow is a evidence of the shape of the Earth. That's when there's a problem.
Oh, no. Yeah, so again, we're just coming back to if we ignore everything and only have the Cavendish, then yes, I think it would be unfair to assert that just based on this, the Earth is a sphere, sure.
But to elaborate, and everything else that you're saying, it would be that everything else would be things like the definition, which is also iffy, right? And most things that we look into that has to do with the globe Earth, once you get down to the core of the meaning and definition, it all seems to be a little fuzzy.
I would disagree, obviously, but I also don't really care about definitions. So long as we agree to principal definitions of words, when we use them, we have to attach it to evidence. So we can make up whatever words we want. We can make up whatever definitions. We can agree to those made up definitions. But if we don't have evidence, then the fuck are we doing? I mean, we're just
Whenever
arguing.
you guys have this conversation, can I just talk to Copernicus?
I think we've reached the end. Yeah, all good.
I don't know if he's still there or not.
Oh, here I am. I pushed the wrong button. Am I here?
Okay. Yeah, I hear you. I just want to like bounce this off of you here because like I'm wondering about this. Okay, so like let's say you want to like cook something, okay, but you're not sure what you want to cook, and I say, okay, I have a cookbook, and it's got really good food in it, and there's one particular recipe, very good, very yummy. I've made it myself. Okay, so I give you the book, and you read the instructions, and you say to me that there's a piece of information missing from the instructions. There's one ingredient that it talks about, but it doesn't have the measurement for it. And so you ask me, what's the measurement? And I say to you, I don't know what the measurement is. I can only speculate as to what the measurement is, but you should be able to find it by reading the instructions. And I've already said that I've made this recipe before and that it's very good. And you ask me what the measurement is, and I tell you, I don't know what the measurement is. I can only speculate what the measurement is. You should be able to find it by reading the instructions. Do I seem like someone that you should go to for help with cooking this thing?
Absolutely not.
Do I seem like someone you should go to with help for probably cooking anything in the future? If that's my response to you, and I am entirely honest, like I'm legitimately saying I'm serious about my answer, would you ever consider me to be a reliable source for cooking in the future?
No.
Why would I hold you responsible to know every detail of the recipe?
You wouldn't. Don't worry, Left Lane. You don't need to argue with me or anything. I just want to see, like, that's the way I'm thinking about this, and Copernicus seems to see the point I'm making, so that's fine with me.
I see what your point you're making as well. If it's not spelled out kindergarten level for something, then your assertion is that it's impossible to know. And I would say that your analogy is a bad one.
No, I didn't say it's impossible.
No, you've just said you've just asserted that, maybe not verbatim, but that's the assessment that I made from your analogy, is that if there's a missing piece and it's not clearly spelled out to you, that we can't know, and we could drop it and forget it and move on.
No, I never said that.
So you're not asserting that if it doesn't clearly spell it out to you, that you would drop it and forget it, move on?
No. I'm asserting that the person, like me, in this scenario, in this hypothetical situation, I'm asserting that I myself am not a reliable source for information on that particular topic.
All right,
because
now
I'm
let me do this.
claim that I've made the food before, but that I don't know how to make it, and I can only guess, but I'm sure you can find the information in this particular spot.
Right, here you go. So let's use the same analogy.
I can get the information from it, apparently, or enough to come up with this hypothetical idea of what to do, but I can't give that information to you. You got to read it and try and find it.
Right. So now we'll use the same analogy. If I'm within the cooking field and I'm perhaps some type of chef at a renowned restaurant, I have experience with cooking all types of things, all kinds of dishes, and then you present that book to me from step one to the conclusion, especially if there's a picture. But if I know what the end result is going to be or expected to be, I can fill in that blank of, if it's not given to me kindergarten level, due to my experience within that field, I know what the ingredient is and how much I should put in.
Awesome.
I know by the evidence of the totality that I know what's being presented and what's required. Just because I'm not a cook, and I happen to read this and I can't decipher it, doesn't mean the information isn't actually there. Just means I'm too ignorant to figure it out.
Okay. Copernicus, did you hear everything that he just said? I don't know if he was listening or not.
You can respond, man. You're an adult.
No, I'm not asking him to respond. I just want to know if he heard everything that you just said. I'm not asking him to respond to you.
All right, man.
So what is your response to him?
Oh, my response is that's fine. With exactly what he just said, I understand the position he's coming from, and I don't need to worry about it. It's fine.
Great. least
we're
we're on the
working
same page.
from two different foundations, so it's of no concern to me.
Sure, I would agree. No problem there. Yeah. My offer's still on the table, by the way, of the materials that I used for my experiment. I'm more than willing to ship it to someone at cost of the material, for someone to repeat the experiment to do something. So my offer's still out there.
It sounds like you're hot micing Copernicus.
Oh, sorry. Oh, the lack of resolution is frustrating for me sometimes.
Well, not everything always has a resolution. Well, at least not in conversation. I mean, I guess unless you consider there to be an end of time, at which point everything that we know would have a resolution, I guess, eventually, but it's not necessarily one that you would consider to be now resolute.
I was going to say the same. The resolution would be an undesirable resolution.
Well, I absolutely disagree with that.
It's just philosophy. Like, that's fine.
Howard, what's your assessment on why there's lack of resolution?
Well, I do recognize, and it's the truth, that there's many experimental models that are presented with definitive results that get hand waved in lieu of hanging on to an idea that I see a lack of support. To experiment. So that's the frustrating part, that I see the gas dish is valid 100%. I understand what it means. I understand what it's doing and what's going on there. But it sometimes I feel like it's denied because it has to be for the sake of a narrative, and that's frustrating for me. And the only reason it's frustrating for me, I've made, I think of you guys as my friends, and it's a little bit, it kind of like, come on, man, kind of that way. But I don't let it interfere with our relationships and our ability to talk and be friends,
I was just going to ask him if he considers agreeing to disagree, but then both move forward on their own, or possibly together, but just disagreeing on that thing. Like, do you consider those to be resolutions, or do you consider that to be like, if two people agree to just hold what they consider to be true and then live their lives, do you consider that a resolution, or do you consider that just permanently unresolved?
A resolution through acceptance of the disagreement.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, it's not an absolute resolution, but I guess you could call it that. I mean, for the argument to be resolved would be the a meeting and understanding and everyone agreeing.
But wouldn't the the goal of a resolution be to like get things done? So if two people could agree to disagree on a point, but then still accomplish work, wouldn't that mean that the only thing that is a problem if it's disagreed on is when it stops a work, right? When it stops things from progressing. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if you disagree or not, does it?
Yeah.
I'd probably use that word, progress. I don't know if I'd describe it as resolute, but progress can be made even without a resolution.
I guess it would have to be progress. Progress without fear of retaliation, I suppose. It would have to be at least resolved enough where you both understand that the other one's not going to act based on your disagreement or whatever. Otherwise, it's really, otherwise it isn't resolved, really. It's just you're allowing, you're taking on the burden of always looking over your shoulder, maybe.
Do you feel that way sometimes?
What's that?
Do you feel that way sometimes? That sometimes you do look over your shoulder?
No, I don't think so. But I mean, like, I'm talking about like real world, very like important matters. I'm not talking about just like I like to use nails made out of this metal, and I like to use nails made out of this metal. So it's like to me, those aren't really important matters. It could be important to someone who is like in construction, and maybe they've had experience that certain type of metal holds down the shingles better or whatever. But like to me, that's not like in the grand scheme of things an important thing to agree on. And if they could agree to disagree on what type of nails to use, but they could still accomplish the work, then it seems like that would be fine. Okay. But if you're disagreeing on something more core, more foundational, like whether or not it's okay to kill an innocent person, like if that's okay or not, like that's like, you can agree to not like do anything to the person right now, and you can even agree to allow them to stay in the community, but then you're like, you'll always have to be looking over your shoulder at that person who disagrees because they've already made it clear they're okay with killing innocent people. So like, I don't think in that case the smart move is agree to disagree. I think in that case the smart move is remove them from the community, exile them, get rid of them, because otherwise everyone in the community is at their mercy. They're the ones who won't hold the standard. You know what I mean?
What progress do you think has been made, Howard and Bio? To you, what progress? Like, what progress do you think has been made? If you think, a resolution is come to, but there needs some sort of progress. Even if you agree to disagree, what progress do you see?
Well, I see that the lines that existed 3 years ago when I came into this community that have been drawn are still there. But I mean, progress as far as I'm concerned is your friendship, Bandy and Travis and all you other guys that I've come to know and befriend. But that's the only progress that I can, that I can realize from it.
Yeah.
I'd probably say the same to a certain extent, and it might be sort of insulting, but as far as like the topic at hand, I'd say personal progress of myself, in which I've learned a shit ton. I've obviously got my hands dirty doing things, and then I'll be going off to school for physics, kind of motivated by this entire conversation. So personal progress, but as far as the topic itself, I really don't think there's been any progress, really, on either side to a certain extent. But I don't recognize progress.
So what expectations of progress did you have when you entered?
Oh, in the beginning, I expected experiments. I expected measurements. I expected more than just claims, and from both sides, obviously. That's my expectations. And then, given where am I, 2.5, maybe 3 years at this point, nothing has changed really. It's really the same measurements are being provided, the same experiments by and large are being provided. and one side hasn't done anything new to back their claim, and it's like the same old, same old. I'm just more well versed in the conversation rather than absorbing anything new. I guess I don't know. Sort of insulting, but I don't mean it that way. That's why I'm excited for White's word to carry out some type of scaled experiment that he proposed. I was excited about Jeremy doing his zenith sun measurements between the tropics. I was excited for those things. I mean, I'm excited for any experiment, any measurement, all these things. Like that's genuinely exciting. But when that doesn't come to fruition, it's like, well, it's another let me down of expectation and nothing.
You trying to talk, Travis? You're lighting up and nothing's coming through. Maybe not.
I would agree with BioDeal, except that I haven't done any tests or experiments myself.
Mailman, you piece of shit. I'm just kidding.
You
just
fucking cunt.
Yeah, I would have to say that that I have learned a lot, and I've learned like from BioDeal himself and several others and the things that they've done, hands-on experience. And it's frustrating for me to be in this truck all the time and I can't even, Google anything because I'm paying attention to where I'm going all the time. But it just honestly, it's reaffirmed my or expanded my understanding of the shape of the planet, I guess, so to speak, that I'm actually more sure about it than I was previously. But these things of refraction and talking about light bending and an orthographic view popping up in my head and imagining the rays bending across the surface and stuff like that, Yeah, I've expanded my knowledge base just being part of the community.
Yeah, but you're picturing rays like moving in a consistent orthographical viewpoint, Howard.
Yeah.
So you're assuming that these things are true.
Yeah.
Which is surprising. Which is surprising that you assume that these orthographical demonstrations actually fit reality.
But they do.
They do. Yeah.
We don't see orthographically, do we?
No, but they're for the purpose of illustration and understanding, they're very handy.
Well, it might illustrate maybe the path of maybe one particular photon, perhaps, maybe, I don't know. But
What is one photon?
Exactly, Don. What is one photon? See, these are the deeper questions.
But on a side-on view, you can model anything like regarding angular size. You can twice the distance, and you see that the angular size is halved. There's no difference between first person and side-on.
Yes, there is.
And I would say that is in contention too, depending on what you're looking through. Angular size doesn't always measure up. Okay, then. So that's also too another assumption.
What do you mean with that? Angular size doesn't always.
Well, it doesn't. It doesn't always. It's not double the distance, half the size all the time. It depends on the medium you're looking through.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
the atmosphere definitely will alter that, yes.
All right. If you're looking through nothing, absolutely nothing, I might tend to agree with you. But when you're looking through something, that doesn't hold up. That's an assumption that you make without taking into consideration the medium that you're looking through.
Sure, but if we're looking through air, there's hardly any
Really?
Wow.
Really?
Are you serious?
No way. No way, man.
Well, if I have an object that's 10 meters away from me, and then I move it to 20 meters away from me, where's the difference between first person and side on view? How is it different? The angular size, I mean.
Okay, so now you want to get ridiculous and do such short increments.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, okay. Really? So there's no difference between 1 mile, 2 mile, or 3 mile?
In angular
Or 4
size?
mile?
Yeah. I would say not much.
Really?
In angular size.
100%. It depends on the medium you're looking for, because that can distort things and change things. You know this, mailman. Don't kid yourself.
I know.
Don't kid yourself. So it doesn't always hold true what you're saying about angular size. Not at all.
But yeah, of course, if you go to a huge length, then there might be a little difference. But people say that there's no that the side-on view is totally different than first person, and it isn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can't model something that is 10 or 20 meters away from me.
Okay, why don't you? Okay, right. So why don't you find a photograph of something that's relatively 30 meters away, and then draw us a side-on view of how you think that should be represented, and then we can decide.
Oh, sure. I mean, I can do that later. I'm now going to work, so I can find someone with a diagram and a photograph next to it.
So you cannot find the photograph?
No, while I'm driving to work. Yeah, I can't.
No, that's just maybe you're trolling.
No, he's going to work. Just
I
don't
don't
go
hear
there.
a car. I don't hear a car.
Don't go there, one. Seriously, he's going to work.
Why are you speaking for him?
Listen, one, there's no reason for you to castigate what Mailman's saying. There's no reason for you to negate the fact that he says that he's going to work. You don't know.
Why?
Okay, if you're gonna be in control, look, you've already not impressed me with who you are. So I don't think you should keep adding to it.
But this is Dragon. Is he kicked from the server because he's not using his Dragon account?
Oh, this is Dragon. Oh, this is Dragon.
You can clearly hear it.
What do you mean?
Puts on a Russian accent. I am not Dragon.
I'm not Russian.
Yeah, you're Dragon.
Yeah, this is Dragon with a fake accent.
I told you, I am from Bangladesh.
Fuck off, Dragon.
Okay. So what's your native language?
Bengali.
And can you speak Bengali? So we
No,
can hear.
I moved to America.
So why, if you don't speak Bengali, why do you have the accent?
Because I still have a little bit of it left, and then my accent hasn't worn off. So
accent comes from.
How old were you?
Come on, Dragon.
How old were you when you moved?
Come on.
What do you say?
How old were you when you moved?
What do you say?
I was 15.
That's the worst fake accent.
No, I just want to say. No, Howard, you spoiled it.
I was 15, I told you.
No, you said 10.
Yes, but now it's 5.
All right. Okay.
It's been 5 years. The thing is, yes.
Anyway. Enough.
Yeah, but was Dragon booted from the server, or did he just get his account?
Why does everybody keep calling me a Dragon?
You in America. Finish this. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Anyway.
I'm loving it.
Anyway.
Dude, we have McDonald's in Bangladesh. There is McDonald's in every country, man. We know it.
No, there isn't.
I was worried he might have it anyway. You never know. They might run that shit everywhere.
I'm loving shit.
You smell like shit.
He's he's been kicked from a lot of servers according to the lady.
Yeah, I wouldn't have any problem doing that.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, why is he using a sock account? Is it because he was kicked from here?
Yeah, I would think so because I haven't seen Dragon in a while, and then all of a sudden one showed up. So
No, he wasn't kicked from here. Dragon had 2 accounts on this server. One of them is still here. The other one he just left on his own.
Oh, that's why it's
Oh,
plus
fair
1.
enough.
This is the another one, right?
Yeah.
One more
Yeah, you
account
can
for Dragon.
drop the act. You're not from Bangladesh. We know that, Dragon.
Hey, Dragon, what's the country that borders Bangladesh from the south?
He can't
He's
talk.
muted.
He can't talk.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on my phone. I don't see that he said
Why do
that.
you guys think it's Dragon? Just because he's got a trolly vibe or something?
And because he sounds like Dragon? And because he speaks like Dragon?
You think he sounds like Dragon?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the same voice, man. Just go
Yeah.
to the...
Yeah,
I don't see the connection, but I think he.
Yeah, I don't either.
I think he comes with not
Dragon
very
wasn't.
well.
He still has an account on this server, so.
Well, he has 2 now.
Well, you guys are supposed to be the skeptic ones, right?
Well, just from my perspective, I've seen a lot of insult come from him without any contribution to that conversation.
Yeah, no. He's got a little time out.
Maybe it'll be a different accent when he gets back. I'm genuinely excited.
I was hoping he would try to make a Bengali impression.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like a fake accent. It sounds like he's trolling, but I just don't see why people are linking it to Dragon. But it seems like most of the Globe Earthers have been saying it's Dragon, from what I can tell.
Well,
Rotting
we
was
have
the
Dragon
first one.
recorded, right? We
Rotting
can
was the
just
first
go
one to
back
say
and
that.
compare the voice.
Yeah, I don't have an opinion either way. I would. My eggs are in the troll basket, but Dragon specifically, I don't know. I've interacted with him once. He constantly interrupted. I left, so I don't have experience really.
What test determines the line between skeptic and paranoid schizophrenic? Is it like the ink blotch test?
So if we fired a bullet from shore to shore 24 miles, hung a plumb line at one edge of the shoreline, the water, lined up the scope perpendicular to that plumb line, and fired a shot, would it hit midway? Would it hit the water?
24 miles?
If the bullet didn't have if the bullet went dead straight, there was no physics or drop or anything like that on the bullet.
Right. Just theoretical.
Yeah, yeah.
It would hit the water in the middle at 12 miles?
No, I would say if you shot it perpendicular to the plumb, it would never hit the water. It would go over.
You get higher and higher off the water.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It would appear higher and higher off the curve.
You mean
It goes
if-
down in all directions.
You mean if it was
down
dead
in
straight?
all directions.
Not gravity or no?
Yeah,
no
no gravity. Just we're doing the theoretical straight line, right?
You're shooting a
Horizontal line.
laser or shooting a laser or neutrinos or whatever you want to call it. It's just something
Yeah,
that
like
goes
shooting
perfectly
laser
straight.
without refraction.
Right.
Firing a bullet without drop. What angle would you have to put it at to form that tangent where it would go through the water and hit the other shoreline?
That wouldn't be a tangent. If it's touching the surface twice, then it's not a tangent.
Shoreline to shoreline, straight line, underneath the water in the middle wouldn't be a tangent?
Yeah, a chord
That'd be
line
a
isn't a tangent.
Yeah, it's a chord
Yeah.
line.
You would have to aim into the ground. You would aim into the ground.
Okay, so a tangent plane wouldn't be a thing then, right? That would cut through the water?
No, if it cuts through the water, it's not tangent. That's
It
the
would be a
definition
chord,
of a tangent.
They don't like that.
It would be a chord, right?
The tangent is by definition what touches the surface once. So if it goes through it, it's not a tangent.
The tangent, a horizontal line that touches a surface of a sphere one time at one point?
Yeah.
Yeah, then it will be a tangent. Yeah.
A real
And a
practical
chord would
test of this. A real practical test of this is something that what was it, Gold Steel? When they were using neutrino beams, they would shoot a neutrino beam to Japan by aiming down into the ground, and it would go 250 miles in a dead straight line and arrive at the reading station in Japan.
Oh wow!
And there's like a photo of the sun that was taken at night, right?
through the
Because
Earth.
yeah, exactly, using neutrinos.
Through the Earth, right? Neutrinos don't stop for anything. Like at LIGO, they have to fight against neutrinos messing with their mirror alignment.
Oh, they do. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to detect them. But
It's a
some, yeah.
probability. It's a probability problem. Some of them will make it. Other ones will hit nucleuses and stop.
But traveling through the Earth, they're not hitting anything that stops them.
Well, no,
they are, but some of them can
shoot a
still.
billion. You shoot 1 billion of them, and 1,000 of them make it out the other. Something.
Sounds like made up numbers, but I'll give you that.
It is made up numbers. You
certain
send a shitload
percentage,
through and only a few make through.
certain percentage would hit the receiver on the other side, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
That's the story anyway. So they pointed the receiver towards the ground, right? Like the ground, it was probably sitting on the ground.
They aimed it generally down. Like, I think the number was like 7 degrees.
I wonder what angle they'd have to have it at. Like, they'd have to have the angle right for it to receive.
Depends
I
on
guess
the width of the beam, but yeah.
they could figure that out. But getting back to the line, the cord cuts through the water, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep.
And the tangent will be like on top, touching at one point.
Yep.
I was thinking blue was wrong too, but I guess it doesn't really matter that much. He called the shore to shore cutting through the water the tangent plane, but I think he meant something else. I was just checking. I think it's a chord also in what they teach us. I think we're all in agreement here. He just might have made a mistake.
Tangent plane? That doesn't sound.
Yeah, I know. It sounded weird to me too. He did it twice. Called that chord line the tangent plane, and then the vertical change to the top of the water, the difference in from the difference in vertical measurement from the tangent plane. You used the word
Well,
twice.
from the tangent plane would be like you could have a tangent plane that's above the ground, and you could measure down or touching the ground in the middle, and you can measure down the to the chord.
Yeah, this was through. This is where the chord line was. He obviously made a mistake. I was just making sure because it's made me start questioning things. I always reference Lake Pontchartrain. Like if they say it's 90 feet, if you drew a cord, made a cord from shoreline to shoreline, 24 miles, the water in the middle at 12 miles would be 90 feet higher than each shore, point where the cord touched the shoreline, where the
that's the sagitta.
So that's not a cord.
Oh, the part in the middle that is higher, that distance is what we call the sagitta.
Yeah, the vertical.
I don't like the way you phrase
like
that, though. When you say that it would be higher, no, it's lower than both ends. You make a line.
Okay. Sure. I'll give you that. 90 feet nonetheless, right? Like 90 feet of something. Whether you're dropping. Yeah, whether you're dropping
what are you,
down towards.
What are you trying to clarify, Moyak?
He was talking about the 90-foot elevation change or whatever, the height change between two places, and it's not higher than either of these. It is downhill both directions to any other point.
No, the middle is definitely higher than each end of the chord line.
It is higher when you're using the chord line as your base. Like
it's definitely higher than the chord line. Yeah.
But it's not higher than either of the ends.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, it is.
Sure, it is. It has to be.
No,
you wouldn't have
not
a
higher.
We dealt with this.
It's not higher if you're using the center as a reference. If you're using the chord line, of course, that's higher. But if you're using the center, all right.
If you're in the center, in the center, that would be higher than both of the ends.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. 90 feet at 12 miles, approximately.
But from either end, it is down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you drew a tangent line at the top of that water at 12 miles, at each shoreline, you would have 90 feet of drop to the chord line, right, where the water met the shore.
Oh, how many feet you said?
It's 24 miles total. The tangent line would be at the top of the water in the middle at 12 miles, right? It would be touching right at 12 miles at the very one point of the water right there. And then it would extend out in a horizontal fashion towards each shoreline and would be 90 feet above each shoreline where the water met the shore or where the two chord ends were, those 2 points.
I can't argue the 90 feet specifically, but
it's 96. That's true. It's actually 96.
28 something meters, something like that. I mean, it would be give or take, depending on where you were
Yeah.
on the model, right? Like, because some parts are more spherical than
Actually,
others.
you really couldn't measure the difference like between the equator bulge and up at Lake Pontchartrain. The amount of difference over 24 miles would be minuscule.
Oh yeah, you'd have to calculate it. That's for sure. Well, those things have to be calculated for sure. No one's really ever measured it. I think that's kind of
Except
the
all the
point.
people who have.
Oh, so you can measure it? I thought you just said you couldn't.
I didn't say you couldn't.
You just said you couldn't measure it. Difference.
Oh no. Okay, I'm saying you couldn't. What you were saying about the 90 feet, you're not going to see any difference in that 90 feet of any appreciable consequence.
Oh, I got
Yeah,
you.
90 feet plus a nanometer. Who gives a shit?
But the 90 feet has definitely been measured, right?
Right.
By Jesse, and then
by surveying.
Okay, well,
many different
maybe
flavors
one
of
more
survey.
name. Maybe just throw out one more name so I could maybe talk to them or research them.
Jesse
I've researched
Kozlowski would be good.
I already
Larry,
said Jesse.
Larry,
No, I'm talking about
main surveyor.
I don't think
Oh, okay,
Larry
specifically.
90 feet.
Okay, there was one other guy who did Lake.
Wow, one other guy. I wonder what his name is.
Wow, one other guy.
Well, yeah, no, I'm asking for that name. Like, I'm asking for, like, that one other guy.
I can't recall.
It seemed like it would be a lot.
George isn't a surveyor, but he did do it.
George
I don't
is a
remember.
surveyor? No, I don't think George is a surveyor.
You don't have to necessarily be a surveyor to actually use surveying equipment.
I agree with that totally. I do that every day. I'm definitely not a surveyor. So no, just Jesse, right?
That's the only one I can remember.
That's strange.
Why is that strange?
Seems like to me, I mean, if it's so popular, right? Like Lake Pontchartrain has been shown and said to be measured all over the world, and just this one guy has measured it with GPS instrument.
Why is that strange?
To me, it's strange.
Essentially what you've got is a non-subject for most surveyors.
I would agree with that too, because
this is not a topic of discussion.
Well, until you ask them and make it a topic of discussion, and not one of them has measured curved water that I've talked to. I find that strange too. But anyway, y'all have a good night.
Have a good one. If we want to go down the strange route, why the hell hasn't what is it, $1 million flat earther? And he's got all his money up on bets and stuff. And he hasn't gone down to Antarctica to go and see the 24-hour sun. And that's strange. See the circumpolar stars down there spinning directly overhead. You can do that on a weekend for fun. Flat Earth millionaire.
Well, he's going to go out to the middle of the Indian Ocean and see Sigma Venus over his head.
Even if I had like $100 million right now, just dropped in my bank account, I wouldn't spend a cent of it on going to Antarctica.
Why? Are you a flat earther?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, you would consider me a flat earther. I wouldn't, I mean, I guess I might do like one of the trips that they have, like where they take a group of people to like, the gift shop, type places and stuff. They have
the tours,
that I might do. But I wouldn't make any attempt to do like anything other than that. I would be concerned about
you mean like from the dangers and stuff?
What's that?
You mean like from the dangers and standpoint and stuff like that?
Yeah, like I would be too worried about things that might happen to me if I attempt to do something like charter my own plane over Antarctica or attempt to escape the group and go somewhere like off the beaten path. I wouldn't want to use any money for trying any of that because of what I would be concerned about happening to me if I tried.
What?
Yeah, because so many people have disappeared in Antarctica under mysterious circumstances.
No, I think people don't try to do that stuff. So I don't think it's probably
Lots of people go to the Antarctic every year.
16-year-old girls have walked across it.
I doubt any of them just wander off on their own without permission. I don't think people do that.
Well, get permission.
Well, I wouldn't do that either.
That's what I'm saying.
I'd be hunting clothes.
Get permission.
He was asking, about somebody apparently who has lots of money supposedly or whatever. I'm just saying, even if I had $100 million right now, just dropped in my bank account, I wouldn't use any of it for that. I might go on one of those guided trips or whatever. I might do that, but I wouldn't use any of it to try and like sneak into Antarctica or charter my own plane over or any of that. I wouldn't spend my money on any of that stuff.
Oh, no, I was just saying that the things that prove it's a globe are like the 24-hour sun. You don't have to do anything more than take the guided tour.
I mean, what would you, if you went down there and you saw the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, what would that do for your opinion of the shape of the Earth?
Me specifically, I'm not sure what it would do. I don't know if I've ever really thought about what that would do. Do you think that they allow tours like during that time they take people down there to stay there the whole time during that so they can see it?
Well, you could. It stays up for like 3 months or something, doesn't it?
6 if you're at the pole.
No, not even 6. Are sure?
Pretty sure. 6 months on, 6 months off at the pole. Further away from the pole you get, the more deviation.
Right? Yeah, makes sense.
3 months out at the coast.
I think maybe even a little bit more than 6 months, right? Given
Or
that
I know it's even. I think it's 6 even. I'm not positive.
Well, just talking about dusk or even though the sun
Daylight.
is on the horizon, you still have light beyond the 6 month period.
Right, you'll have daylight for several. Just not sun. But the thing that I find most interesting about that is trying to put any flat Earth conception I've seen with a sun circling around doing a 360-degree. Let's say I'm looking up at South America, and I'm standing on the coast of Antarctica. Just a few thousand miles away from me is South America, and all of a sudden I see the sun go around behind my back when it's supposed to be over on the other side of the globe, the other side of the flat Earth. Makes a full 360-degree pattern.
Well, I would definitely come back and tell the people on here what I saw. I would let them know, guys, there seems to be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Well, the thing I find most interesting is that you don't even have to go to Antarctica. In South America, you get 16 hours and 58 minutes of sunlight, of the orb of the sun being in the sky. So you don't even have to get down to Antarctica to know that way south of the equator, you can have almost 17 hours of sun in populated areas where people live.
Wowzers.
Theoretically, that would mean that I should be able to point my P1000 just about north and watch sunrise and sunset between a mere 40 degrees apart. In one 60-degree field of view, I can see sunrise and sunset.
Even with Moyok's assertions of how the sky works, the Earth still isn't a globe. Is there anyone independent that has taken? I mean, if you claim it's so easy with just going out with a cruise ship, is there anyone that's got just like a cell phone shot or just some basic? There's the 24-hour sun, because all the footage we have is so hacked up and jacked up and cut and hacked and whacked, and whereas for the northern one, there's tons of amateur footage that's pretty easy to verify as being valid. So
Really, I haven't seen that much of the northern. I've only seen a couple of northern ones.
I've seen a lot of northerns that are.
Well, for once, there are a lot more people closer to the northern, right?
And you got populations.
I mean, I think one thing I've said, which I think is very likely, is that what they can do with chemtrails these days, which is completely blanket the sky to where you can't see the sky at all, they can do that. I wouldn't be surprised if they just absolutely are chemtrailing that Antarctic region, especially if there's a cruise or something like that happening, to where they're not going to let people see it. But still, even with that, that's just my theory. I don't have any way to know if that's happening for sure, but I just know that would be one way to block it out to where no one would be able to independently verify it. Meaning you could spend all the money and go down there and you're all ready with your camera and it's just completely clouded sky the whole time you're there. Nonetheless, are there any? Yeah, but there's still no like amateur footage of it, so it's pretty shady.
Yeah, shady. Did you see the 14 days of sun and 14 days of moon in Antarctica? That wasn't hacked up at all.
Do they allow recording devices? Like, there's quite a few restrictions, it seems like, that you got to follow. Is like recording devices or electronic devices, is that one of them? Like, no cell phone signals and stuff, or because they might hurt.
There won't be any cell phone signals because there's no cell phone down there, as far as I know.
No, but I mean, like, no cell phone, like, no cell phones are allowed. Kind of like how they want you on the airplane to turn on what you call it, the
airplane
mode.
The restrictions, as far as I know it, is really about what you bring in, you must bring out.
Okay.
So if you're bringing a liquid, gasoline, or something like that, you better be able to find a way of not spilling that on the snow. But a cell phone isn't going to leave residue. And as far as restrictions, I don't think there's a lot other than don't drop shit on the ground. No pooping, no peeing.
Yeah, because we're
No
so
refuse.
concerned about the environment.
They are down there.
Yeah, right. For
With a million visitors, you don't want to have a million pieces of refuse dropped around.
Oh, I know, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a shame that we don't do that. Yeah, it's a shame we don't do that for our national parks up here in the United States. Got shit left over. Nice there.
That's true. That's true.
You wouldn't have a shit fit over that, would you?
No, I'm saying that the whole facade of not polluting Antarctica is just that. It's a facade. And you seem to think that it's actually viable. Yeah. So, Moyok, there's no reason for you. Okay, Moyok, when you stoop down. Okay, yeah, but I'm not mocking you, dude. Okay? So there's no reason for you to then turn around and be like a 6th grader on the playground and go.
Sounds like you're being the 6th grader too.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to bring you back up to the level of being an adult. Can you do that?
Have you ever tried it yourself?
There you go again. Okay. So Howard, the point that I'm trying to make is that we are destroying the environment left and right through our corporations and through our national parks. This whole narrative for the Antarctica to be this pristine place where no one goes. I mean, in terms of no one, I mean like me, right? So I'm never going to get there. So who gives a shit if someone... Okay, I'm never going to get there. So who gives a shit if someone takes a dump out there and then it gets covered over by snow? Who
Because
cares?
it's not about you.
Okay, again, the countries that we live in, gentlemen, are commercial and corporate driven machines. They don't give a shit about the environment.
Nor does
That's
the
not what
government.
they're
But
talking.
what's
That's not
more
what they
telling
give a
is
shit
that
about.
even no one owns it. Is that they're like, let's keep it all nicey nice, man.
You have a pristine environment that doesn't have a lot of population that control what goes on. It's very simple. That's why they can do it there, and they all agreed to do it. It's a lot harder to go back to America and New York City and say you can't pollute New York City. 8 million people you got to police.
Yeah, if you limited how many people could go and charge them an arm and a leg to go on a
To go to
tour.
New York City?
Okay, listen very carefully. It's not very difficult. If you limited who could go into the city, and whoever did go into the city, you charged them an arm and a leg, it would be a much cleaner city.
Wow, that'd be good. Go ahead, do it. Kick all the people out who are dirty, and you can redo it. Get rid of all, commerce is how it works right now. Make a new method. Pitch it to somebody. Stupid ass. Goodbye.
Does anyone know if they sell? Well, I guess they probably do. Like, I don't know. Is VHS tape like, is that susceptible to like magnetic corruption?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a medium that isn't susceptible to that?
Well, supposedly, if you put silver lining on it or something, it will reduce the effects of it or something.
I'm just wondering because like, couldn't they have something set up, like if they're controlling where you get on and where you get off for your trips to Antarctica? Couldn't they just have like stuff set up to just like corrupt and distort people's stuff? So like every time someone, even if someone captures something really cool, it doesn't necessarily come out like clear and pristine. I'm just wondering if there's a way, like, is there a medium you could use to where even if they attempted to do that, could you still come back with like good footage?
Digital.
Are you saying that the footage that has come back from Antarctica is not good footage, Bob?
I don't know if that I've ever seen any myself. The only thing that I think, like, I've seen like the official stuff that they put out. I don't know if I've ever seen any like amateur Antarctica footage or whatever.
Okay. Let's...
Oh yeah, it's there, man. Oh yeah.
I guess even if they do take tours during the 24-hour sun time, like, there's probably not a lot of people, if any at all, that are going to go down there and then set up equipment to record 24 hours of the sun. That's not something that probably a lot of people are super interested in doing, if at all.
I don't want to be on their side or anything, but it's like I've seen plenty of videos of like people just getting off the tour boat playing with the penguins or whatever, and it's always sunny.
And they'd have
there
to.
are penguins on South Pole. It's not just north. I could be wrong, of course.
And they'd have to corrupt all the footage. They can't be picky and choosy with it. How would they know?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
Yeah, penguins don't live at the South Pole.
It's just something I
Yes,
thought
sir.
of that I thought. Wait, did you say penguins don't live at the South Pole?
Yeah, they live at North.
Isn't Antarctica
No.
like literally the no, dude? I just looked at a website about Antarctica and they were talking about the penguins. And it was like I think a penguin.
Yeah, I just looked up National Geographic. They say South Pole don't have penguins. So I don't know where you're getting your information. But
What do you mean? How does? What the hell?
Are you kidding me? Okay, let's wait a minute.
it's probably
Okay,
a normal misconception.
No, the penguins are from the South Pole.
No, North.
What are you saying? Yes, and the polar bears are from the North.
Look, I heard this too, but I'm saying I swear we've seen videos of people
Okay.
acting like Antarctica and playing with penguins. So
Penguins. Well, one sec. Penguins migrate. Penguins migrate to Argentina and even some part of Brazil every year.
Okay.
How are they coming from the North Pole?
What the fuck are they going to Argentina?
Anyway, it says here there are no penguins at the South Pole.
that's the fucking pole. They're on the coast.
Didn't know that.
Maybe
Oh,
that.
yeah, that
I
makes
heard it
sense.
before, but I needed to make sure.
But it's not in the North Pole. That's definitely not what penguins are.
Okay then.
Yeah, the penguins.
It's in Antarctica.
Yeah, there are
But not
penguins
in
in
the Pole.
Antarctica, but not at the pole.
We have penguins in my country. We're not even at the North Pole, dude.
If you scroll down
We
a
are-
bit, yeah.
Yeah, there's something wrong with like if National Geographic is saying there's no penguins down there, like there's something weird going on. It seems like.
Yeah, that's really
No.
weird. That's a conspiracy, dude.
No, I think it might refer to the actual pole itself, not to the coastal areas.
They removed all the penguins at the south just so they wouldn't.
Wait, here's one from National Geographic that says, oh, it's the same one. Yeah, it says that's because penguins, which are plentiful along the Antarctic coast, particularly the Antarctic Peninsula and the Ross Sea, are considered. Yeah, I think it might be the same exact article there.
Guys,
Well, penguins
I
only
didn't
live
wake
South
up.
Pole and more polar is debunked. But it says right on there that they live like in Antarctica. It's just they're not at the pole or whatever. Maybe I think Bandsaw might be describing that correctly.
Look, I ain't gonna never lie to you, and I'm not always that stupid. If you can hear the confidence, I'm telling you, these videos is out there.
Unless they armed all the penguins with machine guns themselves out, there's a possibility.
Yeah.
No.
Can someone maybe explain this to me? Because I've asked this before, but I can't remember what people are answering, and it seems to be inconsistent. But what do people have to gain about lying about the shape of the Earth?
Okay, how about this? Let's just talk about this, like the realness. Like, let's play advocate. Come on with the just there's new land, all this land, and they getting along, and nobody claims it. Like,
maybe not.
Come on, man. Ain't that suspicious? Like, what?
But I didn't understand. Could you maybe repeat? I'm not sure if
How,
I heard you.
dude. How the fuck America or Germany doesn't like claim this land? This isn't the moon. You know what I mean? Like, they could claim this land easily. And for everyone to just be getting along down there, it's kind of weird.
So why are they lying about the shape of the Earth?
Well,
To hide the fucking land.
Maybe the last time Germany tried to claim it, they got beaten into submission by the rest of the world.
Yeah, okay, so the Nazis were claiming that it's flat.
So I didn't say anything about Nazis. I'm just someone asked. I'm just saying perhaps one possibility is the last time Germany attempted to claim Antarctica, perhaps they were just beaten into submission by the rest of the world. Maybe that's what happened.
Konzespression Deutsch.
Right, but what's I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Like, when does the rest of the world jump in to help someone claim or not claim? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, think about this. Like,
they got beaten into submission based on the fact that they were attacking every country around them. So they got like in England asked America for help, and they were reluctant in the start. But
were you there?
No, I was not alive in 1940.
So
my
you heard a story
grandparents
about
were
what
the
happened,
fucking
and you
Nazis.
choose to believe it, right?
No, I don't choose to believe it, dude. I'm being told by people who were there what happened.
Right, but
And it's accurately represented as fact.
right. I'm just saying you weren't there, so you were told a story about what happened, and you can choose to trust those people or not trust those people. But it's not like you were there to witness it taking place. You didn't see it with your own eyes. You're choosing to believe the story they told you.
I've seen the pictures of the atrocities for myself.
Well,
unless you want to claim that every picture from the Second World War is fake.
Well, pictures are still, so you couldn't have seen pictures of the atrocity. You could only see representations.
And videos.
Okay.
So I just want to make it clear. So are we claiming the Nazis were not killing Jews, or are we talking about the First World War?
I haven't made any claims about Nazis.
But you're claiming they got beaten up because they were trying to
I
reveal.
didn't say anything about Nazis. I said nothing about Nazis.
Well, you're talking about Germany.
Yeah, sure. Are you accusing all of Germany of being Nazis? Are you equating those two things?
Is that what I was doing? Was that what I was
Are you
doing?
equating Germany and
Is that
Nazis?
what I was
I
doing?
said Germany, and you're saying Nazis. So it
Yeah,
seems like you're
so
equating.
you're talking about the First World War then, right?
Are you equating the two?
Were you talking about the First World War?
I'm talking about Germany. That's what I'm talking about. I didn't
Talking
mention
about them
any
getting
world
beaten
wars.
up by the rest of the world.
Yeah. I didn't mention any world wars, and
So
I
it
didn't mention
sounds
any Nazis.
so it sounds
That's
like
all
the
on
Second
you.
World War is the most recent. It's natural for me to assume that's the one you meant.
Talking about Nazis or world wars is completely on you. All I said was Germany and getting beat.
Okay, it's all on me, dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're just injecting stuff into it that I didn't say.
Oh yeah. Totally.
But it seems like you're equating Nazis and Germany, and
So why did Germany get beaten up?
It's a bit dubious there, pal.
When did Germany get beaten up? What year was that?
Yeah,
You wanna answer?
exactly.
You want to answer?
Exactly. What year was that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm asking
Exactly.
you, dude. You're the one who said they were gotten beaten up, right?
I didn't claim that I knew what year.
The 2 years
Oh, no,
after they surrendered.
All I said was maybe the last time they attempted to claim Antarctica, they
Now
got
it's maybe. Now it's maybe.
by the rest
You
of the
can
world.
just change what you said. That's
I
nice.
didn't mention any dates. I didn't mention any wars. I didn't mention any.
Take that eraser and change it to how you want it passed over.
Does anyone here have a recording of me saying anything different than maybe the last time Germany attempted to take Antarctica? They got beaten into submission by the rest of the world. Does anyone have a recording of me saying anything different than that?
Well, when else?
I don't think anyone is following
the only one who was
this
a little
conversation.
suspicious about Antarctica.
Oh my god, dude, just let this drop, dude.
Yeah, dude, let it drop.
So somebody asked a question, and I offered a possible answer. That's all I.
Did you hear him say drop it?
What's that?
Did you not hear your friend say drop it?
Well, I was technically talking to you, but yeah.
Since you guys clearly don't want to just avoid whole conversation, because you're seeming like idiots when claiming that Hitler and everyone got fucking beaten up for
Hitler. Why
do
you dude? Listen, okay, listen.
We're clearly talking about the Second World War because you're unable
Oh my god,
to say when it was.
Dude,
You're
stop!
refusing to talk about
This
it.
conversation is not productive.
That's for sure. Good.
Yeah, so stop talking
I'm glad
about
you can admit it. I'm glad you can admit it.
Stop talking about it.
Don't tell me what I can talk about, dude.
Okay, well, the original question was why would they lie, right? So, sir, do you believe that they're lying? Yes or no?
No, we're moving on, Vasily. We're moving on. They don't want to talk about it. Let's not talk about it then.
No, but this is about the shape of the Earth.
It was about something else for a second there. It was something about Antarctica and Germany getting beaten up by the rest of the world because the rest of the world are so mean to Germany.
But your first question had to do with why would they lie about the shape of the Earth, right?
Yeah, and I never got an answer by that, but that's a very common issue. If I ask a direct question, it's just a bunch of fucking bullshit is coming after. the question.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Do you believe that they're lying? Yes or no?
I'm asking why they would be lying.
No, do you believe that they are lying?
Well, if I don't get an answer when I ask a question, I see no reason why I have to answer a question when I get asked a question.
Well,
See my
it's
point
very
there?
simple.
Because I
If
still
you-
have not received my answer, so why should I be fucking questioned when my
Okay,
questions
well,
are going
here's your answer.
unheard?
Here's your answer, okay? If you say yes, I believe that they're lying, my suggestion is you ask them. If your answer is no, then there's no reason for you
So I
to
have
ask
to
in the first
presume.
place.
So I have to presume you're right. So I have to go to random people who I do not who are, and ask them why they're lying about something that I do not. I can't believe how you
That's
don't
right.
realize that it doesn't make any sense to me, right?
It
I
doesn't
have to
make sense.
I have to presume on you guys being right, so I can find people who I do not know who is. I don't know who's spreading the lies.
Well,
And
then
go
what are you
ask them
asking for?
why they're lying. I'm asking you guys, why do you believe they are lying?
No, it doesn't
What's your
matter.
justification? Yes, of course it
Doesn't
matters,
matter.
man.
No, it doesn't.
What do
This
they
is
have
your
to gain?
question.
What do they have to gain?
Listen. This is the easiest answer for this is this.
Money.
The only reason to lie ever is to control the person you're lying to.
Okay.
Whatever it is.
Hold on. It doesn't affect anything. It doesn't affect
Dude,
our life
settle
at
down,
all.
bro. Settle down,
It
bro.
doesn't affect how we're being controlled.
Settle down, bro. Okay? I'm just
Tell me
trying to
settle down, dude. Stop being. Get off your high horse. Just answer.
I'm not I'm not the one who's aggressive, bro. You're being a little bit aggressive. I'm not
aggressive
sure.
at all. I'm not aggressive at
Pretty
all.
sure
Being
you are.
Being ignored. I'm being questioned. I'm being told what to believe. I'm being told what to do.
I'm trying to have a conversation with you, so you're not being ignored.
No, you're not. You're not. You're trying to
Really?
tell me to simmer down.
We need to bring it down. All right, let's just all
guys,
calm
bring
the
it down.
farm. Calm the
That's right, bring it
farm.
down. Yeah, guys, we have to calm it down.
You know, you said something about it not affecting our lives at all, but you seem to be very much affected by this topic.
Oh, I'm very affected. Okay, tell me how I'm affected, my dude.
Oh my God! Let's
I'm
get.
walking
I'm
around in
gonna get rid of.
circles.
I'm
I'm
getting
working.
rid
I'm
of this
working.
guy.
I'm walking
Is this
around in
Joe?
circles because the Earth is round.
Yeah, I'm getting rid of this guy.
Gotta be controlling, man. You gotta be controlled, bro.
Honestly, we've just dealt with trolls all night long. All night long. No productivity whatsoever.
They are kind of out in force tonight, aren't they?
All night long.
Do you think it's something about Valentine's Day?
Well, I was going to say Single Awareness Day. Let them all know that nobody loves them.
Well, that's okay. That's a little mean, but I love them. Okay, I do. I care about them. I may not like them. I may not appreciate their point of view or what they say, but I do care about them.
Your unconditional love for everyone, Bob, is heartwarming.
Yeah, I want good for every human being on Earth. I do. I honestly want good for them.
I know, Bob. I know. I know.
We just might disagree on what good is.
You know, we're always looking for places where there's conspiracy. What about the fact that Valentine's Day was made up by Hallmark to sell more cards?
It's a good idea. You got to give them props.
Every holiday is commercial.
Was it made up by Hallmark, or was it like more like they kind of took over? Because my understanding is that Valentine's Day was like it used to like what it was based on originally was something like super duper terrible, real bad stuff, from what I've been told.
Oh,
So
really?
did they
Okay.
make it up, or did they just like take control of it and make it into something else?
No answer.
No idea.
Yeah, again, the whole commercialization of holidays and whatnot, that to me, again, that's controlled dispersion. If you want to label it Hegelian or whatever, that's fine. But I just can't imagine some ritual or some practice in some small town about some guy being really nice and dropping presents through windows just takes over the world, and then everybody starts telling their children about this guy. That's got to be some kind of
Yeah, that
psyop.
when you say it like that, it's like it does seem like there must have been some larger thing at play for that to like kind of spread the way it has, huh?
Yeah.
So, according to what I just Googled, one of the Roman emperors executed two men named Valentine, February 14th. One of which was thought to have been the Saint Valentine, who was a priest who would marry couples so the men could dodge the war.
Oh, that's different than what I heard, huh?
The Romans had a rule that if you were married, you didn't go to war.
Right. Then you were head of a household, and head of households don't go to war. It was only the
Wait a minute. That's
children.
the whole movie of Gladiator is based on the fact that Maximus was a husband and a father. The hell are you talking about, man?
Was he married though? Wasn't he a slave?
Yeah.
that
No,
couldn't be
he had
married?
he had a wife. He was a general, and he had a wife and a child.
Right, but wasn't he a slave at that time?
No, he was a general, and
Right.
then he got.
Was he a Roman citizen, or was he a slave? I thought at that time he was a slave. Maybe I'm misremembering.
I don't have the movie memorized, but I believe that the movie starts with a war. He is a massive leader in the war, and then he gets betrayed, and then is a slave. So he was betrayed, but while he was a soldier, I'm pretty sure he had a wife and child.
Many of the legionnaires weren't Roman citizens.
Whatever. I was just being facetious to a certain extent because it's a movie. First of all, it's not necessarily like it's real, but yeah.
I was reading about the Valentine's Day stuff. Seems like there might be a fairly long history, maybe.
Yeah, I'm thinking it was something more sinister than what Kool-Aid was talking about, but I may be wrong. I was just thinking there was something really, really dark surrounding Valentine's Day.
That I've heard that there was, and I don't necessarily want to mention it here on the voice chat, but from what I had heard, there was a very, very awful thing that took place. That was related to that or whatever. So
Are you talking about the Roman festival of Lupercalia that involved dogs and other things?
I don't think so. I read just a little bit about that, and I don't think that's necessarily the time period or the area of the history that I'm talking about. That might
Fair
have come before it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was just reading that. That's some pretty dark shit.
Well, I'm sure Kool-Aid, you know about the De Beers diamond hooks, right?
No, what about it?
Really? Ooh, I
Yeah.
don't want to spoil it. You need to look into it. Just that the whole diamonds are a girl's best friend. It was just a huge commercial move to sell diamonds and what diamonds are and how diamonds are made and how rare diamonds are. And it's interesting. You got to take a look at it.
Yeah, I definitely will. I know the modern slavery and exploitation behind diamonds is absolutely atrocious.
All right, the better question is if diamonds are forever, what is a single photon?
It's a packet of light. Or is it a quantum of light?
How can we be sure we've measured the smallest to a single?
It's all maths, man. It's all maths. You don't have to know. You just mathematically crunch the numbers and you get your result.
If photons are a single, like the way Left Lane just said, like a single packet of light, does that mean, like, in a way, all of vision is essentially zeros and ones? One being there is a packet of light, and zero being that there isn't?
No.
I'm not a binary guy, so I guess so.
Oh, so you're a non-binary? I didn't see that one coming.
What? I said I'm not a binary guy.
Implying that there's not two of him. No. No, maybe not.
I thought that meant he's a binary girl.
In a binary world.
It's
No,
all
I
good.
just meant I don't speak binary.
I'm thinking about it. It's like, I mean, that kind of is. That's how our vision. That's how we receive information visually, right? Is like it's either there's some light and we're able to see something, or there's not. And there's varying degrees. Like something could be in shadow, but that just means like there's less light.
Right.
And then when there's no light, then we can't see it.
Right. Yeah, the one thing that trips me out when thinking about light traveling or light carrying an image to my eye is that when I'm driving by objects that are stationary, they're not like blurred trying to catch up to my eye. You know what I mean? Or it's like I'm driving through, like you said, I'm driving through zeros and ones all the time. Like, but everything is just right in front of me. It's just right there.
Why would that be different?
How would depth perception even work if it's all just these same photons hitting something and bouncing off and then getting to your eye? How is there ever any difference in sizes for things? Because it's taking the same information to your eye, whether you're a foot away or 10 feet away, right? It's the photon hitting the thing and then getting to your eye.
That
Yeah, but if you move it further, it reaches your eye in different directions. So
I just don't
forms a
see-
different thing.
I-
Your eyes
I
know
just-
how to process that.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just don't
Yeah, but-
see how you wouldn't like just see the just blur all the time, because if there's billions
Why?
and billions, hold on, if there's billions and trillions, I think someone's got like this mic that's gurgling or something, of photons hitting a tree, and they're not all coming back to my eye, but like shooting off in different directions.
Yeah.
Wouldn't people at different degrees see these wild, crazy photons that just aren't attached to anything? It just has an element of a tree to it. Like we would just
No.
see shit all going everywhere.
No.
Yeah.
No,
There's like-
I mean, in order for a person to see it, you have to come to their eyes from that direction.
No,
That's
no, I'm with
exactly how they see the tree.
Now think about this, Bacon. Think about this. I'm with them because think about they tell us the energy is radiating out like in all directions.
Mhm.
So it couldn't be pulsing. It couldn't be. I mean, it could be, but it's like our eyes somehow just erase.
No, it's not
like,
pulsing.
But like, think about it. If you have all this stuff radiating, it has to be this constant, smooth, perfect stream. Shit should be flickering all the time unless you have this constant, smooth stream.
No, why? Like,
Think about it.
Yeah, I have thought about it. I've worked with ray tracing. That's exactly what it does. It's not hard to think about it. I mean,
Ray
it is in
tracing.
the beginning. Yeah.
I would love to see like.
To
Do
see what?
you just draw pictures, or how do you trace a ray?
Well, you see where it reaches with which angle, and then you get a new angle, and then you keep doing that, and you see where if it is going to reach the light at light source.
All right,
What
fuck
is it?
No, hold on, let me get. Fuck your ray tracing unless you have what we're talking about, the starting point, the ray propagation. You see what I'm saying? And I think what he's saying and what I'm trying to say to you is you have this constant radiation of stuff. It's multiple tiny particles going out in all directions right at this burst. Right.
Sure.
So you have to talk about all these original points of all these rays, bro. And think about it.
Yeah,
If you
most of
move
them are
around
the
a little bit,
sun.
all this, they starting and stopping. Like, why you wouldn't see flickering? Why you wouldn't see more flickering? Think about it.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
see where would the flickering come from. Like when the photons reach surface and they get
Jesus.
radiated from that surface in all sorts of directions. If they reach your eye, then you're seeing the color of that thing coming from that direction. If they don't reach your eye, you're not gonna see it.
Bro, it's a logical concept of smoothness, of consistency, of flow. Okay.
Yeah, but in order for a photon, light most of the times travel in straight lines, and given that, there's no flicker to
Have all your
come.
straight lines. What about your starting and stopping points? What about all we're talking about? Now you could come back to, hey, the eyes just aren't that sensitive, or the brain erases it, or
No,
whatever.
that's not my
Give you
argument.
an indication.
I wouldn't have to appeal for that. Your argument just doesn't make sense.
Wow.
That's not a very
No,
good
no, hold
prediction
on,
from the
hold on,
motion.
no, hold on. It does make sense because he and I agree.
Twinkle,
that's
twinkle,
actually
listen,
supporting that it doesn't make
Twinkle,
sense.
Twinkle, Little Star, bro. Think about Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. That's basically, I think, a kind of soft analogy. The stars flicker because stuff is getting in the way of the light. Now, in this case, we're saying, well, something's not getting in the way of the light, but the bursting, the radiating of the photons, the pattern is getting in the way of itself. Like every photon from each parallel, from each ray isn't going to be emanating at the same smooth pattern. They're all not right next to each other in this constant flow, supposedly from the
They
model.
don't have to.
Now, again, you should be saying things like we're saying. We're even trying to negate ourselves, and you're not even. You see what I'm saying? It's weird that you don't get it.
They wouldn't have to do the way you're saying in order for images not to be blurred.
I guess I'm an idiot, man, because this guy
No,
doesn't.
well, I mean, we just don't see it the way that you're saying it. We see it the way it's seen.
Yeah. Okay. So
No,
it
no.
just work backwards. Like for in order everything that. So let's not use the human eye. Let's use cameras. It's a bit of an easier setup. But it works roughly the same way. So inside a camera, you have this grid of photoreceptors, right? And when photons reach them, the camera reads that a photon reached that sensor.
Okay, what about the spaces in between the photons? Wouldn't there be a dimming? Look. Draw your. Oh my god!
Yeah, the spaces in between the photons.
Dots. What are your photons? Are they little dots from the starting points? Right now, think about all your streams of dots.
Draw it like that. Yeah.
You can?
You can draw
Okay,
them
so
like
think
dots.
about all your streams of dots. Are there not going to be spaces and twinkles in between these motherfuckers? And are they all going to line up from each?
I see.
No. There will be spaces, but you have to take into account how small is the space between them.
So that's what we already are. We're negating ourselves. We've already answered ourselves and said we're not sensitive enough to see it, but we at least should be able to talk about it.
No, it's not about being sensitive. If the gaps between the photons are millions of times smaller than the distance between the photoreceptors in your eyes, right?
Well,
it's not that you can't sense it. It's not that you can't sense it. It's that it's either reaching one of the sensors or it's reaching the other. It doesn't matter if there are gaps. Like it's going to reach.
Just think about it. I understand what he's saying, but if you think about it, like watching a motion picture is just a series of sequential frames, and they're all individual stills that your brain puts into motion.
Exactly.
And what's the problem with that?
The problem is that you didn't get it at first, I think, is what the problem is.
I don't think I'm getting it.
No, it's not an issue.
I'm strongly trying to see where the problem should be. And nothing that you said suggests to me
more sensitive. If we were hypersensitive, we would be able to pick up maybe, like, for instance, if you use a strobe or if some other techniques, you can see the flashes in between each frame of the thing or whatever, right? The movie thing. But like the basic question was, what is a single photon, right? So I think it's kind of cool because it loops us right back around to there.
Well, it doesn't require. I mean, if you look to a camera that is recording something without any movement, you just drop a camera on a table, and you leave it recording something. If that video isn't compressed, you can zoom in and see that the pixels don't have a constant color, like they keep changing slightly the color all the time, right? So there is deviation, even though you're not changing your setup. The colors of each pixel aren't perfectly constant, so it doesn't have to be that sensitive to pick up those imperfections on photos reaching your camera.
Okay, but how do we know that in between this shift, like instead of it being like 1 or 0, I guess, like how do we know it's not like a million and one, you know? Like how do we
The the more photons reach the camera sensor, the biggest it would be the difference in potential, and that's going to be read by the camera. So that is actually what gives you different values for the alpha channels of the picture.
Do you believe that they split a photon? Do you believe that they have split a photon?
I don't think that's possible to split a photon.
No? Okay. So how do we know what a baby photon is, the smallest of photons? How small and how big can they be? Are all photons the same size? Like how?
No, I don't think they have sizes.
You don't think so?
No. Like, I don't think that... It's not that they're like a tiny marble. That's usually how we picture particles, because that's the easiest way to picture particles, but that's not supposed to be an accurate representation of what particles are. They don't have like a diameter or radius.
Yeah.
Not that we can just point a camera to a particle and see what it is, because our camera works by capturing quadrillions of photons, right? So how can you see a photon if that's how cameras work?
How do you know what one photon is?
Well, I don't. I wasn't the one that came up, that figured out the photons.
I mean, are photons like this arbitrary thing? I mean, when I think of a marble, it's concrete. I can see a marble, but can I see a photon as a concrete thing? I mean, what are we even talking
No, that's
about?
exactly the point. Like, the photons are what creates whatever you're seeing. Seeing is detecting photons. That's what seeing is. And the picture is formed by lots of photons. So how
But
you
how do we
can
know
shine
they
photons on a
exist if we
photon?
haven't even seen them? I mean, we may be inferring the existence of something that isn't really there. What is so concrete about a photon that tells us that a photon even exists exactly if we can't even
I
see it?
I have
agree.
no idea. I have no idea how the existence of the photon was proven. But you guys can look it up if you're interested on that.
It just seems like an arbitrary thing. It doesn't really seem like it's concrete at all. Like we talk about
Have you looked it up?
wave packet emission, and they say that the regular emission of these waves is what they categorize as a photon. But isn't that like taking a cake and slicing it and saying that the slice is a thing? I mean, the real thing is the whole cake, the whole thing. You know,
Have you looked?
really
I would
focus
like
on
to, I would like to
Have you looked it up?
I would like to point out that asking the question, have you looked it up? You're just asking, have you gone to a different authority and asked them?
No. What you don't know what I'm asking this for, so don't assume.
No, I'm not.
What my reasoning is.
I'm just saying, the question, like, isn't a very useful question because of
You
what
don't know if
actually
it's useful.
I mean,
You
before
don't.
Bacon did say he doesn't know, but Bacon, you don't have
I
to
already
come.
said I don't know.
I know, and I'm agreeing that was fair of me to say, but you know, obviously I know I can look up anything. Okay, I mean, come on, man. I hope you don't think like you slightly patronizing to explain to me a photon is a thing. Like, dude, I know this. It's like there's a consistent thing that can be done to produce the phenomenon of the little smallest thing that they say. I'm trying to talk to you personally about it, get you to open your mind about some of these concepts that we have as, taken for granted in the scientific community.
Well, I was actually asking Lemon because he's saying this
have I looked it up?
inferred. Yeah.
Slightly. I've looked into it a little bit, but not much.
Okay, so what's the experiments you saw that are related to the discovery of a photon?
I talk about the photoelectric effect, but the thing that really makes me suspicious is they talk about a photon existing based off of hitting a substance with light and getting a regular amount of emission of light from that thing. And from this, they infer the existence of a photon. But I mean, you could have an earthquake in an area, and have a regular emission of water waves to cause a tsunami. That doesn't mean that the tsunami has quantized wateron or photon packets of emission. It's just a wave that comes in a regular, form. I mean,
Is that how
it's
they?
kind of suspicious.
Is that how they infer the existence of a photon?
As far as I heard with the photoelectric effect, did you hear something different? I mean, that makes me really
No, no, no.
suspicious.
I'm genuinely asking. I don't know how
Yeah,
they
that's
they
what
figured
I
out.
read when I read about the photoelectric effect. That's what I gleaned from it anyway. Did you glean anything different?
Oh no, yeah, I haven't looked it up. I just
All right.
want.
Well, it makes me suspicious because, as far as I can tell, there's nothing concrete there. It just seems like a regular amount of wave emission, but you could arbitrarily divide it up however you choose at that point. Just like slicing a cake this fat or this thin, or there doesn't appear to be a concrete thing there as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen anything purple?
Yeah, I think I got something purple on my phone right now.
What if I told you you've never seen anything purple and purple is not a wavelength of light?
That's magenta, isn't it? Not.
I'd be like, I've seen purple. What about it?
Is it magenta? I'm colorblind, so they all look the damn same to me.
Dude, it's really cool. I mean, there's this thing on where like they've proven this trick that our brain does something, or I can't remember, but I do recall what he's referencing.
But like, it doesn't really matter. Purple is just a label we give to the thing. Like, we're just trying to identify the thing we're seeing. So saying you've never seen purple it's kind of a worthless statement. Whatever we're looking at that we're identifying as purple, we've just identified that as purple. So it is whatever it is, we call it purple. So yeah, you've seen purple.
Purple, but purple travels in a straight line, right? Unless it gets refracted.
Can somebody cut out?
Most people think that light travels in a straight path to the observer. Yeah.
It's not a straight path to the observer. It's just straight path to everywhere. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to form images, would we?
Yeah. Maybe not.
Yeah, because that's it. I mean, the way pictures form, like let's say you have a source of light, and you like a light bulb, and it's on the ceiling, and you take a picture, and when you look at the picture, that light bulb is up in the picture. For that thing to be on the picture, it means that the sensors from the camera on the bottom of the camera registered more light than the rest of it because it's brighter, right? And that got into the picture. So the light bulb or whatever is coming out of the light bulb has to reach the sensor in the bottom of it. So you have to enter the camera from a higher angle, for going down. So that gives you the direction that it's coming. If the light bulb if the light from the light bulb isn't going in straight lines, it wouldn't reach that part of the sensor. It just reached that part of the sensor because it's going in straight lines. If it wasn't going in straight lines, we wouldn't be able to form pictures. Like, things would be just displaced all the time in the pictures.
I think this is the main problem that globers have with how light travels straight to the eye. They think that, a horizon wouldn't form just because, light goes straight to the eye. They're like, well, there should be no horizon between you and anything in the distance. But I don't know if that conclusion follows. I think a horizon would still form due to diffraction or something optical, where the ceiling ramps down to the floor while the floor ramps up to meet the sky. And eventually you'd have a horizon somewhere in your visual screen.
I don't see how those things are related.
Well, we are talking about light, I guess. Most of the time in these flat Earth servers, that's where light usually comes from, or how to interpret how light is traveling. Were you trying to work out another thread in the conversation? Why exactly are we talking about whether light goes straight or not? We went from photon to whether light travels straight to what now exactly?
Everywhere. I mean, it gets refracted, so it's not exactly straight. But that requires a change in the medium. The media. I mean, medium, right?
Medium. Yeah.
It's kind of weird how they say that light travels straight, but they say that a laser bends. I thought that they said that laser light was, similar enough to regular light for these refraction rules that they were talking about.
Well, the laser bends when it goes through different medium.
It refracts as much as the.
But light doesn't do that. Regular light.
Yes. Well, it's the same. Laser and regular light do the same thing.
Okay, so I thought you were just saying that light travels straight. Are you
Yeah,
saying?
and when I said it gets refracted when it goes through different media.
When it refracts, does it ping pong off of the refracting medium? Does it go straight and bend at a V? How does it bend when it meets the medium? Like a V, like a curve? How does it bend?
That depends on how the media is. Like if you have just two media that have very separate index of refraction, then it also depends on the angle. It can go like a V, or it might not do anything if you're reaching in a perpendicular angle.
I'm just trying to see how people are conceiving this. So it goes in a V, or does it curve, or does
That
it?
depends on what. That depends on the medium it's going through. Like if it's going through a gradient, and it's not going perpendicular to the gradient, then it's going to make a curve.
Yeah, but lots of little changes of direction make a curve, Lemon.
So light can curve then. It doesn't just go straight. It appears
Not
to
light
curve.
itself, but the path, like the trajectory is going to be curved.
Lots of little changes in trajectory, straight changes, make a curve, right?
Lemon's been here for like 8 years, 9 years, and doesn't yet understand Snell's law.
I get the general concept. The way that you're using
So why are
it
you
is
asking questions as if you don't
problematic.
understand them?
So
You're
I need to pick out if
you're asking
anything is
inquisitive
going on
questions
with
like
your
you don't
conception
understand
of
them.
this light, so I can see if we can have a meeting of the minds or not.
Do you
Because there
understand or
appear
do
to
you
be
not
subtle
understand?
changes between the way that the globers are viewing it versus, say, the flatties are.
Just try to make progress in the conversation instead of asking an elementary style question that you already understand. That you're
I
just
need to pick out what, if anything, is the difference between the way that you perceive this problem versus the way that we're perceiving
It's a
this.
law, Snell's law. You perceive it one way.
Lemon, could I ask you a question? Do you think light could bend independently of any like external cause, like a change in medium or gravitational effects? Do you think light itself, like in the vacuum, could just decide to change its path?
Not unless it has a shape. But I don't think of like traveling
mean?
like a straight line string for it to bend.
Wait, hang on. Just back up. What do you mean by not unless it has a shape? Not unless what has a shape? The light itself?
Something with a shape can bend. And if light doesn't have a shape, then it can't
No,
bend
the
logically.
bending is not the light itself; it's the path of light. That's what
Yeah,
we're
but
saying.
what
bends,
do you
not
mean by light has a shape, Lemon? Like, elaborate on that, because you're just throwing out that statement and not really explaining what that means.
What I said is that for light to bend, it must have a shape. Light does not have a shape, therefore it is not accurate to say that it bends.
So then you're saying independently by itself, light wouldn't bend in the vacuum, for example, right?
There need to be another way to think about this problem since light doesn't have a shape. Now you guys say that the path bends or whatever, but as far as I can
but
tell,
Lemon,
light doesn't take a path.
just answer the question, bro. Do you think light in the vacuum could just bend the direction it's traveling in? Or would it just travel in a straight line?
I think that light more or less goes in a straight line to the observer.
Okay.
I don't think that its path really bends like a laser. I think it just has a straight shot path to the observer.
Okay, but you do agree that its path could be bent by external causes, right? Like a gravitational wave or a change in medium?
No. If it's shaped into a laser, then it can bend like the laser. But if it's not in that shape, then it's not going to bend.
What do you mean by that? If it's shaped into a laser, like
A laser is a shaped emission of light, concentrated, collimated, released from the laser like a bullet. Most light isn't quite like that. It's not shaped like that.
Yeah. Okay. That's what you mean. Like if it's not collimated into like a single beam. So you're saying when light is collimated into a single beam, even in a vacuum, not being affected by gravity, it could decide to start bending because it
It
now
can
has a
bend
shape.
then since it is shaped into something else. Then it can bend.
So how does it being collimated all of a sudden make it able to bend?
Well, it's concentrated. It's going to have to spread from that point, and it's going to need to be released in a certain way from the barrel of the laser. So just like releasing a bullet from a gun at this angle or that angle, releasing the light from the laser at this angle or that angle or whatever is going to influence its path, possibly even curve it. So I'd go with the shaped light being curved as opposed to the gentle wash of illumination that we're normally in. I think there's a key difference
So I can
between
shoot
that light
light
versus
from a
regular
laser
light.
beam and bend it around a wall?
You can bend it around an obstacle slightly. Like light,
What
you pass it through
about the light being
atmosphere, it does
collimated would
deflect
cause this
slightly.
bending?
It's shaped. It's put into a shape.
But what about it being put into a shape? Like, what is the underlying mechanism here? Like, is it a force causing this? Is it a medium? Is it the ether? Like, what would you say is? What about shaped light, collimated light? What property does it now have all of a sudden that allows it to curve the path it's traveling on?
It's released from the barrel, just like the barreling of a gun makes a bullet travel in a certain way. The quote unquote barreling of the laser would make the laser travel in a certain way too. One would suspect, anyway.
No one
So
would.
the shape of the laser, the medium it's passing through.
Yeah, all right, but this is
Spreading
what I'm
out.
asking you now. If there is no medium and it's not in some sort of force field, like I keep saying gravity, but it seems you don't want to hear that. So even like an ether field, whatever. If none of these things are present, right, and you collimate light, what would now cause this light to curve the path it's traveling on? You keep saying
If you talk about a
you keep
vacuum,
using
I
bullet
guess it would be the
analogy.
ether, the electromagnetic field it's passing through that's seen or
But
unseen
I'm
in the
saying there's no force field present, so you can't,
How
try
are
and
you
bring up
constructing this
ether or.
hypothetical again? You're constructing the hypothetical where there's a laser and we're in a vacuum, or what?
I just said if light is traveling and there's no force field present, it's in a vacuum. So that means there's also no medium present that could change the path it's traveling on. Do you think this light would be able to bend? Your answer was it could bend if it's collimated, if it takes a shape.
I think of
And my
light
question
as
is, what
waves in
about
the
it?
ether, so if there's no medium, there's no light. But if you're going to construct a hypothetical where there's just a laser and nothing else, I guess it would
No,
go
no,
straight out.
you invoked the laser, not me. My hypothetical didn't have laser. You the one that said light could bend
So
if it's
what's your
collimated.
hypothetical
If it's put
again?
out of a laser.
So
Okay,
what's your
this is the fourth
hypothetical
time. This
again?
is the fourth time I'm gonna give it to you, Lemon. If you have light traveling and
So
there's
light,
no
not a laser.
like,
Okay, we're dealing with light. Go ahead.
yeah, just light. You're the one that keeps invoking lasers and collimation. So if you have light
Because that's
traveling and
shaped light. But what were you saying?
if you have light traveling and there's no force field present and it's in a vacuum, so there's also no medium present, would that light be able to change the path it's traveling along?
No, there'd be nothing to
Okay.
make the light go anywhere else but straight, one would
Why did you
assume.
why did you make this so difficult, Lemon? You could have just said no, man. Like you invoked all of this other stuff for no reason, man.
I invoke the laser because it's shaped light. And in Mick West's example, it's shaped light so it bends. Regular light isn't like that, so that's a fallacy.
What happened in Mick West's example? Did he shoot light through
He
a
put through
vacuum
sugar
or what?
water and it bent toward the bottom.
Okay, but that's because of the medium it's traveling through. That's just the refractive index causing that to happen. Like even you would agree with me that it's the medium causing the light to bend, right? No?
Yeah, I would agree with that. The sugar water, yeah.
Okay, but that's not the example I gave though, right?
Also, it's shaped. And what have I been saying? You have shaped light that's in a shape that can bend. Regular light isn't like that, so it's a fallacy. Like I said, you're shaping the light in the laser so that it can bend in the first place. Regular illumination is not shaped. So it is a fallacy to talk about regular illumination bending
Okay, but do
like
you
the ball
not
is
think
rolling
that
around the
light from
ball.
the sun would bend in the medium? That's not shaped.
It would just fill the medium. There'd be nothing to bend.
But it would bend though. I mean, that's why we see refraction happen in the atmosphere. You know, sunlight being refracted, right? And that's not shaped.
But you can see the discontinuity from medium to medium with like a Fata Morgana or a superior and inferior mirage.
I totally agree, but that proves that even light that isn't shaped can bend, right? When exposed to a medium. Not
I
quite.
guess. I mean, with the discontinuity, it'd be more like broken light. I
Any
mean, for it
flat
to
earther
bend,
would agree with me right
a
now. Why would you
continuous
disagree?
string of light from medium to medium, but you see a discontinuity, like you're seeing one piece of light and then another piece of light, you know, that's kind of like not connected. So it's kind of questionable. How do you see the light curving when there's that discontinuity? That's a little problematic. I get what you're trying to say, but with the discontinuity from medium to medium, I don't know.
So you don't believe that sunlight or any type of light traveling through the atmosphere it's just not due to the medium refracting the light.
Not like a string. I think that when light is presented to the eye, it's more like induction. The medium decides to present to you an image. It's not like a string going from one medium to the other. The medium is excited by the light energy and it presents to you a picture. So I think of light traveling slightly differently than a string that goes from medium to medium and bends like a ping pong ball. I think the medium either presents to you the image or it doesn't.
I don't understand what you just said, man, but okay.
The difference is we're talking about light like it's a continuous string that can bend and
I
warp.
think you're the only one talking about light
I
like
don't
that.
think of light traveling like that.
You kind of do, because you keep invoking light being shaped, you know, collimated, light being a string.
It's like
These
a
are not
TV
light
picture.
things.
I think that the light in the medium, like a TV picture that can turn on and show you a particular picture or not. I don't think of it as a string that goes from medium to medium, especially around a ball. So I think of light traveling a little differently. I think of it more like a picture that's just presented to you by the medium or not. Nothing that necessarily travels like a string.
I don't understand that one. I've never heard that
It
before.
still has to reach photosensors to be able to form pictures in cameras.
Even when it reaches the sensor, it's not necessarily interpreted as a 2D image. I mean, there's bacteria that's in front of our eyes that isn't presented as a 2D image. It's just way beyond the resolving power of the instrument or the eye or whatever. The horizon, for the purposes of this flat Earth discussion, would basically be sandwich, smushed,
Bacteria,
compressed, extremely thin, quote unquote.
bacteria on the lens of a camera aren't affecting the picture in any significant way, are they?
Well, if light's coming from the bacteria, then we should see it on the camera or the eye too, but there's a limit. The limit appears
If the
to be
light is coming from the bacteria, if I'm taking a picture of something, the light isn't coming from the bacteria, it's coming from the thing I'm taking a picture of.
so when you take the picture, if there's bacteria in front of the camera, then you should see it unless there's a limit to the resolution power of the camera, the eye, or the optic. The limits of resolution appears to be the size
Why should I
and
see
or
them?
the angle.
Like, why should I see them? If they don't interact with light in any significant way, why should I be able to see them?
Because they're in front of the camera. You appear to be implying that just because there's, light in front of the camera, that it's going to be interpreted as a 2D image.
Well,
Supposedly,
if I put a
there's light
glass,
coming off of this bacteria too, one would assume. So why aren't we seeing them in front of the camera? Because it's
if I
beyond
put a
the resolving
glass,
power of the instrument.
no, if I put a glass on the front of the picture, I'm not gonna see any glass, even though it's on the front of the picture, right? Because it's not interacting with light in any way that would affect the picture, just like the bacteria.
How is it not interacting with light? We can see glass with a sheen, like the light is kind of going off.
That's not what I said. I didn't say it's not interacting with light. I say it's not interacting with light in any significant way that would affect the picture, just like the bacteria.
So why isn't it interacting with light exactly?
The glass or the bacteria?
So it's not interacting with the light because it's bacteria.
No, I'm asking. Are you asking about the glass or the bacteria?
The glass.
because it's transparent. It doesn't block visible light. It doesn't absorb visible light, and it doesn't reflect visible light. So visible light goes through it.
So you're saying the same thing happens with bacteria? That's not interacting because it's transparent?
I don't know.
Do you know enough to answer the question in reference?
I just said I don't know.
The camera will take a photo of everything that's in front of it or not, all the way to the horizon that's in front of the camera or not?
The camera registers the light that is getting inside of that is reaching the sensor.
It appears that not all light is being registered by the eye or the camera, as far as I can see, based off of the bacteria.
Yeah, visible light.
As
Visible
you don't
light.
know, but I'm willing to make a pretty sure bet that there's bacteria in front of the camera that light is coming off of, but that isn't processed by the camera. Just like there's light
if
on
it's
the horizon that isn't processed by the eye or the camera, that isn't processed by the eye or the camera, that's right there over a flat plane.
If it's bouncing off the bacteria, it's not by any significant amount.
So
Otherwise, it would affect the picture.
Relating this back to whether or not, say a horizon can form over a flat plane right in front of the camera without a hump of Earth curve in the way. It looks like the light is there, just not processed in a zone of extreme visual angular compression over the surface.
If you don't see something black on the picture, then there is light coming from that direction.
That doesn't mean that the light is processed into a 2D image.
Yes, it is. If it's reaching the camera, it gets the image. It was processed as a 2D image.
As far as I can see, that's not the case with bacteria that most people would say has light coming off of it just like anything else. Or with the horizon, which appears to be right there over the flat plane.
What I said is, if you're taking a picture of the horizon and there's nothing black on the picture, then there's light coming from that direction. And it's being processed as a 2D image.
No, that's not a safe assumption. Just because it's there doesn't mean that it's processed as a 2D image, as far as we can tell. But
if it's that's what it's in the picture. If it's I see in the picture, then it's being processed as a 2D picture.
That becomes a fallacy if you say that it's in the picture, therefore it would be processed. It's processed, therefore it would be in the picture. I don't know if that would quite hold with bacteria or anything like a horizon.
If a portion of what you're seeing, you're not processing any light from that direction, that will form a black spot in the picture, because that's what happens if no light is reaching the sensor. If light is reaching the sensor, that's going to get registered and processed as part of the picture.
Or you just get a horizon line.
No, the horizon will have to be black if that was the case.
That's a descript line between the sky and the ground. I guess that's as quote unquote black as you're gonna get, or unprocessed.
No, black. I say the color black. If light is not being processed by the camera, that would be black in the picture, because that's how the cameras work. When light reaches it, it registers as a color. When it doesn't, it's black. If it's not black, then light is reaching that point.
Lively bunch.
Hey, slow down. You're talking too much.
Did eggshells kill it? Was it pumping until eggshells come in? I'm only joking, eggshells. Settle down.
What was it? I missed it. I had the sound down and started hunting through my tabs, seeing what was playing, and then realised it was your voice.
Lucky you. It's just nonsense, mate. You didn't miss anything.
Fair enough. Just addicted to watching sovereign citizens argue their case in court.
The funny thing is, they're doing it in court. Like, one hand, they don't acknowledge it, but on the other hand, they acknowledge it.
Yeah, I mean, that in itself is quite funny. There's one judge, there's this black lady judge, and she like shouts that at some guy sometime where he's like, I want to move to dismiss because you don't have jurisdiction. She's like, you know what I would do if I thought people didn't have jurisdiction? I would ignore everything. I wouldn't do a thing. I would not lift a finger. I certainly wouldn't put together a binder of documents and turn up in court on 8 o'clock on the morning of a trial they told me I have that I thought was bunkum. And then he keeps challenging it until she holds him in contempt. And yeah, there's another one where Judge Middleton's like, he's got a very funny way of taking the piss out of people, and he's like, you're in my prison challenging my jurisdiction.
It's funny. I'm not sure I get addicted to it, but hey, each their own.
Yeah. I just get on different fascinations. Flat Earth ones were going around in circles a bit, so I needed a new thing to learn about.
When you're struggling for that definitive evidence to, convince everyone of a ball, I suppose moving on is probably the best option.
Well, I mean, we're different on that. I don't think definitive evidence for anything exists, so I don't set it as a standard that I require.
Fair enough. Yeah.
You guys find this
I
informative?
must admit, I do like watching the videos of dickheads in their boats trying to go out and go through like a mouth break or a break, or even guys trying to drive their cars on the sand, get involved. That's pretty funny to watch.
Yes, yeah, I like that. Yeah, there's some point up in Queensland or something, somebody's uploading them. Motorbike videos, yeah, touring videos, people traveling around the world and stuff. That's fun. Do you know when you're going to be doing your cheese cutting test?
I'm waiting for Jeremy's Jello trench.
Jello trench.
Yep, a mile of Jello.
Well, that was an interesting thing, White, you said the other day that I haven't actually searched up and found yet. Can mechanical gyros measure rotation of Earth? I thought they could. I don't know how to search it. I spent a bit of time doing it, but it was like just yielding too much junk to find the... What about that? Most sensitive mechanical gyro. Showing me a...
Eggshell, let me ask you a question. Do fixed points exist in the heliocentric model?
Do fixed points exist? Well, points, as you point out regularly, are in a sense fictitious, in that they are sort of theoretical more than they are actual. And I don't think so, or perhaps they could be, but largely irrelevant.
What do you mean?
So it could be, you could say there is a fixed point of space, but given the speed that we're turning and orbiting the galactic center and the galaxy's moving, any fixed point would rocket away from us at many thousands of kilometers per second, such that it wouldn't really be meaningful. You would only, I think, create a fixed point in relation to something.
What do you mean with fixed? Fixed in relation to what?
Yeah.
Exactly. So therefore,
because I can, if I
go ahead, man.
It's just that if I put a trailer behind my car, it's fixed into my car. But if someone's looking at my trailer, it's moving away from them, so it's not fixed to them. Like you need to fix to what?
Yeah. But does that create like an infinite kind of regress problem? If you're like fixed in relation to what, aren't you setting a different point as the what? So a point, would it be, then we'd be saying that a point only makes sense in relation to another point?
Exactly.
No, yeah, so maybe it would be fixed points don't exist.
Fixed is not stationary. The trailer, like the ball joint, that particular point, a lot is fixed to it. That point is not fixed in space, no.
Yeah, so nothing is fixed in space.
Right, so there goes all your gyros and pendulums.
No, they don't.
Yes,
No,
because
but
you
that's
can't
fixed.
tell.
No.
You can't tell, so you could mathematically represent the rotation of the universe.
No, but I can move the gyro and it picks up motion. And when I put it on the Earth, it picks up motion.
Right,
so
but you could just explain that mathematically and say that no, you're rotating around the gyro.
I think the difference is the question is whether gyro will measure rotation, it won't measure displacement. As far as I know, nothing can measure displacement or just movement. you can measure acceleration, you can measure rotation, but just something traveling steadily cannot be measured by itself except in relation to something else. So the gyro is not measuring displacement, it's measuring rotation. So it's not about a point, it's about rotation.
But if the gyro has a fixed position on the thing that's rotating, that's not really real.
What's
Because
not
there are
really
no
real?
fixed points.
What?
Because you could
Tell me
just,
how the fixed point relates to what the gyro measures.
you could represent it mathematically by just flipping it and saying that everything else is rotating in relation to the gyro.
But you can do that with a car. I can tell you that your car isn't moving. The earth is turning under your car, and you're fixed, and you can't prove me wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah. So if I
Yeah,
have
but
two
I
cars
don't think that
moving
shows
in
that things
opposite
aren't
direction,
moving. It's just a question of where you're asking.
yeah,
You're setting
and it's
a
like
different
if I have two cars moving at different directions, then obviously it's not the earth turning underneath the car and the car being stationary, because it would be impossible for two cars to move in the opposite direction.
Right, but you know, I mean, you could make a model
Take
that
away the reference frames.
right. You could represent all of that mathematically with a model that says, you know, exactly what you're saying, that the earth is moving under your car and you're not moving at all.
Sure, but I mean that's why you use different thing than just distance traveled on a surface, because you don't take into account the motion of the surface if it is moving.
Well, equal and opposite reaction would suggest that both are occurring. The Earth is rotating underneath the car, and the car is moving.
Sure, but it's like if I'm in an airplane or airport, and there's the like the fucking thing that travels on the ground, the sort of escalator, but on a ground. If I'm walking on that, let's say 2 kilometers, did I move 2 kilometers?
Well, what's your reference, so you know what?
Exactly.
Remove the reference for this conversation, and a point in space is never fixed. Never.
Sure.
In the heliocentric model.
In any model.
Yep,
so that's why you take into account the motion is relative. And that's what Jerry didn't do.
Well, a stationary plane idea, wouldn't that suggest that a point in 3D space there is fixed?
That's an assumption.
Well, I'm just saying, you just said in no model, and I just thought, hang on a minute, now there is a model where a point would be fixed, but that is an assumption that it's stationary, yes.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I guess then, okay, then we can also have, because we know the speed that the galaxy is moving. So I guess we can sort of know. Not sure how you'd know, but I mean, if we know the speed of the Earth and the solar system and the Milky Way, that is in relation to something.
Yeah, if you were geocentric, you could say there was a fixed. Any point on Earth would be a fixed point, wouldn't it?
I think you can.
If geocentric was still stationary, though, I mean, geocentric doesn't necessarily suggest stationary, does it?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was wondering. Does maybe some geocentrics think that the Earth is there but does turn?
Well,
maybe
the flat Earth, flat Earth geocentricists don't think that it's turning, but
yeah,
globe geocentrists might think that it's
stationary
rotating.
is almost more important than flat for some people, I think.
Whatever the Bible says, it goes.
Well, that's the thing. For those that come at it from a biblical perspective, the stuff about stationary is far more clear and unequivocal than the stuff about flat. A lot of the flat's inference, a lot of the stationary is direct, explicit.
Yeah, that makes it even harder for the math, doesn't it? Because if it's not spinning and there's none of those forces going on, how the hell is it holding together as a sphere? That's another kettle of fish right there, isn't it?
No, I
You
think
don't need
spheres. So you don't get
rotational
a sphere
gravity.
from the spin; you get a sphere from the gravity. Yeah, I still think very slowly rotating.
Yeah, but isn't all that a
planets.
function of the rotation and
No.
the magnetic core?
No.
Like, don't
No,
things
because
have to
think
rotate?
so.
No, the moon also has gravity, and it's
It
just
rotates
very slowly.
very slowly.
But yeah, it rotates once a month, right?
But it's
and
like
that
Still does it,
would, yeah, it still does it. But I would say if it was rotation, it was making it spherical, then the more you rotated, the more spherical you'd be, and you'd tend towards a different shape.
Yeah, if anything, rotation is going against gravity because you have
Yeah.
centrifugal force like the equator.
That's what I was going to say. The faster you spin, I imagine you become more pancake-like.
It's like saying magnetism plus motion, but no, motion goes against it.
But they are linked. Like gravity is what pulls planets together, and if they miss one another on their first pass, that will quite often give them both spin and orbit, is my understanding.
Yeah, but that's.
But it's not with spheres because we spin.
Yeah, it's just spheres because of the mass of the planet and the lowest energy state of the four.
I thought they went hand in hand, personally.
I don't think that's the case. Let me do some googling though.
Not that it really matters, but yeah, stationary globe I see has to change the mathematics somehow, without a doubt. But that's a whole nother server. I mean, shit. Stationary globe still needs curvature. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, stationary to me is somebody who's gone enough of the way to start accepting heliocentric model, but just can't let go of the bits that say
the biblical side.
Yeah. But I don't think there's many. Are there many of those people?
I wouldn't have a clue, mate. I've just got my questions. I'm not in any other server asking anyone about their weird questions. That's not my my game.
Do you mean a lot of stationary geocentrists?
Just any? Just sphere geocentrists?
There are some. I haven't seen many, but there was one debate about it in modern day debate.
They'd have to be a rare breed.
Yeah, I've just tried to Google it, and I'm getting like the rise of neo-geocentrism, and then go down into it, and they're like talking about consciousness. I'm like, fuck off.
I think it's like
scientific
trying to find a rotating flat Earth or stationary geocentric.
Yeah.
Or a quantum etherist. Not going to find one of those too quick.
I mean,
they would be a rare breed indeed.
Ether must be the most raped word on this, debate.
Nah, curvature.
No, but like ether band, then there's luminiferous ether, then there's different kinds. There's so many different kinds of ethers that it's like the word has no meaning anymore.
I found an article claiming in 3 polls conducted in 96 and 99, 19% of Britons and 18% of Americans, 16% of Germans said they believe the sun orbits the Earth. I'm not sure that many people are geocentrists as much as that many people just don't get that that's not right.
Yeah, I think I could have a poll where I ask what do cows drink, and more than 50% would say milk.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also you got to remember, geocentrist doesn't necessarily suggest, like it's just putting Earth at the middle of everything. It doesn't necessarily suggest there's not another sun potentially going around something else. So that question's a little bit, not, I wouldn't say loaded, but just not very specific.
Yeah, but I mean, it's yeah. That's what I was saying. Yeah. It's a poorly asked question, so that you're getting 20% of people who aren't understanding the question, or that just don't think very deeply before
Where
answering.
did they go? The local ice cream parlor, or was that 100 politicians? What was the demographic?
But yeah, since I was part of a quote unquote study like that a while back, I just have so little faith in those survey studies. Like the people are more scared of public speaking than death. I'm like, that's just some shitty question asking. It's the only way you get that result. You've just asked the question in such a way that people tell you the one that first pops to their head. There is not virtually nobody on the planet, but very, very few people on the planet that if I put a gun to their head and said, give a speech or I'm pulling the trigger, would go, actually, please pull the trigger. Okay, so I've found a little bit about...
think go on.
There you go.
I was just going to say, perhaps the perceived fear and mockery after public speaking is worse for some people than, having it just all ended, because you don't have to worry about shit once it all ends, do you?
Mm.
Like, even if you die with your fucking bits all hanging out and in a fucking very not unfriendly fashion, you don't give a shit, you're dead. But anyway.
Oh, there's that word. Reading about modern geocentrism and ether pops up again.
Look, as much as it's contested, I don't know. I just don't know. I don't understand why it's so mocked when you've got, theoretical physics. They're allowed to just say whatever they say, and you don't mock it because, it's just theoretical physics, and that's half the point.
What don't I
why
mock
can't
about?
other theories?
What do you mean?
Go on.
What are you talking about specifically with theoretical physics?
Just then, you just said, oh, look, there's the ether again popping up. Like it's a requirement for something. And maybe it is, that's why it pops up so much, because it's like this magical thing that has to exist for things to work, potentially. But why is it mock-worthy, though?
Well, because to me, it's like dark matter. It's a magical word that pops up as a sort of it's like a get out of jail free card. If I say ether, you can't disprove it because it's a mysterious thing that works in any way I need it to.
So you mock dark matter from
Yes.
serious scientists? Okay.
Well,
no,
not from serious scientists. Serious scientists describe it in the same way I do, which is that it's a placeholder for our ignorance. But I do mock it in terms of lay people who try to draw conclusions from it, or moreover, lay people that try to draw macro level inferences from the double slit experiment. They go, well, our consciousness creates the world around us. And it's like, no, that's not what they said. That's not the conclusion anybody serious or reputable says. That's only somebody who's trying to sell me healing crystals, pedals, that kind of bullshit. That's what I do mock. And indeed, if any reputable scientist started saying our thoughts, the double slit experiment or anything says our thoughts structure reality around us, I would mock that too.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So quantum foam is mockable, or it's a serious thought that you'll entertain? I don't know much about quantum foam, so don't ask me about it. But is that something you entertain as a serious thought, or is that mocked, even if a serious scientist presents it?
I don't know much about it, but I'm also largely disinterested in it. Unless there's some sort of meat world macro scale impact it's going to have on my life. But as for that stuff like the multiverse or the edge of the universe or start of the universe or dark matter, it's just not that interesting. I guess dark matter is slightly interesting in that I'll be curious to see what other theories come to replace it and how you could test those. But as for that other stuff that's like, ooh, maybe it's all strings that are vibrating, I'm like, unless you can tell me how this is going to impact my reality, even in the distant future, I'm just not that interested, you know?
You think, I mean, just on the back of that, I mean, so you're not interested, but you wouldn't say let's just pull the funding from it because, you know, you obviously think there's some validity to it, or would you not care if they just pulled the funding and there was no more theoretical physics?
I mean, a large part of that question would be where's the funding coming from? How much of it is my tax dollars going towards that? Other questions would be about like what, if anything, results from this. So if it's like I don't fully get the idea of what they've discovered or even hoping to discover with CERN, but I have some confidence that they're useful in that other useful stuff is falling out, like TCP/IP protocols come from CERN. So if they're doing something
sure, other
useful,
benefits, yeah.
But like, I don't know, largely maths-based modeling things, no, I'm not that interested in. If you suddenly said you've got to pay $100 a week so that these people can keep coming up with theories about what might be at a scale beyond our ability to ever test, I'd say no.
Well, let's just say it was 50 cents a week out of your wage, and you found out that actually went towards people sitting around talking shit and making up stuff with good intentions, and potentially, you know, positive things come of it. Would that bother you? Because 50 cents, 50 cents could go to something else, couldn't it? But
and they're studying quantum foam.
Well, all sorts of stuff. Like, just it's theoretical. It's a department of people sitting around theorizing, and you know, what if, and investigating it to the best of their abilities.
Yeah, if it was well intentioned, they were doing it in a way that was falsifiable, and there's useful stuff coming out of it, I'd be happy with that.
Yeah, well, obviously the useful stuff coming out of it's sort of an after thing. You don't really know until that's happening, which could take some time. If you're going to put like every 3 months something good has to come out, oh, that's it, then I suppose you know that's probably going to deter a lot of people from ever thinking about anything. But I just feel as though if there's tax dollars being spent on even the remote possibility that there's some quantum foam or some shit, and even though some people like yourself don't care, I think equal money should be spent on people who actually have theories already that just need investigating, as opposed to theory thinking.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a balance though. Like that's why I say falsifiable. It would need to be something that is falsifiable. It's just people staring at their navels and like, for example, simulation theory, which is unfalsifiable.
Do people like chocolate?
No. I mean things about our cosmology, like simulation theory is an idea about cosmology, but it's unfalsifiable, at least to my understanding, because any test you could construct to determine whether we're in a simulation, you could easily go, well, but maybe the simulation is simulating that, and so it doesn't become interesting or meaningful anymore.
Yeah, well, there are certain things, Yep. Some things we'll never know.
Like, do you mean like what about if the government, is your line of question going towards like what if the government started asking me 50 cents to test the shape of the Earth?
No. Just I was referring to the ether. So if part of that group sitting around, they were actually practically, talking about the ether and, trying to get experiments together and that just happened to be part of theoretical physics, would that bother you? Or would you consider it a more serious topic just because it was something that was in a department of science? Or would you not want that to be funded?
It's a good question.
That's why I said that the word is overused.
Yeah, I'd want a clear definition of it. It's interesting because some of my like gut reaction or bias is to be like, no, that's a waste of time. But to sort of challenge or question that, I would one thing I would to what you're saying, Mailman, is I would want them to clearly define ether. So they aren't just going, oh, we're using magnets over here and light over there, and we're just sort of doing weird things and looking for weird, unexplainable effects and calling that ether. But if they said,
because if you talk about Travis's ether, then I agree, there's mirages. So ether proven.
No, I mean, okay, what's the satisfactory definition of, antimatter or dark matter or all of the other things that theoretical physicists are theorizing about? Like, why all of a sudden does this particular theory that needs investigating to define all of a sudden need a definition before it's funded to be thought about?
No, but if you have a word, are you saying that you have the word before the definition?
No, but to investigate something takes funding and takes time. So to ask someone to define exactly what you're investigating and what you expect to find before they've had the funding to investigate it, there's already a general knowledge of what the ether is or suspected to be.
Sure, but that's a point where I ask flat earthers to give me a way to falsify it, and they struggle with the ways to falsify it.
But you missed the point. Did you ask the quantum foam people to do the same thing before tax dollars go to that? I'm not saying your specific tax dollars do. I don't know, but you know what I mean.
I do think that's a discussion that would have been had at
version of it. Here's another version of it. Like there's scientists staring at their navel and looking into telescopes, theorizing and claiming to discover other exoplanets out there that maybe are inhabitable and blah, 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 which is really nothing more than a science fiction narrative because they got no fecking idea what's actually going on at whatever they're looking at. So that's something which is unfalsifiable, makes a wonderful narrative and no doubt gets a way to pump government money into their pockets. Whereas the ether, I'm not for or against it, but that's something that is here and potentially tangibly testable here on Earth, but nobody's really devoting any time or effort to it. But we're looking for exoplanets that we'll never get to.
You'd need to, like, we know what we mean when we say exoplanet, right? Where we go, it's a planet that is outside of our solar system, and they'd probably define it even further. Like in Cronek's research, it's like he's looking for Jovian planets orbiting white dwarf. So we've at least got a clear definition of that, which helps us a lot with the falsifiability business. Whereas if he says we saw gravitational lensing that is consistent with X, Y, and Z, sure, we might not be able to go there. It might be well beyond our ability to go there and test it. But we could have somebody else point it up and say, no, I was measuring the sky on the same night, or I've mapped out what that orbital cycle will be, and I can show that that's not the case. And we can do that because we've clearly defined what an exoplanet is. If we could clearly define ether, I would probably be closer to saying, yeah, you can take 50 cents a week off me for this. But I need to know what it is in relation to what it's not. A Jovian planet is not a unicorn. It's not a sense of embarrassment. It's not a feeling or a force. It's a physical object that is out there or not.
I don't mean to trivialise this, but it's a light in the sky is what it is. I don't mean that in a condescending, like a trivialising way. But we don't know what it really is. Yeah, we can look through a scope and think, okay, I reckon that's what it is. We've got no way of proving it. We really, really, really don't know. And I'd say the same thing about ether. Look, it might not even exist, but I just think the fact that it potentially does, and it's in a realm that we can actually try and figure something out about it, it's got to surely be worth a couple of guys in a back room somewhere looking into it. I would have thought.
Okay. So let me put it this way, because I think that then it'll make sense, or maybe we'll be closer to agreeing. Let's say I go, hey, FE and other Australians, I need $44 billion because I need to do research on this. It's just going to be 50 cents a week. What I want to test is the effect of Flagenspiel. And when people say, what's Flagenspiel, I'm not able to explain that. Would you, but the point is about, can you define the word? If I said that and I said, oh, it could be in this reality, it could be real, wouldn't you go, well, you need to define what Flagenspiel is before I can even engage in this conversation?
Okay, so yeah. And what I would say is, okay, if we get a container and we evacuate it, my contention is that there is still something in there. It can't be actually nothing. I think it's something, and I'd like to investigate what that something might be. I don't actually know what it is, but I'd like to conduct 12 months or 2 years worth of studies exposing a vacuous environment to all manner of different testing, light, magnetism, gravity, whatever, everything at our human disposal currently, radiation, and just see if I can gain a reaction or a reading or a something that may substantiate what I'm saying. And if not, at the end of it, we'll pull the pin on it and say it was a waste of time.
So it's a kind of non-matter that maybe reacts with light, magnetism, radiation.
Yeah, like
so that's close to the definition.
Propagates through it, or look, it's really. I know what you're saying. It's searching for something that there's no proof of, but geez, mankind has done that a few times, haven't they?
Yeah, but
no, I'm not saying there's no proof of. I'm with you on that. I think it's worth. Sorry, Mailman, you're trying to speak. I'm not saying it's not that there's no proof for it. I'm just saying I would want a clear definition if somebody were asking me for money for that. But you've given this a pretty good start to a definition.
Yeah, but I'm wondering where to get the idea that there's something there. Like what makes you think that there actually? What makes you think that there actually is something there when you make a vacuum chamber and make it a vacuum?
Because light can travel through it, right?
Here's what I think, right? I said to somebody on Brandon's show a while ago, so there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. And everyone said, yes, but of course there's not. I said, okay, so if we get out into the deep, dark reaches of outer space, where it's 10 to the negative 17 or 24, whatever the claim is, that means there is hardly any matter, gas or whatever, there's hardly any of it, which means that in between those particles of something, there must actually be a perfect vacuum because there's so little of anything there. So my point is there can't be nothing there because nothing is nothing. Nothing doesn't exist, but clearly that vacant space does exist. Therefore, it can't actually be nothing. Do you follow the reasoning? Because nothing doesn't exist.
I follow the reasoning, but I'm not sure if it's not more semantics than physics.
Yeah, like space doesn't exist. How can like you're saying that the space exists? So wait, I exist in space. So would the space also exist in me because I occupy space, which exists, and I exist? Is there a double existence there?
No, it comes down to the size of the measuring equipment. If your particular measuring device has, say, you're measuring pressure, atmospheric pressure, or you're attempting to, and it's really, 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 really fucking low, it's only going to read really, 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 really fucking low if there's actually something in there pressing. Yeah. But if you're between particles and there's nothing in there pressing, it would have to read fucking zero, wouldn't it? It can't just read really low.
Yeah, it'd be zero and then pressure.
But we're all aware that a real absolute vacuum is only theoretical. We're unable to create one, and we're unaware of their existence anywhere.
No, but it must exist in the model going by the distance between these particles, though. It must, not just in theory.
Sure. Like,
okay.
What do you mean? Do you mean like for me? It's just density of matter is what you're talking about. And for me, some things are dense, some things are less dense, some things are very, very, very not very dense. It's just a long way down that scale. It sounds like what you're saying is in order for the particles or the molecules or the whatever that's in that very less dense matter to be less dense, something else must be filling up the space that has no mass, no reaction to light.
That's right. Yeah.
We're not able to see it or feel it, basically.
Sort of, but I would go down the path of that there mustn't be something else. I would go down the path of everything is much closer together and there aren't these massive distances, personally.
But I mean, you've seen some things that are less dense than others, right? You've touched water and been in fog.
Of course.
And
Of course. But I can't put an atmospheric measuring device in between the molecular structure to find a low a low pressure point between molecules. I can't do that.
What if you make a vacuum, like a vacuum chamber? Would you take away half of the gas molecules inside the chamber? Now, are you saying that the molecules that stay there are getting larger and fill the container? What's going on?
They just spread out.
They're just more spread out. They're less compacted.
So what's between the molecules then?
Exactly.
Well, exactly. Must be a complete vacuum. Absolute zero.
What a point. What is between them?
Yeah, I think if you gave if you like went and became an undergrad, I'm not saying do this. I'm not, because otherwise it sounds rude and ridiculous. But if you were to become an undergrad at college and do physics, or share this proposal with others who do,
don't even go there.
What do you mean? Isn't there discussion about whether we can get funding to test something? Or do you mean do you mean get funding? Do you mean to get funding, but you're not a university, you're not a recognised research institution? You just
no.
Garage
there's already what I put to you was there's already 50 cents potentially as just a figure being spent each week out of your pay on theoretical physicists. Would it bother you if you found out that some of them were sitting around and actually spending taxpayer dollars on ether and trying to investigate it?
No,
I
wouldn't.
Quantum foam and all the other crap that they're talking about.
No, I wouldn't have a problem with that. What I do have a problem with is things like we're probably going to butt heads over this, but like things that I think that have been repeatedly tested, and like homeopathy has had, I forget what, but the figure, there was a website a while back that was like, how much government money has been tested to see if homeopathy works? And it was just like a counting ticker.
You can't
there was a
go
case,
down that.
right? But just grant for the sake of conversation that maybe there are some things that fall into this category that I'm describing, which is that people are saying, like, this has been tested so many times and it so reliably fails that at a certain point it's an absolute waste to keep throwing money at it. If there was something like that with ether, I would say yeah, but I don't.
Who funded those studies? Eggshells.
I wouldn't. Oh Jesus! Just
no, but it's a good point though.
Lots of things, everything from universities to governments to private institutions funded them. There's the number of studies.
Yeah, all by all. Okay. Yeah, no, fair enough.
Very long. It comes from multiple sources.
So it must just be placebo effect then, when it's applied and benefits happen, or just coincidence? Or
no, it's placebo effect. It works. It works when it works when it's unblinded. It works when it kind of works when it's single blinded. At the moment it's double blinded. It stops working.
But who's funding these tests? Are you able to link these tests?
Let's just get back to the point, because I didn't pretend I brought up one that's been debunked. Okay. And
right. Okay.
If that were the case with ether, then I'd start to get to the point where I'd be like, okay, stop funding this. But it doesn't seem like that is the case with ether. So yeah, I'd be okay with it happening if people had a clear definition of what it was. As you say, FE has a impact upon this meat reality we're experiencing down here, and they go, here's this thing I'm going to do. Sure. I'd support that. Would you, Mole Man?
Get a petition going.
I called you Mole Man, not Mailman.
Because surely, like science, the point of science is not just to reinforce what science thinks it already knows. The point of science is to try and figure out what we don't know, and is what we know actually what we know? But that doesn't seem, that seems to be fairly narrowly applied, shall I say? Maybe that's the best way to put it.
Yes. I mean,
Because the ether's not a new thing, Harry. As you know, ether's been around for the theory of it's been around for a couple of hundred years.
Sure.
That from Stagnac and whoever did those things back in the day. So why, there's stuff that it just seems to have been put on the shelf a long time ago when technology was fairly limited and arguable. That I just this being one of them, that I think surely somewhere in the world someone must be thinking, God, can we get a bit of a government assistance to try and figure this out a second time round? It's weird. It's actually weird to me that it's comment worthy to me that nobody anywhere seems to be interested in it. That's odd.
Right. Does one of the possibilities, because I don't know much about it, but my immediate assumption is that the possibility could be that it's a little bit like the four elements making up everything, that the idea was tested, was fundamentally, was the hegemonic belief. Once they're able to test it, they did, and it failed so repeatedly and so reliably that it's sort of a laughing stock to try and bring it up when atoms do a better job of explaining all of the matter around us. That it's something like that.
But true science wouldn't make the other side a laughing stock. There would be no laughing stock. There'd be no point for any of that attitude at all. It's
What do you
just
mean?
science.
Science doesn't dictate how people should treat one another. It doesn't say you're not allowed to laugh at those people for saying dumb things. Most of the scientists I've ever met are fairly
No, but questions
vicious with their
aren't dumb
derision.
eggshells. Questions are questions.
I'm not saying they're dumb, but I'm also not dictating how scientists should or shouldn't treat other people. Like they explore what they want. They think other views are dumb, most of them.
Well, I think ether is thoroughly debunked.
Well, I notice you use the word think. I think ether is debunked. Interesting.
Sure. Yeah. My thinking.
Is the argument here that there's not currently any research or development going into being put into alternative sort of theories?
Yes.
No, not at all.
It's not so much as an assertion, but as an implication of the conversation.
Okay, there certainly is. There's countless. I can name a few just off the top of my head. MOND for one, MOND, modified Newtonian dynamics. That's a legitimate alternative theory that has pretty heavy research in right now.
Is this to do with ether?
Hang on.
Is this to do with ether?
You just
Well, I'm just pulling up one off the top of my head. Does it
no,
have?
but you used the words legitimate, alternative. So you didn't say alternative. You said legitimate alternative. So there you go. In the definition, there's a caveat that says not crazy alternative shit that we think's crazy. Legitimate alternative.
So how do you? But how do you think it would be a good idea if somebody said, "I think the universe is made of cats"? That you go, well, can't call it crazy, can't call it illegitimate. So we've got to fund this guy who wants to do his cat study.
Well, that's just so far from
exactly
being realistic on what we're talking about. No.
Yeah, but
exactly. So unless you have a clear measure of what that is, I think it's reasonable that Chronic says this is legitimate.
Let's say the limit is 100 people. You've got 100 academics that want to look into something, even if it's fucking cats in the sky. Right, there you go. There's a rough fucking idea of how we'd ballpark whether to put money into something. Okay, there you go.
I think the limit is where something on his face is impossible. I think that's sort of the limit.
But I mean, who decides that? It's just down to whether you can.
At the risk of being polarising, I'll throw one out there. Go back 20 years or 30 years. It isn't that long ago in the scheme of the world. And tell me about a study where men are women and women are men. Oh, you would have been laughed at. Seriously, you would have been. I'm 56. I tell you now, you would have been laughed at. But now, all of a sudden, it's an awfully credible subject.
But that's just a definition game again.
Oh my god! Right.
Like if you define males and females with X, Y, and XX, or it's just a definition game where I am a grasshopper by my gender.
It is. The MON does include Einstein ether theories.
Oh wow! Did I just call something related to an ether theory legitimate? I think I did.
Oh.
Well, hang on. Let me say
Wowzers.
this. Several alternative relativistic generalizations of MOND exist, including BiMOND and generalized Einstein ether theory.
Looks like there's funding going into this stuff in our current day. Interesting.
Oh, what is it? Is it multiple different places or just one particular group looking at it and making sure that, you know, whatever happens, happens?
I'm going to guess multiple because he was able to say this off the top of his head. So if one's doing it,
yeah,
it seems probable to me more than one is doing it.
It's a
I asked the question, didn't I?
What?
I'm
It's a
happy if
robust.
it's happening. I've not heard that it's happening. If it is happening and someone's considering it, I'm kind of happy about that.
Yeah, it's MOND, modified Newtonian dynamics. It's in my opinion, it has not yet been fully discredited like sort of electric universe type stuff. A long time, a while ago. But Grimm's not even in here. But
I mean that this does. I guess this does nothing to flat earthers because they don't accept galaxies.
Yeah, it's just an example of current day funding that's going into alternative theories that I could think of just off the top.
Oh, hang on. See, the narrative that it hasn't been discredited yet, that's very very interesting, isn't it? Because obviously, if you want to discredit something, what better way than to fund it and investigate it, in quotes, hey? Oh, look, we didn't find anything. That's just a bunch of BS, people.
Is that not the point of science?
That's 100%.
No, not to get a funded
100% the point of science is to investigate it and discredit it.
Science,
if it's done right.
Conclusion.
Is he
a funded conclusion?
Arguing
hang on.
You're arguing for anti-science right now.
Yeah, Whites, you get I feel like this happens quite often. You get so excited at disagreeing that you end up disagreeing with yourself. So where we started, you were saying that your position seemed to be that it was bad that these alternate theories didn't get studied. And then you've whipped around to it's bad that these alternate theories do get studied.
I asked you if you would mind spending 50 cents a week. That's what I said. I didn't know whether it was happening or not. I said, would you mind spending any of your money? You then said, I need to know whether it's legitimate, whether it's well-defined and whatever. But meanwhile, you didn't give a fuck about quantum foam or anything else being defined enough for you to worry about spending money. You just didn't care enough to even
That's
look.
not what I said. This is again, you get so interested in fighting, you don't actually follow the conversation.
Yeah. Not really at all. I started the conversation.
Yeah, but you're not following it. I'm not saying you didn't start it. I'm saying you're not following it. You're not following it now.
Well, you'll take it off in all sorts of tangents, Harry. That's the problem.
Harry, did you say anything about quantum foam in this?
I didn't have a problem with it being studied. I said it doesn't have it. I'm not able to understand it, and it doesn't have enough relationship to my life for me to really care much about it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
but you
objection with it being studied. I didn't say it
to justify the payment at all. You never once said, "Oh, actually, I didn't ever have that defined to me."
Okay. You're just tilting at windmills. You're not following the conversation. You're so eager to argue. You're not listening to what other people are saying. You'd be better at arguing if you did.
Listen to everything you've said, mate.
Doesn't sound
very Whatever.
He said nothing about quantum foam studies.
Yes, I mentioned that. Theoretical physics. Irrelevant whether he said it or not. I brought it up.
If you're going to bring up my view on it, it does matter whether I say something about it, right? If you're going to say Eggshell's view on quantum foam was X, then yeah, it is kind of important whether I said X.
Okay, I said that you didn't care about it.
Yeah,
was that wrong?
Huh? Yeah, it's quite that's quite close to what I said. Is it quite close to what you said?
You said you didn't care enough about it to even look into the fact they're spending money. Basically, you didn't care.
Yeah, largely don't care.
Mm-hmm. Right, but you did care about potentially money being spent on the ether.
Sure. It's because it was proposed as something that somebody wanted to talk about, so I'm happy to engage with it. I'm happy also for funding to go into that if it can be defined.
It's good to find out now that it is. That there is money being spent on it. That's good to hear.
Oh wow!
No, I didn't say that you said it wasn't at all.
Like a battle. We could just
stop putting words in my mouth, mate.
Oh, all right.
Stop putting words in my mouth. I never said you said that. I said for me, it's good to hear that there is money being spent on it. That doesn't mean you said that it wasn't eggshells. Stop reading into things. You're pretty argumentative at the moment. But I then said,
conversations with you really
what
frustrating
a better way, to discredit something, because this other fella said that it's almost been discredited, like the research is going well, but it's basically discredited, but not quite there, like electric universe theory or whatever. So I said, what better way to discredit something than to fund something and investigate it with an already decided outcome? And then you jumped on me and said, "Oh, that's the point of science." Oh, no, it's not. A predetermined outcome is not science. It is not. What, to have a predetermined fucking outcome, is it? No.
Good morning, everybody. It's all happy in here.
Oh, fuck. Eggshells is doing his usual trip. Which
Morning,
I'm sure
Grant.
you'll agree with, Paulie.
Just a second, family stuff happening. Back in a bit.
Thank you, family. I'm sure they're really solidly studying that ether at all those universities, those government-funded universities. I'm sure it's really independent.
Yeah, man, you should read into it.
I'll accept
Instead
their
of
conclusion.
speculating, man. Read into it and stop just speculating wildly.
I'm allowed to speculate wildly. If you can put me in my place with some links or fucking some more information, then you should go and look into it. That'd be really great.
There's
Feel
a
free
link
to
in,
elaborate.
link in the text chat for you, bud.
No worries.
How
I'll
can
fucking look at it.
It's been in there
I
for
can
10
speculate
minutes.
all I like.
I was going to
How
say,
can they do
Chronic,
it?
Chronic is worse than I am for backing his shit up. Hello, Chronic. Long time no speak.
How's it going, mate?
Yeah, not bad.
But it's weird that now if someone is studying something, it's automatically biased because it's been done by a research facility.
Yeah, I
It's
don't.
like, okay.
I asked, funding is important.
Literally
So
can't
if
win.
the cigarette
Sure.
companies fund the research into whether cigarettes cause cancer, just because there's funding, do you think you're going to get honest scientific output? Or do you think it could possibly be biased? Maybe.
What? Okay. Is it biased only because the cigarette companies are making money of it?
No.
Okay.
But
So what's
wouldn't
the
you
other
want it to be
aspect?
done independently just to verify? Wouldn't you want that?
What is independent then?
Well, study that's not funded by the people who require a certain outcome.
Okay.
Simple.
How does
Independent.
who is trying to find a specific outcome on this modified Newtonian dynamics research?
Oh, I've got no idea who's trying to find. I don't know.
He hasn't read a single thing
that's the
about
point.
it, so he doesn't know the answer.
I asked before. If you want to tell me, feel free. You've said you've dropped a link. Cool. I can't look at it right now.
You're reading for
So
you.
is it independent? No, you don't have to read it. But who's funding it? You seem to know. Who is it?
So, as textbooks quote, leave it as an exercise for the reader. So, good luck.
Okay, so you can't quote who's funding it, so you don't know. Or if you do know, you could just say it.
What do you mean?
Whatever.
One second.
Whatever blows your hair back, mate.
Water vapor. Why do you think only one person or one group or one
Forgetting that's
particular
my
side
fucking name.
is funding it?
Fuck you, Bandy. Say that again.
What do you
Why
mean
do you
with independent funding?
Yeah, I mean, what do you mean? The question I've got is, why do you think it's only that this funding is coming from a biased side automatically?
I didn't say that it was only. I just said what a good way to discredit something. I didn't say it is. I didn't make any claims whatsoever, mate. None.
Okay, so then it's I think then, yeah, you can say if this, but possibly that, or, I always think there's a really good test for anything that you want to say. It's not you, just in general. It's what I call the so what factor. So you can ask questions that are very spurious, but so what? What we're looking for is the evidence, isn't it?
You may need to repeat some of that. My
That's
bad.
right. No, that's cool, man.
We're looking for evidence. I get we're looking for evidence, yeah.
Well, it's what I call the so what factor. You know, we can question anything, and you're right. You know, you can question anything, and I don't have a problem with people questioning stuff. But you want to look at the validity of why you're questioning something. And it's what I call the so what factor.
Sure.
I think here's how I'd explain that. If the purveyor of a thing, whether it's a narrative or a product, or it doesn't matter what it is, if the purveyor of that thing is involved in or funding or the researcher of something which is negative to that thing, that the outcome is justifiably can be doubted or questioned. All right, but if you had the Anti-Cancer Foundation who were researching the negative effects of smoking, maybe their results might be more credible than the people researching it who sell the cigarette. So I
Philip Morris has got a vested interest. I can see that. That's a good argument because, you know, you're saying if I'm Philip Morris and I know that there is real fucking legal shit coming my way because, oops, I haven't been as open as I could. But the whole point is Philip Morris and the companies like them actually got into legal shit not because people smoke cigarettes, but because they hid that information or tried to repress it. And they got caught.
Yeah. And they got caught,
with their hand in the proverbial cookie jar.
But wouldn't it go both ways?
All right. Whites, after refusing to do the work for you, I did the work, okay? I pulled up, just 5 random studies and who's funding it, okay? On MOND. Cosmological Simulations in MOND by G.W. Angus, 2013. Funded by the Department of Physics and Astrophysics, University of Brussels, Belgium. Next one, Dark Matter, Superfluidity, Galactic Dynamics by Baron.
And where do they get their money from?
2015. They get this study gets its money from the Center for Particle Cosmology, University of Pennsylvania. Number 3, Dwarf Spheroidals in MOND by G.W.
This is all government funded? Can we just go and is that government funding
listing
or not?
all of the funding sources. Are you listening or are you not listening? I'm listing every funding source.
Mate, you say names. Are they independent or government? I fucking don't know.
The words that I'm saying. Okay, if you listen to the English
independent
words, you
government.
will understand. Okay.
Well,
next study by G.W. Angus is the author of the study in 2008, funded by the School of Physics and Astronomy, University of St Andrews, Scotland. Next study from 2011, Improving Relativistic MOND. It's by Evgeny Bibichev, funded by the Laboratoire de Physique, University Paris, something, France. Another study, MOND Calculations and Bulk Dispersions by author S.G. Alexander in 2017. Very current, only 5 years ago, very current. Funded by the Department of Physics, Miami University of Ohio. Just 5 out of probably hundreds on this list, hundreds, and they're all current. 2011, 2003, 2017, 2018. So I think we can move on from this conspiracy about the funding sources here.
Well, it's not a conspiracy. It was a mere mention, and you still don't know where that money comes from because all these places are funded. You know, they get grants, they get this, they get that. You still got no idea. So as much as I don't know either, you don't know anymore.
Well, I can take one university out of that list that I do know, which is St Andrews.
Are you confused about? Where's your confusion? The money is coming from mysterious origins.
Yeah, the problem that exists here, though, guys, is that you are in this area or realm of research. You are never going to have a funder that will be beyond reproach. You know, your local greengrocer is never going to fund Newtonian investigation of.
Yeah, but the problem you've got with that argument is you think that project by Foolish Decisions is sponsored by X. That's not the way shit works. What you have is they'll have some funds from, student grants, from students actually paying their fees. They'll get some fund from government. There might be sort of some investment from, people that have been to that university in the past and have now moved on. and they'll have some investment from private industry. Now, the private industry stuff, you're right, that tends to be shaped around, particular types of investigation. All the rest of it goes through bursary. This is why I was talking about St Andrews, which is a university I know. So that bursary then will take in petitions, and it's a panel of people that sit there with a pool of money, and they go, yeah, I like what Chronic's doing. This makes sense. Business case and argument is good. Not that they do a business case, it's more of a study overview. And then they'll say, we'll fund this and we'll give you some time to go and look into that, and we expect you to review your findings, your progress over a period of time through a certain number of meetings.
And I agree with you completely in that. And I may be misconstrued. My argument was not to discredit anything. It was just to point out that in this area, you are always going to have that mindset against you that, oh, they're biased, they're supporting a narrative, they're blah, blah, blah. My comment was not partisan in any way. It was just to say this is such a polarizing, and it's such a niche and highly technical and expensive thing to research, that whoever is funding it and whoever is in control of those purse strings, I think, will always be painted by one side of the argument as having a bias or a preferred outcome to the study.
It's
great
non-expensive
statement. So
to study. I don't know.
So with what you just said, I'm asking the question, why do these, I can't even count how many are on this list. It's over 500 just on MOND studies that are funded. Why, with your statement you just said about biases and all that stuff, why did a single one of these ever get funded in the first place? If it's an alternative theory that's wacko and cuckoo and just unlegitimate and doesn't matter. Why did any of them get funding in the first place? It's a competitive proposal submission process. These studies compete against other studies more or less legitimate than this one, and they have to compete for the funding and the money. Well, so tell me then, why did any of these get funded?
I could very quickly posit a conspiratorial tinfoil hat answer to that question, and I could almost name people who would perhaps give you that answer. I'm not one of them, but I could quickly fashion an answer to that.
Of course, if you're conspiracy minded, you can make up any. No, but that's my point though. That's any conspiratorial minded person can just magically just create something out of thin air that argues against it. My question is still legitimate, and giving a conspiratorial answer to my legitimate question is sort of unbalanced. I'm expecting a legitimate answer, not a crazy conspiracy theory answer. But that's just my opinion.
Totally. And as I say, my part in this conversation genuinely is non-partisan. I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying that there would be plenty of answers. Well, I can think of one, but there would no doubt be more that could be thrown at you as to how this came to be, how this funding was raised. There's just always going to be that contra position held, and none of us know where or why the funding was given or raised. That's the reality of it. You're reading it from a wiki search or a Google screen or whatever it is, and we don't have any idea. So
Sure, I have an idea myself. On several occasions, I've firsthand sat on committees that have reviewed proposals and decided on funding and ranked different proposals competing against each other, and ranked them and awarded certain ones funding and denied other ones. So this happens in reality. I haven't sat on any. I haven't ranked I've never. A MOND related, alternative related, theory related proposal hasn't come into my view yet. I haven't had to rank one yet, but going off my experience, a similar situation happened where, like Foolish said, where the committee sit down and they vote.
A couple of quick questions. With that committee, number one, how did those proposals come to be on the table in the first place?
individuals, researchers submit them.
Yes, anyone in the
Okay,
entire
but who
universe.
vets them? Who vets of the 1,000 proposals that are put forward? Who vets the 10 that get put on the table for that meeting?
Are you asking about my specific scenario my experience that I can give you?
Yeah, exactly. Who's
Okay, yeah. So
upstream of you in that process?
Yes, yeah, okay. So the original call for proposals received approximately 350 proposals total.
Yep.
And the governing the institution that had the money to allocate out to these projects, they convened several dozen people, probably like 30 to 40 different individuals in the field, researchers, scientists, that type of stuff in the field, those type of people. And they broke them into individual review panels, like 4 or 5 different panels, and each panel has 4 or 5 people on it. So like 5, maybe 6 people maximum on each committee, on each panel. And out of those 300 plus proposals, they divide all the 300 amongst those 6 or 7 whatever different committees. So then we get approximately 20 plus maybe 30, however many that breaks down, proposals amongst our 6-person panel. And we, over weeks and 2 weeks or whatever, we dedicate a lot of time into vetting each one and ranking them and deciding which deserves to get funding based on the scientific merit in the proposal and which gets a rejection. It's not.
So what you're doing in that process, you're trusting those upstream that have given you the truly worthy candidates, and that some that were thrown out, you're not aware of what happened in that part of the process, are you?
As far as I know, nothing is thrown out. Every single proposal that was submitted went to a committee. Now, however trash and very, very low scientific merit proposals were that got through, I would hope that if the process works properly, that
there you go, and there's your problem.
If the process works properly, then the person who wants to launch 800 cats into orbit doesn't get funded. Yeah.
Yep.
So call that bias or call that conspiracy or whatever, but that's just my opinion.
I don't. So please don't think I'm taking a position here. I'm just arguing a point because it can be argued.
But it's I understand.
You're kind of midway down the stream. There is things happening upstream from you that you're unaware of. You're unaware of the process. You're also unaware of the motivations and agendas of the people that are upstream. That's not your fault. And it may be completely. Hang on, it may be completely above board and as you believe it to be. My argument would be it may not be as well. That's the only thing, and that's how people will argue against that process. For your part, I don't doubt anything you're telling me. For your part, I really don't.
Of course.
So the question I have with that is, yes, you're right. You can always take the devil's advocate position on any topic, and you can always try and think of a problem to introduce into the system. And by the system, I just mean the process we're going through. Yep. So the problem I kind of have with that is if you do that, and that's all that's being done, I'm not saying you do that, then nothing ever gets fucking accomplished.
Well, stuff gets accomplished, but there's always this cloud of doubt hanging over everything, isn't there?
Well, again, if you're looking, if you want to see doubts, I mean, a bit like the chat, he'll invent it for it to be there, or he'll look for things that he doesn't know, because that's what we're talking about. Stuff we don't know.
I agree. Absolutely.
Yeah. And I'm a more positive person than that, I guess.
No, that's cool. All right, I've enjoyed our chat, boys. I'm going to go and say hello to my wife. Have a good discussion, and we'll see you on the other side.
No worries, and I'm annoyed that you didn't give me the opportunity to say, hey, don't come to Raw Prawn with me, mate. But carry on.
That's all right. I'll put that raw prawn on the barbie for you.
See you, mate.
There you go.
Oh.
Interesting hot takes in the chat.
money is going somewhere in public sector and no one sees the money again.
Yeah. It's actually
Except that
it's actually quite a hard it's quite a hard process to at least in my experience, the proposals that I've reviewed and sat on panels for, they're of course this is just my experience too. I'm sure it varies, but it's actually kind of sort of you can tell very what you can sort of. So there's different groups of the proposals. There's triple A, like this is an amazing proposal. They've laid out everything perfectly. Like their scientific risk is very low, and if they if they are able to do this project, the yields, the scientific yields will be enormous, right? So those stand above above a bunch of them. Then there's a few that are like, this is kind of very low effort. You can tell just in the proposal itself, they're like, they didn't put much effort. They didn't proofread stuff. Like they kind of just threw it together last minute. But then there's a middle ground where it's actually pretty difficult in the middle area to, like, right on the threshold of funding, of awarding, the funds, or rejecting the proposal, that actually gets kind of sort of debating back and forth in the review, the panels and stuff, whether one should go above the other or go below, and stuff like that. Like it's a very standard, normal procedure. Nothing like conspiratorial happens in those review panels.
I mean, it's a bunch of academics who get together and then say, well, do we like this? Do we like that? How well written is it? What's the port of it? What's what value can we add in this? And also, how novel is it in certain cases?
Oh yeah. If there's a project that's proposing to just repeat an identical thing that's already happened 80 times in the past, like, for example, an ether test to try to prove or disprove ether, maybe it gets funding one round, maybe it doesn't, and they reapply, the next year or whatever, and try to continue getting funding for it.
I think it's weird with so like White's brought up cigarettes. Like let's say there's a cancer group making a study about the health effects of cigarettes. Someone with a tinfoil hat might come up and say, well, obviously the cancer study uses grants and they get money for studies, so they have to lie on the science to get the money that they want. And you can bend it any way you want if you want to go with it.
Well, that's why that cancer charity is getting that money, because they're actually promoting the fact that these activities cause it. Therefore, people will give money into it for a fraudulent reason. Yeah, I mean, you can make shit up like that all day long.
Yeah, and I feel that's sort of what White was doing, saying that if university does the study, then it's fake because it's getting funding from somewhere. It's weird to me.
I mean, what gets me is the fact, and I gave one particular case, which is, certain types of corporate funding can have directions towards study. We'll give you this amount of money to invest in this particular topic area, or we're actually trying to work out how to fix this problem, and we'll give you a grant to go away and do it. I've seen both of those scenarios in university. Mainly because, that's part of my sort of client base. But the stuff with the funding, I mean, that generally, when you give a grant or you give a donation to a university, you don't get to choose how they fucking spend it. That's the bursary committee or committees.
Yeah. I have a proposal to use the Hubble telescope that's waiting to get a decision in an email any day now, whether it's going to get accepted or denied.
Can you tell what you're asking?
Yeah, I asked for 6 orbits of Hubble and to observe a particular star that's kind of interesting. That's all. And
obviously that can't be true because Hubble's fake.
Well, of course, it's either, what's the one in the plane that people in the airplane that people think is Hubble? I forgot that. Sophia. It's really Sophia. I submitted a similar proposal last year for cycle 28 of Hubble, and very similar, and it got awarded. So I got that. I was able to get that data, but basically I want to continue sort of observing this target. So I have to reapply to use to get the data from Hubble again this cycle.
Will we see a wobble or will we see a dimming? Is my guess. But don't answer that.
More of a wobble. Actually, both. Both at the same time, a wobble and dimming.
I remember you talking about it quite a while ago.
Yeah. Yep. It's if I was smart, I would actually submit a multi-cycle proposal instead of having to submit a new proposal every single cycle. But I always procrastinate, and then by the time the deadline comes up, it's like 2 weeks before the deadline, and I just have to write up a quick one just to. Because it takes more effort to submit, a multi-year, multi-cycle where you're proposing to use Hubble for 40 orbits or something like that. So.
No, I've never had to anything like that. Then again, Annie did a BA, so that's why.
Best part is anyone can submit a proposal. You could be a flat earther and submit a proposal.
You're right, someone should tell him. I still think his thesis document was one of the funniest things I've ever read.
Yeah, I think I read the introduction, and
it wasn't so much the content, or it was just purely the fact the grammar used in a document that he's trying to explain an idea for. That was what got me.
I see it's the peak IQ in the chat.
Yeah.
50 million a day for NASA, but no money to feed the poor. Oh, no social system in the United States now.
Yeah, well, it's why I put in the fact that it's funny that the US government spends close to $800 billion a year on preparing to kill people. Isn't that more of a waste of money?
Well, it depends on
It's
who you
funny.
ask.
I like the Crits meme about the debt. I guess he doesn't just understand that all money is debt. I think that's something that escapes him logic.
Yeah, currency, baby.
Yeah.
If only we go back to 1913, before the Federal Reserve was formed.
Yeah, let's get back to the gold standard so someone can hoard all the gold.
Yeah.
And have every money or all the money.
Every system has its problems. Every system is open to abuse. That's normal.
Yeah. I think the gold standard would not be good.
I've given the Illuminati a pronoun, Chronic, just so you know, to use it properly. It's them, they.
Okay. Why is it them, they?
Because they always talk about them and they. So I thought, might as well give them all the pronoun now.
True.
I sometimes wonder if them and they are the same entity, because they seem to do different things. Sometimes it's they and then it's them. Like Masons and Illuminati.
I think one of the things I find interesting about a lot of this stuff, though, is it kind of reflects on humanity's self-destructive desires. So always want to look at the negative outcome.
I don't know, man. I'm pretty optimistic.
I don't think that holds for everyone. I mean, what I'm saying is, that it's a bit like when you start reading philosophy and you go through nihilism and you go, oh man, what's the point of life, man? You know, and then you realise that okay, this is around a thinking process rather than concentrating on a particular outcome and realizing that an awful lot of the purpose in life is what we give it.
Well said.
What's this? The last bit with the Rothschild and Rockefeller. Yes, it's true. Blah 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 blah. It's like, sure, is that a quote or like we sacrificed children,
Well, no,
poison
I much prefer Crit's going to put stuff out. I actually appreciate the fact he's putting out memes rather than attacking people. I think that's a positive thing.
Ah, yeah, yeah.
He is doing him.
Yep. They do, they. God, fuck, I want a cigarette so bad. I'm at work Thursday.
Seriously, if you've not
Don't you
smoked,
believe all
don't.
those studies about cigarettes causing cancer?
I do.
Weren't they
And I
funded
still
properly?
smoke.
I
That's funny.
I could fund a study right now, and cigarettes cost nothing. I just want one.
One thing I wish I never done was smoke. Because it is a very habitual thing, and I'm a very habitual person.
Yeah, I don't like smoking. Well, I like it a lot, but I don't want to do it anymore. I like how American-centric all this discussion is. It's like dollar this, NASA this, DoD that, government.
Well, because he's
this.
American.
Yeah, I have none of those issues.
You know, and it's right. You know, if it's your country and you've got commentary on it.
But it's like if you use that to explain that the Earth is flat, it's like, okay, well then it's flat over there and not flat over here.
Oh, that's why they need them. They.
Ah, yeah.
Now, hopefully, the rain will hold off before I get to work.
It's also why you guys need we went to the moon. We figured out Earth is a sphere.
Well, it's a human collective, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we means not you or me, but them and they, right? Same thing.
No. Because we are
Okay, so
human.
you went to the moon.
No, we as humanity has been doing it. Just like we have sailed across the ocean.
If the moon was local on a flat Earth, then why wouldn't we have gone to it?
Yeah, good point. I've heard it's so local that you can, I mean, it's, maybe you can have beers with it. So.
Well, I think again that it's the we don't know the distance to the moon, therefore we don't know what the moon is, therefore.
But I think if you go by, yeah, it's just the sun. Like if you go by the angle of crepuscular rays, when you're in like Notre Dame or something, you can see that it's maybe 100 meters away from you. It's very local sun. But I think that time perspective comes into play, but not when you're doing that. So.
I just put a MIT Lincoln Observatory filming a solar eclipse over America in the shadow of the moon.
We just turn off the sound. That's pretty cool. It's one of the coolest experiences I've ever had is witnessing a solar eclipse. I've seen one full and one partial in my life.
Same here. It's like a out of body experience during the totality.
It was silence when it happened. You know, all the birds stopped singing. I was by the sea. All the seagulls landed in the sea, which was so fucking weird. You know, literally just boom down onto the water, and then just utter silence.
You know what's interesting about that video I posted in the text is that there's a natural crater or pattern near that, almost identically the same diameter. So I found that geological shape on Google Earth, and I measured it at 800 kilometers in diameter.
Cool.
Kilometers. Which one was that?
Yeah, kilometers. Yeah, in miles divided by 1.6, 500 maybe. 8 divided by I don't know, 1.6. What's that? Yeah, probably about 5. Yeah,
it's about 500 miles. 800 kilometers, double that, 1600. You know, yeah.
No, half. So in miles. Yeah. Sorry, in miles. Yeah, exactly. So
yeah.
What you just, sorry. Sorry, mate. I'm fucking thinking and fucking not listening. Yeah. So I thought it was quite interesting. And when you're saying, trying to work out the distance to the height of the moon, I think you can use things like stellarium. Like one day I took a measurement and the moon was in the northern hemisphere above America. From my viewpoint, it was 20 degrees above my horizon, and America was seen at 60 degrees in their horizon or something. But it was kind of like trying to use an application to kind of figure out what my angles are, you know. That's it, somewhere between curved and flat, you know, not perfectly flat, but, you know, slightly curved in one direction. Give yourself a leeway of, you know, 0.5% or something, you know what I mean? Things like that. It has to be a lot less than 0.5%, but, you know, even if you have an answer that is 0.5% away from where it should be, that's a pretty good sort of confirmation that you're on the right track, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the whole thing of taking measurements, and it's something I do on a fucking daily basis. It's all about from A to B. You know, what's the width of what's the banding of your upper and lower figures? You know, that's standard deviation. Which then describes your outer limits, and then you factor in the tolerance of your instruments.
Yeah, but if you use practical, one experiment could be that you know the length of the plane, and you know the length of the plane when it's 35,000 feet. Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, how do you do this experiment? You take a picture and then measure the object. So comparing that to something in the sky that's very bright,
There was some really interesting handheld instruments used in World War II to help with plane identification. In which including, you know, the sizing of it. And I'm going looking at that. I never thought of that, and it's just suddenly, you know, had one of those little epiphany things.
It's like alien technology out of Star Wars type of thing. It can identify a craft and to tell exactly what it is just by its length or something like that. Yeah. Wow.
Well, they had like a guide. So, you know, one of the things that the Home Guard here was given was like a guide of all the different plane shapes. But then they also had the thing they would hold up which would then, where they would estimate the height of the plane, and then they would start to track it between the guide. I don't know what the fuck it's called.
Yeah, so maybe like, see, the problem with the moon is that it goes towards us and away from us as well as going up and down north to south. So that going in and coming away, you can, at times you get supermoon. We saw one December the 4th UK. It's fucking massive on the west, on the east rise. And, it's like you get one measurement there and you think, fuck it. It's fucked. It's fucked. It's using something practical, because sometimes the other interesting thing is my kid got a pair of kids binoculars yesterday. And the simple thing that we all know is that when we look at binoculars backwards, the object appears twice far away, for example, and the opposite when you turn the binoculars around and the thing looks so much closer. So if the masses are the same and it's going 90% further away or 90% closer, is it because also maybe just the thicknesses, but also the diameter of the lens itself is different on a binocular, because the ones you're looking through are a lot far smaller than the ones that are exiting. So a lens, in effect, also. No, so I'm gonna stop talking, mate. Sorry.
I honestly, optics is not one of the things I'm very good at. To be fair, there are much, yeah. I used to dig. I dug things out of the ground when I was at university and studied that, and then I ended up sort of hooking up IT stuff and also working doing stage electrics. So yeah, optics is not really one of the things. But I'm quite good at carbon-14. I had quite a good discussion with a guy yesterday on that.
Yeah, it's definitely this moon thing. Also refraction, where if there's a lens above, then naturally everything that we see in the sky naturally is offset by about 10 degrees refracted, just like the way that the sun's rays hit us. But if the sun rays were coming from above, hit a lens, then refract to us coming from the south, as we all know, that sort of angle that the sun is always coming from the south, does that make sense? Like if you're on the north, no, the rays will always come from the south. That's what I'm saying. So that offset of degrees is also showing evidence of a refraction through a lens, like a Fresnel lens.
Yeah, one of the problems I have is the fact that, you're right, the more we do stuff, the better we get at measurements, the tighter that sort of band of error is that we have. So, for the sun to be that local means that we're not like, 10 or 20% out. No, we're about 95% out. That would be our error bar, which would be ridiculous, because it wouldn't just be the minus bit, it'd also be the plus bit.
What's that?
So when you've got an error bar, so say, we postulate the moon's 234,000 whatever miles away. And on flat Earth, they think it's, maybe 3, 5, whatever. I don't know. They change their mind on a daily basis. So let's just say that our 234K figure is wrong, and it's actually this. This means all the measuring methods that we've used, time delay reflectrometry, being, example, parallax, etc., are all like 95. The error bar is now 95%. So we couldn't say it's 3,000 miles away. We would have to say it's 3,000 to 3.5 million.
The ratio. I'm a neutral person, mate. I don't. I've got a shape. I believe. I don't believe. Believe is the only thing I've got. So I've got one belief that the Earth is not a sphere, but that's all I'm sticking to. But even at what do you say, 234,000 kilometers?
Yeah, somewhere around that.
So I'm going to go 234,000. The ratio difference between the distance and the diameter of the moon is 105, or it's 105.77, and the sun being the other one. So I'm just going to use just even 105 as an agreeable measure conversion. So that's 2,228.57. Now, if I use 0.77, that's 2,212 kilometers.
Then you also need to go to the other side of the error bar as well.
What's
So wherever
the error?
you get, so the error bar would be your medium measurement, which is the whatever with multiple techniques. Say for instance, you got 3 different methods you're measuring a result with. Yeah, so we could be using parallax, we could be using bouncing radio waves off the moon, and we could use radar, which is fairly similar to bouncing radio waves off the moon.
Okay, fine.
To be fair, yeah. So we've got 3 different methods with 3 different types of detection, and what we can do then is say, well, the average, is this from these 3 methods, and then we could look at the accuracy of each of those methods. The tooling involved, tolerance. And then we can say, okay, well, our error bar is plus or minus X, normally in a percentile figure. So yeah.
No, you carry on. Sorry.
So then that kind of gives us our range of what that figure is. Yeah. And it says it should not be less than this. It should not be more than that.
Yeah.
And then if you want to bring that moon really, really close, now we have a problem, because what we've got to say is all 3 of those methods, our error bar has suddenly jumped from, let's just be generous and say it's plus or minus 4%, and now all of a sudden it's plus or minus 95%.
Yes, what you said earlier. Yes.
Yeah.
It's going to scale.
But it's both sides, so that would, if we're moving that medium figure, if that lower bound there is at 3,000, our upper bound now has to be in the millions.
It's wouldn't you agree it's hard possibly to do a parallax if the stars are moving independently more than your time in it? Now they've got things like sidereal time, and we've got civil time. Now your errors become different when you start using sidereal time of 2356. There is a 4 seconds to use that needs to be included, but I don't think they use the 4 seconds. And all these things here, I think from one measurement to the other, I think they're not thinking about the different times, because even things like the analemmas of all the objects in the sky all appear to look more friendly looking or familiar looking, like as in an oval or a straight line up and down, a loop. If you change the times, it's things like this.
But if you look at the error bar to Polaris, which is the one that they keep sort of revising it. I mean, that's somewhere between 10 and 12% variance, from what I understand. Again, this is more of a chronic question to me. He studies this shit, I don't. So I mean, and again, you're right. I think the further away an object is, the more that number is going to increase the plus or minus figure. And I think that's reasonable. What we can do though is say, well, it's not close. It's definitely something that we can measure in the term of, astronomical units or light years, depending on how you want to do it. What scale you want to use, and then you can even go on.
Sorry, I'm interrupting again. It's just my habit. Sorry.
No, it's all right. You're interjecting. I have no objection, because I'm just kind of waffling.
Brilliant. So me and you just sitting in the pub, just having a chat, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm going to sit here and fucking preach to you, mate. That's not my job.
Oh no, yes, exactly, right. We're just here to talk as people. If you stand in front of a mirror in your bathroom and you have another mirror behind your head, right? Or that thing where you put one mirror in front of the other mirror and then you look into one mirror and you just see endless fractals of the same image. Now, telescopic views and things like that will have a percentage of that going on, right? Because, no, they're not. But I guess I'm just trying to say, it's the fractals, it's the lensing effect of what we see in the sky is not at our pressure. It's at a lower pressure because it's colder, and it gets colder and colder and colder. So whatever is between us and the object, like the moon, for example, is getting denser and denser and denser and magnified and magnified and magnified. But as to when, and on days when we get a super moon, the moon only has to move forward maybe a very small amount of distance, and to us it looks massive. So there's a lensing effect definitely in the sky, because I watch Orion's Belt whenever we get a clear morning or a clear evening. And I watch this pattern. I've been watching it for about 3 years now. And it used to be tiny. And now it's massive. And it was coming up on our east horizon like 3 months ago, just above the horizon, no more than that. And it was massive. But
I get Orion's Belt literally rising to the left of my bedroom window and setting very slightly to sort of the right hand side of my window, and I see it, most clear nights, during the winter period, and I haven't noticed it changing side. Anyway, I've got to rock and roll because I need to go to work, because otherwise I'm going to be late.
Man. Deja vu. Cheers, mate.
Have a good one.
Yeah, take care. Anybody ever heard of Scientific Lee? Scientific Speaking?
What's up, Riding? Is there anybody out there?
Well, there is, but I'm not riding.
There is another. It's not just me in this universe.
What's happening?
Oh, just chilling at the moment.
Equal altitudes aren't level.
Ooh, we got a new one. Equal altitude. Oh god, this equal altitudes aren't level. Dude, your names are fucking epic. I love it.
It was a pretty good conversation we had earlier.
Nice.
Yo.
Yo.
This radio station sucks tonight. What's going on?
We got to tap into Starlink.
Nothing but dead air. That's just not on. It's like cardinal sin. Where's Jin? Get Jin in here. He can waffle. I think you might need to start paying Jin, mate.
Jin versus the world. He's going to take it all on.
He could too.
He will. He's going to get rid of all the brown stuff, and he's going to do it.
There you go.
There you go. He's fucking on it. That guy's he's gonna clear out every last deception that exists on the earth.
I wonder how Jin answers the question, why would they lie? I don't think I've ever heard him expound on that.
Why wouldn't they?
Oh, yeah, sure. Why would, right, like why would the mafia tell the truth? They don't have to.
Yeah, I often sometimes notice when people ask that question, sometimes like it just explodes the whole room, you know, like all kinds of different reactions. But to me, it's always like if people want to know, I mean, I've got at least 10 or 20 very likely options as to why they're doing it. And in some way, I can understand why people might not really get it, you know, because it is a pretty complicated deception. They might just think, well, you know, what's the difference or whatever if it's flat or a globe, but they may not really have thought about all the factors of what it changes. I mean, just the more land alone is huge if there's more land.
I think that's the most intriguing thing. More land.